let's all begin and let's have a wonderful day. Godspeed.
Thank you very much. Without any further ado, then I want to bring up, I would say our leader, because she's a very dynamic individual here in Philadelphia, representing the Republic of Liberia across the United States. And I'm happy. This is a very exciting day for me because after all of the Africa stuff I do and Caribbean stuff I do, the Republic of Liberia is the first African country that has set up a trade office in the city of Philadelphia. Give that a big hand. This is working hard and under her leadership is finally happened. So please, without any further ado, the Honorable Shirley Gibson Swartz. Please.
Excellencies, officials of government from Liberia and the U.S., executives, participants, friends of Liberia, good morning. Good morning. I'm glad to welcome you to this business conference for Liberia. We are holding here today in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly law. And you know the rest. I give thanks to His Excellency President Joseph Newman Boyka, and the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Honorable Sylvester Brisky, who is represented here today by Ambassador Charles Snass. We are grateful to have you. Welcome. For the foresight to recently reactivate the Trade Office of Liberia in Philadelphia to advance the President's agenda to expand the private sector in Liberia. A big thank you to all co-sponsoring organizations, including the Liberia International Union of North America, the World Trade Center of Greater Philadelphia, U.S. Liberia Chamber of Commerce, the PA Department of International Business, the Liberia District Council of Philadelphia, the City of Philadelphia Mayor Commission on African and Caribbean Affairs, which is chaired by Councilwoman Jane, who has been a friend not just to Liberians in Philadelphia, but the entire African community in Philadelphia. And Stan Strutter, a great friend and partner. He's a breach. Stan and partner. Breach. And he has done it for us for a very long time. Stan, we thank you so much for the friendship and the love you have for Liberia. You love Liberia so much, you traveled there. So today, I'll say to Stan, you are Liberian, you know, and we want to make sure we take you back to Liberia. That when you retire, you will retire in Liberia. And I will make sure I will be there with you. So please tell your family that we are welcoming you there. I also want to recognize a special individual who was very helpful from the beginning when we first started this business conference. He connected us to U.S. partners. He was always supportive of Liberia's business conferences in Pennsylvania and the U.S., particularly in Washington, D.C. He partnered with Bob Johnson years back to identify loans for Liberian businesses, SMEs, totaling $30 million. He's Ambassador John Simon of Total Impact Capital, former U.S. Ambassador to the AU, and former Vice President of the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. He should have been here today, but he's not because of other engagements. We could not have been able to do all of this without those engagements that he has put in place. And I thank you, my friend. I know you are watching. I want to thank all government officials of Liberia, and I want to thank particularly several ministries, hard-working team, the Ministry of State, for Presidential Affairs, the Ministry of Finance of Development Planning, and of course, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. To the design team of the MOU that we are about to sign today, Tony Lewis, Stan Schroeder, and other members of the team who consulted with us, I thank you. And to the team of the Trade and Investment Office, including our consultants, our intern, and our volunteers. To our great team, the moderators. We have a very strong team today. I want to thank you for the sacrifices, for the time you put into working with us and planning this, and for your service to country. Please allow me to call a few names. We have Mr. Emmanuel Abalo, Mr. Abdullah Mame, Mr. Dean Wilson, Mr. Emmanuel Weir. Honorable Gaia Formula provided some guidance along the way. But let me tell you a little bit about this young man. Honorable Gaia Formula is someone who, when you are at your lowest point, that's when you find him. He will step into the room and he will, what we call, rescue you. He's a rescuer. I say this to mean that many years, when I first started working in DC, we had to showcase Liberia. And so we went on a road show. We had to showcase Liberia. And so we went on a road show. We tried to go. We got started. Who walked in? It was Gaia. Go. We got started. Who walked in? It was Gaia. Rescue us. That. When that's when you found him. Thank you. Do this without your couldn't make it today because Liberia and they had other engagements. Put into this, we thank you. The Liberia Radio and for your partnership. And to those who travel afar, including our government officials from Liberia, we appreciate you. Unfortunately, Ambassador Al Hassan Conte, the ambassador of Liberia to the United States, couldn't be here today because President Boyka visits to Washington, D.C. coincides with the business conference. He sends his regards. To Ms. Alison Gamak of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, that is the DFC, we want to thank you for the work you continue, you and your team, and the effort you continue to put into supporting investment in Liberia. We want to recognize a special gentleman in the room, Dr. Clarence Monimba. We have known each other since 2006 while working at the embassy in Washington, D.C., collaborating on promoting trade and investment in Liberia. I thank you for your support. Wherever you find that people are looking to invest in Liberia and people who want to talk about Liberia and we want to promote Liberia, you always find him there. We appreciate you. Many times he will work, and he will work for free. And he will always say, you know, if it's for Liberia, I will be there, and he will show up. So thank you so much. I also want to extend thanks and appreciation to our partners and friends at the U.S. Embassy in Liberia for your support over the years in promoting business conferences with the goal of attracting investors to Liberia. That is what we do in embassies, ambassadors. We support each other. When an ambassador is doing something, another ambassador will step in and support. We have a special club, and we work together. And the goal is that we promote our country's interests. While the conference will dive into an extensive Invest Liberia opportunities, a hallmark of this event today is the signing of the MOU between Liberia and the Liberia International Union of North America and Philadelphia Liberal District Council for the training of training programs to give young Liberians skills training in construction, agriculture, and other areas at the Liberal District Council sites in Philadelphia. Now, the of this MOU is for Liberians to travel to Pennsylvania, to Philadelphia to be precise, get trained, and while training, they would then return to Liberia to transfer the skills. And it was mentioned that when these folks are trained, those in Philadelphia expect that when they return to Liberia, they will be paid fair and livable wages. So that's the deal that they are discussing with us. We help them acquire the knowledge they need so that they go back and help build the infrastructure. But we want you to make sure that they earn what they deserve. And so that's what we're working on with our government. Our goal here today is to promote the endless investment opportunities in Liberia and highlight reasons why Liberia is a perfect place to invest that include political stability, the rule of law, safety, free press, no restriction on repatriation of profits, a dual currency regime with the US dollar, favorable tax system for investors, access to regional and international markets, and guarantee against any unfair expropriation. What is the expected outcome of the business conference today? After showcasing all of the opportunities and benefits that Liberia has to offer, we hope that we will be able to advance business relationships and agreement today, sign up for the trade mission, visit Liberia, identify enterprises to invest your capital and get huge returns on your investment while creating jobs. And with the signing of the MOU, that Liberians will travel from Liberia to Philadelphia to be trained in construction, agriculture, and other areas, to return to Liberia and transfer the skills to others. In order for us to build Liberia and build Liberia infrastructure, Liberians must be involved, and this is the purpose. And we hope having these Liberians coming to Philadelphia to be trained will contribute to that. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Please give Gurley another hand, because the work that she's done a great job, but we still have more to do, and I want to continue to encourage her to keep working for us and moving this forward. So thank you very much again, Amy. Mr. Gurley, one of the things that she mentioned was the collaboration with all the institutions around, and one of them that'll be here to speak next during this evening is the World Trade Center of Greater Philadelphia. We have Mr. Thomas Young, new president, very dynamic, and some fantastic things we'll be doing with Thomas and all of the countries in the world, but also particularly African countries. We also have currently the president of the Diplomatic Corps. And I grew up in North Philly in the ghetto here, and you learn about diplomacy as you go. You know, for me, I used to get to go gang war and fight myself to the table, but now there's a diplomatic way to do it, and we have her here to help us do that too. Next, though, I want to introduce a really a great friend and her team that are here with. I'll let her introduce them. But, I mean, some of you have heard about the wonderful Africa Town that we're doing with African Cultural Alliance of North America, led by a Liberian, by the way, who's doing some wonderful things in Philadelphia, the greater Philadelphia area. And I would have to say, honestly, without the Philadelphia Department of Commerce, we wouldn't be where we are today. So Karen Fegley, the Director of Commerce for City of Philadelphia.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much to Ambassador Schwartz for we're really glad you are established back in Philadelphia, and I look forward to working with you on all this. My name is Karen Fegley. I'm the Acting Commerce Director for the City of Philadelphia. I'm here today on behalf of Mayor Sherelle Parker, our 100th mayor, and work with her vision to create access to economic opportunity for all. So I'm really pleased to join you all in the opening of the Business Conference for Liberia. This historic conference, hosted by the Trade and Investment Office in Liberia, in partnership with the Laborers International Union of North America, the U.S. Liberia Chamber of Commerce, and other esteemed co-sponsors, is dedicated to exploring new opportunities with investors and businesses to spur private sector growth. You've got a fantastic lineup here today with experts and honorable guests. I want to thank Stan Straughter for inviting me. He's a wonderful advocate for Philadelphia and Africa relations. And I'm fortunate to be here with my Department of Commerce colleagues, Pierre-Olivier Leger, who heads up our International Business Development Office. He's back there. He's with Yvonne Boy, who leads our Office of Neighborhood Economic Development. So we are honored to host your conference in Philadelphia. We are located in the heart of the United States Northeast Corridor with historical and cultural assets that are accessible to the world. Philadelphia has long been a hub for international trade, innovation, and collaboration. We're home to world-class institutions, financial services, logistics networks, and a vibrant network of entrepreneurs from across the globe. Our business community in Philadelphia is diverse, globally minded, and ready to connect with partners abroad. Philadelphia is also home to many immigrants that come to find and create their own opportunities here. Our city and region are proud to be home to over 15,000 Liberians who contribute in so many ways to the vibrancy and culture of Philadelphia. That includes building local businesses that make a meaningful impact to our local economy. At the Commerce Department, we partner with Vofi Jabata Akana to support local businesses in Africa Town, as Stan mentioned. And we recognize that business is about the people who make it happen, and we are really proud of the ties between Philadelphia and Liberia. So this conference is an invitation to deepen those ties, explore new business ventures, and collaborate for lasting impact. Once again, welcome to Philadelphia, and we are thrilled to host this important dialogue. We hope it will create opportunities for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Thank you. Please give Karen another hand for being here. As I said, they are instrumental in the thought process of what are we going to do with Africa Town. You know, we started out at a time when a bunch of black guys talking about a $100 million project. What do you say? These cats are crazy. You know what I mean? No one would believe us. And they gave not only interest and commitment, but helped us get the soft costs that we needed to help do it for. So for me, the Philadelphia Commerce Department, of course, the mayor has just been phenomenal. The mayor's been out there. She's only been in office for 6 months. To Africa Town twice already, and she constantly tells me what kind of African food she gets when she goes to the African restaurants and all the Carter. So she's all in, and we want to thank our team again for being here. So please give them another big hand, okay? I mentioned diplomacy, and said it's really fundamental, and she will tell you the importance of the diplomatic corps here in Philadelphia. But she's become a great friend of ours and working with us. And one of the things I said to her, you can't say this publicly, but since she's been there, we got some new energy. She's very dynamic. Let me present to you the president of the Council Corps of Association of Philadelphia, Honorable Krista Barr. She's also the honorary council here in Philadelphia, please.
Excellencies, ministers, honored guests, it is a pleasure to be here today. Moment. You know, Philadelphia, the Consular Corps Association of Philadelphia is the first consular corps in the United States of America. And we are arguably one of the most active, thanks to people like Stanley. So many of our partners, like the Commerce Department, and it is wonderful that we have the Liberian Trade Office opening in Philadelphia. How did that happen? It really is thanks to all of you in this room. You created the critical mass and the interest in this city and this region. Pat yourselves on the back. This is remarkable. And we are so fortunate to have someone like Ambassador Gurley Gibson Schwartz here. She is truly a woman who walks in grace. You are so well spoken, and we are very pleased to welcome you to the Diplomatic Corps here. There are 85 countries who are represented and members of the Consular Corps of Philadelphia. We are also members of the National Consular Corps Association, and we were just invited. We are the first regional corps in the United States to be invited to join the Worldwide Federation of Consuls. It is a great pleasure. And it is, again, thanks to people like you, everyone here, that the global spotlight is shining on Philadelphia. So thank you all and welcome.
So let me please give Her Excellency another big hand. And thank her for coming and taking time from her schedule. You know, I can say this publicly that for a long time, very few people cared about Africa here, especially in Philadelphia. So it's been a hard upward battle, and that's why this is so significant for me. The work that all our people are doing here, led by Gurley Gibson, the ambassador. So we continue to work. One of the important things we've done economically in our city, you know, Philadelphia has the largest port of importation of cocoa beans in the United States of America. We have the largest here, and those cocoa beans come from West Africa. People hear a lot about Excellency, people hear a lot about Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, but I understand the Liberian cocoa beans, people take them to Ivory Coast, and that's how they get a big name up there. Right? So we have to work harder at having direct bilateral trade between Philadelphia and the Republic of Liberia itself, and that's what part of this foundation is now. So let me just ask a question. We were waiting for Sam. Oh my gosh! So excuse me. This is the time. I'm just going to ask for a direction here. This is the time we're supposed to turn to Mr. Sam Staten, the head of Local 332 and Labor District Council of North America, and he's here. So let me turn this over to Gurley and Tony so we can do the signing, and we'll keep on and follow the program. Okay? You want to do that over there? So, Gurley, you want to speak? Okay, all right. Thank you, man. I I was just giving some direction about what to do, okay? All right, so this is, let me do a couple of things, recognize appropriately the leaders who are here, just have them stand up. I know they're going to speak, but, you know, the Special Ambassador at Large for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Liberia, just stand up, Ambassador. Say hello to our group. We're gonna continue. The Minister of Agriculture is here. Please stand up and wave at the people. You know, for us, this is important. So if I overdo it, it's only because I'm excited. All right. So, you know, we have that. We also have the director of the National Director of the Ports of Liberia here. Is it here? Not here yet. And how about Mr. Sanusi from the Free Trade Zone? Here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So we have a number of things. Excellent. You want to? Forgive me, please. The Minister of Commerce of the Republic of Liberia.
Deputy Minister.
And the deputy minister. The deputy minister. Please. National Investment Commission, please stand and recognize. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. They are also, we'll get a chance to hear from them as we go forward, but I just wanted to point them out. I just said, I'm looking at them and say, God, these guys are so important. Take your time to be here with us. I'm happy, so I just want to let everybody know how to create. You know, before I introduce the next segment, I just want to say it was a long time. I spent a lot of time in Africa from the 70s and spent some time around Liberia in 79. And we had some good friends, Romeo Horton, and them I spent time with back in the day. And so I wanted to say I got to Africa during those years in the 70s because of a dynamic leader here in Philadelphia who became a giant around the world and one of my great mentors, the late Reverend Dr. Leon Sullivan. Some of you may know the OIC program. And Reverend Sullivan, I think in 74, we began the first OIC in Liberia was in 1974. And then we ended up having OICs in almost every county. We're doing some great things, and a dear friend, the great Reverend Richards, was the national director of OIC, and his wife, Gora, she's here now. She's working with the president also. That's how I go back with all these. But I also wanted to point out Mr. Kevin Cook, who is with OIC of America and has joined us here. So thank you, Kevin, for being here, okay? And I need to say, before I go to this, the president of the Liberian Association of Pennsylvania, please say hello. We're honored to have her with us today. Okay? It's the mother's coming. So over 20 years ago, I was honored to have Gurley here at that time. She was the trade representative for Liberia here in Philadelphia and worked with us to do some fantastic things. And we went traveled all over the country and to Liberia to organize the trade missions several times. And what we were able to do at that time was to meet with a gentleman who was one of the dynamic leaders in Philadelphia, both in the labor union movement here, but more importantly, as a great citizen and leader of our city of Philadelphia and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And his name was Sam Senior. Gurley, myself, and Tony had a chance to meet with him, to talk to him about this idea of training trainers here in Philadelphia at the training center. Before the State and Junior Training Center on Broad Street there was a training center out in one of the counties. And the ambassador from Liberia at that time, Ambassador Barnes, Gurley, myself, and the team, Tony, we went out there to visit the training center, so we were all excited about moving it forward. And we are now at the second phase of that. Sam Senior is no longer here with us, but we do have a fantastic representation of him here, both Anthony Lewis and also Sam Senior. And the idea, as we envisioned it with Sam Senior, was the fact that we would do this training as a way to help support road building and infrastructure development, construction in Africa. Well, we had to get the people trained here. So that's why we came to talk about trainers. We'll have them trained here, working with the government of Liberia and working with here in Philadelphia. And through those things, they'll take those skills back to their country to contribute to not only the construction but economic development, and maybe many of them might become involved in road building and construction themselves, and many others. We're hopeful of that. We also have, is my senator coming? Okay. I was just, forgive me, my senator, Senator Street, we have him on a program. His deputy chief of staff is here. That's why I was leaning over to say, is he on the way? But we do have some other things we're going to do there. But I wanted to make sure of that, so that we're now at a stage where we're again back at doing this. I want to thank Sam Jr., Anthony, and also Ryan Boyer for helping us to reclaim this and to think through how best to do this, and our opportunity to not only collaborate, but hopefully, as Sam mentioned earlier, we need to figure out how we get our team over there to Liberia to begin to see not only the fruits of their work, but how much more we can collaborate and do this. And I also want to say that Karen mentioned about 15,000 Liberians here in Philadelphia, but in the Commonwealth of Philadelphia, as you guys would argue, it's somewhere between 60,000 Liberians in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania. I think, Karen, there's probably 20,000 back here in the Philadelphia area or more. I know a few that don't want to be counted, so I know we're up there. We're up there. But I say that because of the opportunity for us to extend this collaboration. One of the things we haven't talked about, Gurley, in reference to Liberia, is the whole notion that Liberia could be the access point for West Africa. Liberia is one of those countries called the member of the Mono River Union countries, which include Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea, and Sierra Leone. And the opportunity for us to expand our access to those countries could be just phenomenal. And I'm looking to work with the World Trade Center of Greater Philadelphia to begin putting this trade mission together, to begin talking about what and how we do this and move this forward also as we move forward. So part of this for some of us is just education to know how, not only how rich Liberia is, but really how to access the other parts of West Africa with Liberia and the other parts. So I just want to say that to you openly. So, really, are we?
I'm gonna join Stan Slaughter again. Thank you very much. And since we're going live, let me just rekindle a little bit. Analogous to Secretaries of State, Commerce, we have ministers. Again, I want to just go back since we're just going live. We are happy to have, in fact, the Deputy Minister of Commerce, Republic of Liberia. And of course, we are also happy to have the Executive Director of the National Investment Commission of Liberia. We also are happy to have the Minister proper of the Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Liberia. And at this time, with no further ado, we want to welcome someone who has worked assiduously in planning this program. And this person has been, just like Ambassador Schwartz had mentioned, we have someone like Gaia Famila. We have someone within our midst who, and all of the folks I mentioned before have traveled miles away to be here. So since we are alone, we're going to keep acknowledging them, their presence. At this time, we are happy to have someone who has anchored this program, has been the go-to person in the President's office. With no further ado, I want to welcome Ambassador Charles Sneddon, who's representing improper the President of the Republic of Liberia, but he's our go-to person, and we want to give a big round of applause as he represents the Republic. Mr. Sneddon, please, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And good morning to all. It's such a joy to be here today. Before I do bring you the message from His Excellency, I also want to bring you greetings from the Minister of State, the Honorable Sylvester Grisby, who asked me to represent him here today. He would have loved to have been here On yesterday, when I was chatting with the president, he says, please tell the people I'm so sorry. I really thought I would have had the time also to come and be with you all. But the timing of the summit, was instant, and he had to come to Washington. So I'm here today to bring you his message. The Honorable Cheryl L. Parker, Mayor of the City of Philadelphia. The Honorable Allison Gurnick, Deputy Head, Office of Development Credit, U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. The Honorable David Burrell, Deputy Secretary for International Business Development, Pennsylvania Department of Commerce, Community and Economic Development. The Honorable Samuel Stanton, Jr., Manager, Labor Union Local 332. His Excellency Al-Hassan Conte, Ambassador of Liberia to the United States of America, members of the Liberian Cabinet and government officials present, Chair of the Liberia Chambers of Commerce and the Liberia U.S. Chambers of Commerce, Chief Executive Officer and General Manager of the Liberian Business and Multi Corporations, Trade and Investment Representative of Liberia in Philadelphia, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and humanity that I stand before you this morning to deliver this keynote address on behalf of His Excellency Joseph Yima Boakai, Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia, at this highly conference on Liberia. I extend sincere thanks to the Trade and Investment Office of Liberia in Philadelphia, as well as the Laborers Local 332 for organizing this important event, for the invitation extended to His Excellency. President Boakai regrets his inability to attend in person due to national duties, but has asked me to deliver this message as you deliberate on pathways to economic growth in Liberia. This conference comes at a time when the government of Liberia is steadfast in addressing the pressing issue of food insecurity, infrastructure development, good governance, and the rule of law. The government has embarked on the Arrest Agenda, a blueprint for transformation focusing on agriculture, road, rule of law, education, sanitation, and tourism. We look forward to these themes being woven into the fabric of today's discussion. Our people, nearly 6 million strong, are eager to see tangible progress. For too long, Liberians have been denied the full benefit and the natural wealth and potential of their country. This administration is determined to reverse that narrative. We are actually seeking serious investors and partners to share our vision of inclusive and sustainable development. The government has instituted both reforms to curb corruption and to confront impunity. You can have trust in this administration. The rule of law is the fundamental pillar of our government strategy. We are streamlining bureaucracy processes, dismantling barriers to investors, and ensuring the climate where business can thrive. This time for action is now. I repeat that. The time for action is now. This conference must translate into visible investment. Our young people, Graduates of our schools and universities are waiting for opportunities. Investment in Liberia means skill development and economic independence. Liberia is open for business. We have created an environment, and we are proud to offer a vibrant and abundant workforce. We urge you to explore the immense opportunities that Liberia presents. This is a pivotal moment. Our nation will celebrate 178 years of independence this July 26. We are working tirelessly to revitalize critical sectors long overdue for attention. This includes roads, bridges, electricity and sanitation, food security, education, and health care. These are no longer aspirational goals. They are national priorities. Gone are the days of mere PowerPoint presentation. We are now on the ground taking tangible action. We invite you to be part of this transformation. We are instituting far-reaching judicial reform because we know that without the rule of law, sustainable investment is impossible. The government is committed to institutionalize integrity and public trust. Investors' confidence is steadily rising in Monrovia. Microeconomic activities are growing, and Liberia has reclaimed its voice on the global stage. Most notable, on June 3rd of this year, Liberia has unilaterally elected to a non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council. This is a powerful testament to Liberia's growing international credibility and a signal to investors worldwide that Liberia is back and ready for business. This conference is centered on the theme, prioritizing President Boakai's arrest agenda for economic growth, private enterprises, and job creation. We urge you to take advantage of the following investment opportunities. 1. Agriculture and agro-processing. Liberia has immense potential to feed itself and export food. We welcome investment in production, value addition, infrastructure, roads, bridges, ports, and energy system needs transformation. 3. Education and health. Institutions for learning and well-being are critical to human development. 4. Tourism. Liberia's untouched natural beauty is a gold mine waiting for investment. 5. Small and medium enterprises. Supporting local businesses creates a ripple effect of prosperity. 8. Mineral resources. Our vast reserve of gold, diamond, and other minerals remains unexplored. 7. Sanitation and clean water. Essential services that uplift communities and drive economic activities. Liberia is secured. The leadership is in place. Now is the time. On behalf of His Excellency President Joseph Yuma Boakai Sr., who is presently in the United States and is expected to engage, and I should add to that, is currently engaging with the U.S. government in high-level talks. I extend to all participants sincere best wishes for a productive and pitiful conference. As you deliberate, please keep the following in mind. Liberia urgently needs investment in infrastructure, education, sanitation, and tourism. We also need strong partnership in energy, transportation, agriculture, and food processing. Let this conference be the beginning of new partnership, fresh investment, success. The Liberian people are ready. The government is prepared. The time is now. Thank you, and I wish you a successful conference.
Another round of applause for His Excellency, Ambassador Elias George Sneddon. Thank you very much.
Oh, my God, okay. All right, so as we know that Mr. Boyer will be here about 10:15, and so the next person we want to invite, we're going to go to the agenda. So we're take a minute. I wanted to also recognize one of my colleagues that just arrived, Mr. Sam Gibson, who is the president of the U.S. Liberia Chamber of Commerce here. For some of the, excuse me one second. And I also want to recognize Mr. Mona Fisher from the Philadelphia Regional Port Authority, who's here. Some of our ministers and be with us tomorrow to tour the port of Philadelphia in the morning also. So thanks to all of you for coming. Next, we want to invite our speaker up, Ms. Allison J. Gurmek, the Deputy Head of Office, Development Credit, U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, DFC. So Allison, please come up. And thank you very much for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for the very kind introduction. And my thanks as well to the Trade and Investment Office of Liberia for the invitation to participate in today's proceedings. Ambassador Gibson Schwartz, thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address you this morning on behalf of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. A bit of a mouthful, so we'll go by our acronym today, DFC. And as a native Pennsylvanian, I'm especially delighted to be back in my home state, enjoying the hospitality of the city of brotherly love. Thank you for having me back and welcoming me so warmly. So though my work at DFC has had me in Washington, D.C. for the last 20 years, opportunities like this to get outside the bubble that is Washington, to meet directly with companies and entrepreneurs is really so important to me. Because when we talk about fostering lasting, sustainable economic development in Africa, or in Liberia in particular, the most critical component to success is this, private sector engagement. So I also want to thank all of you for taking the time to be here today for this really important event. And I'm delighted to be able to kind of sit here and benefit from conversations one-on-one, talking about commercial partnership opportunities and ways we can broker really innovative solutions. For those of you who are not familiar with DFC, allow me to start with just a few words of introduction. DFC is America's development finance institution. We partner hand in hand with the private sector, together mobilizing capital for strategic investments that advance both U.S. foreign policy as well as commercial interests. DFC was established as a U.S. government agency back in 2019. It was built on the foundation of our predecessor organization, Overseas Private Investment Corporation, or OPIC, but offering some new financial tools as well as some enhanced flexibilities to increase private sector investment in emerging markets and counter Chinese presence in strategic regions. By offering a suite of financial products to commercially viable investments, DFC looks to foster economic development, support U.S. interests, And because these are investments and not aid, deliver financial returns to our stakeholders. To just offer you a sense of scale, so in our first 5 years, DFC has grown its active global investment portfolio to just shy of $50 billion across about 100 countries. And a focus on sectors that I would argue are, in many cases, most in need of investment, sectors like infrastructure, energy, technology, supply chains, as well as critical minerals. DFC has a strong focus on Africa in particular, in recognition, I think, of both Africa's great need for investment, but also its really compelling market opportunity for investors. In fact, DFC has presently more than $13 billion invested in Africa across 36 countries, including Liberia. And most telling, Africa represents our largest regional share of our global investment portfolio at the DFC. So how do we exactly work with the private sector? DFC provides businesses and investors alike with a full range of financial tools to support their investment in emerging markets like Liberia. And these tools really aim to de-risk and drive investment that broadens economic opportunities for local populations and also deepens regional connectivity, which we know is so important, all while maximizing the impact of investment dollars. So I'll just very quickly profile in a sentence or two each of our 5 financial products. The first is debt financing. DFC offers both direct loans as well as loan guarantees to leverage private sector investment into business operations in markets where we work. So with our financing, what we're really looking to do is be additional to the private capital markets. For example, we at DFC can provide what we call patient capital, tenors of loans that can be as long as 10, 15, even 25 years in certain sectors with appropriate offtake agreements in place. So these are products we are providing directly to private sector businesses. We secondly offer equity investments. We have the ability to actually make a direct equity investment into companies. Equity can be highly catalytic, crowding in capital to growing companies that otherwise may not be able to take on debt. The third product we offer is support for investment funds. We can provide either debt or equity capital into private equity funds, typically with a regional or a multi-country focus. In this way, what we're helping to do at DFC is address the shortfall of private equity capital in many of the markets where we work and enable these economies to access long-term growth capital, the management skills, and the financial expertise, all of which we know are key factors for expanding economic development and creating new opportunities for local populations. The fourth product we offer is political risk insurance. Political risk insurance is an important tool, one that's used to build investor confidence in markets where it's needed most by mitigating risks, whether those risks are real or just perceived. And at DFC, we offer multiple insurance coverages against losses resulting from political violence, expropriation, as well as the inability to convert currency. And then finally, we offer at DFC something called project development funding. DFC complements its debt, equity, and insurance tools with project development support. This is like preparatory work, like front-end engineering, environmental and social impact assessments, transaction structuring, activities that help to advance a project's eligibility for long-term investment funding. So those are very briefly our 5 main products. We have more details about them on our website. I'm also happy to engage one-on-one to provide more details. But in terms of where we deploy these products, we work across a variety of sectors. While my team's focus at the DFC is specific to the sectors of health and agribusiness, 2 sectors I was very pleased to hear His Excellency the Ambassador at Large mention in particular. We have the ability to invest across infrastructure, energy, as well as investments that diversify and strengthen supply chains, the mineral sector as well as across other industries. And just to offer one example from the health sector, we all know that healthy communities are more likely to be productive and secure, but around the world, too many people lack access to essential health care. And so what we are doing at the DFC about that is investing into health supply chains in order to try to remedy failures that impede the timely delivery of critical supplies, medicines, and vaccines. So whether those investments we finance are in manufacturing, storage, or delivery, we see them as helping to strengthen emergency preparedness and just improve overall health system resiliency. So in closing, at DFC, we continue to refine our sector priorities and leverage our financial tools in new and innovative ways. So as part of that process, I really look forward to hearing from all of you on the business opportunities that you see to facilitate more private sector investment in Liberia, and to discussing commercial partnerships between U.S. and Liberian businesses. So opportunity to address you this morning, and I'm looking forward to speaking with many of you throughout the day.
Again, a round of applause for Allison Garnett. 20 years doing this with us. Again, just as a program note, if you're just joining us, this is the Liberian Trade Conference that coincides with President Joseph Nyama Boakai's visit with President Donald J. Trump, and that is going on in Washington. And here we are going live from the city of brotherly love in Philadelphia. In attendance, we have also with us state and Philadelphia officials, along with some of us from back home, the executive director of the National Investment Commission, the Deputy Minister of Commerce is with us, and also the Minister proper from the Ministry of Agriculture is with us. And the opening remarks from the President was given by no other than our Ambassador at Large, Charles Sneddon. Let's give all of us in attendance a round of applause. And at this time, I will call on Stan to introduce for us another pillow who's attending this conference. Thank you, sir.
But I was going to pass it off to Gurley to introduce Mr. Sam State Jr. We are very honored, as I said earlier, the possibility of collaborating with the Local 332 Laborers District Council and the Laborers International Union of North America to this. So we want to invite Jr., who's the leader of all those institutions, to come and bring some remarks before we sign the MOU. Sam, please give him a big hand.
Good morning. Good morning. Also sings greetings from my international. Today is a great day. Back in 2005, my dad, who is the late great Sam Staton Sr., and Stan Straughter and Gurley talked about destruction and training. And when leadership changed, it died. I want to thank Stan and Gurley for keeping hope and opportunity alive, because they didn't give up. And they came back to us and said, look, we still need help. At that time, I contacted my international. My international said, Sam, whatever you want, we're there to support. So the job ahead now for us to make it happen, to make dreams come true. We understand from a labor point of view how difficult it is. We're our international union stationed in Washington, D.C., maybe a mile from international, and look and see the White House from our international. I'm international vice president also for the United States and Canada, and I understand what it is to need and not have. Part of our conversation when we talked about this MOU was to make sure that people, once we get this training, that people earn a decent living, self-sustaining, that they can take care of themselves. That was most important to me because my local union was founded by a black guy in the 1920s. It's been black ran ever since. Because again, we understand where poverty lies. We went through poverty at it is about bettering people to be able to take care of themselves and their families. So we open our doors here in Philadelphia in our training center for this because I'm happy. I'm happy to see that we can be instrumental in help. And I want you to give greetings to the president when you get back. And we're looking forward to the relationship, whatever it takes to make sure that we can produce good work and good opportunities. Our training center is only about a mile from here, a mile or two from here. It's not far at all. And what I'm encouraging y'all to, I have a 15-passenger van. Anybody that wants to come and take a tour of our training facility, we're making it available for you because I need you to see exactly what you'll be coming. And the opportunity for us is great. Because what we're actually seeing now is that we're going to be instrumental in helping people across the world, not just within our international, but across the world. And that's amazing. And the end result is, again, to see a country that can function and be the great country that it can be. So I'm here to support the MOU. I'm here to support the training because, again, it's something for us that's well overdue. And I know my dad, looking down on us, and he's proud that his mission, that his thought is now going to become a reality, that we can also get here and work beside you to make Liberia a great country that it can be. Thank you.
Let me, my other partner, Mr. Ryan Boyer, is downstairs coming up, so maybe we just wait a minute and go to the signing, Gary and Sam? Yes. Okay, good. They're on their way. While we're doing that, let me suggest that we have a lot of coffee, tea, crepes, and fruit back in the back, and I want to make sure that we get some of that. We're going to take a break after the signing, and thanks to the office of Senator Sharif Street, we have citations we want to present to our diplomats and ministers and ambassadors here before lunchtime when we can come and go. So, but please, I know we all recognize the senator, you love him, and some of you may know him like I know him, but when I need something, I go to her first. Miss, please give her a hand, Deputy Chief of Staff, Ms. Aisha Richardson. Thank you very much, Aisha. So we know he's on his way also. Let me also suggest that the work that we have yet to do, as His Excellency just pointed out, is to keep pushing, We have to not only have this meeting, as he pointed out, no more PowerPoint meetings, we need to go do it. And one of the things we have to prepare to do, we got to get off your butt and go to Liberia. You know, you can't just make no money here. It ain't gonna work like that. You know, I have to get off our butt. We have to put together. And thanks to Gurley and our team, we're talking about the organizing of the trade mission, Mr. Ambassador, as we go. So in your package, there is a form to fill out on the trade mission as we go. We don't have a select date yet, but we want to have it. So thank you very much. You want to sit over here? Please, we were, as I mentioned earlier, the memorandum of understanding is with the Labor's District Council of Philadelphia, Local 332, and the Labor's International Union of North America. You've already met briefly Mr. Sam Staten. Let me just say before I go, the president of the World Trade Center Greater Philadelphia just arrived. He's going to be on our program. Mr. Thomas Young, please give him a big hand. Thank you, Thomas. Could I ask Gurley to introduce you? Want to introduce Ryan? Ryan, go ahead. Okay, so please come on up. So we're waiting to sign this document, the MOU, and the gentlemen that are extremely, extremely important in this work and the next things we have to do. I want to, okay. Okay, could I invite he's a business manager, he's a friend, he's a very important person in the city and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, a very dynamic labor union leader, but he's also, he has a level of humanity with him that we all support and want to appreciate his work and contribution to our community. Mr. Ryan Boyer, we're gonna let you take that, you wanna take that photograph first and then come, or you wanna come, why don't you just come first?
I'll come first,
Yeah. Mr. Ryan Boyer, please give him a big hand. Thank you.
I would like to say good morning. Good morning. I would like to thank Stan and the ambassador. And I just wanted to say a few words, because the only way you have liberation is to have independence. And you have to have independence in your workforce, because he who builds the infrastructure controls the country. And we just want to be a small part of continuing the history of Liberian independence. The story in the founding is great, and we have to create a relationship with the American blacks in Liberia that was forged when you started your country. And because of that, we want to give assistance to help train so that we can build the infrastructure of tomorrow. I see our lesson director, Tony Staten, running around here somewhere, and she came up with a slogan that I believe in. We're building tomorrow today, and that's what we want to help you do. Build your tomorrow today. And this memorandum of understanding between the Labor's District Council will help to do that. And eventually we'll have a memorandum of understanding with the Philadelphia Building, expand on the training that we're able to do. So, and I'm going to say one last thing. I believe the late, great Sam Staten Sr. told he was meant for all of us. You know, you could teach a man, you could feed a man to fish, he'll eat for one day. But if you teach him to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. This is teaching us how to fish so that we can fend for ourselves. Thank you. Yeah, we can do the sign.
So for those joining us, we will begin the signing ceremony. Just to capture it all for our listeners, this is a trainer of trainers program, and there's a memorandum of understanding where Liberians can come into the U.S., get trained in various sectors of our economy. And this is a landmark signing. Here again, we have city officials with the Liberian government. In attendance, the Minister of Agriculture, Deputy of Commerce, the Executive Director of the National Investment Commission, and His Excellency is with us in the U.S. And we also have Ambassador Snyder, who gave us the message from Liberia's president. So to my left now will be the beginning of the signing ceremony. And we have the true representative, Madam Ambassador Gurley Gibson Schwartz, to lead us in the beginning of this process.
Thank you so much. So like Sam Jr. said, his father, Sam Sr., we started this so many years ago. And my ambassador at the time, Nathaniel Barnes, joined me in Philadelphia, and we met these great people. You know, people ask me during the years back under the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Joseph Boyka regime, when I was first asked to join the government, why you keep going back to Philly? People never understood it. Philadelphia is a special place. For those who have gone to Liberia, like David Webster, he would tell you, the people of Liberia are very similar to the people in Philadelphia. very friendly, very kind. And they do not know how to say no. They are like the British, like I would say to them. So when we met, and I told them what we wanted to do, we wanted to be able to train our people. Because to build Liberia, our people have to have the skills. And there's no way we can do it without the skills that they need. You go to Liberia, you see most of the people working, and they say we cannot put your people into the institutions because they don't have the skills we need. I see so many young people graduating from college. I go to Liberia, and it breaks my heart to see that they are not working because people require certain skills. So since 2009, we put this into play. We started the process. And the union were very kind to us. They said, we'll work with you because what you want is to help your people grow and to develop. So this is where it started. And I'm pleased that we can continue because you see, when I start something, I like to end it. And that's why I came back. People say, why you left? You're an ambassador, you should be going to another mission. I say, I left something back in Philly. And we need to complete it, we need to finish it. And that's why I'm here. So thank you so much. And now we begin the process to train Liberians, to have Liberians come to Philadelphia, experience all of the beauty that Philadelphia has to offer while receiving training. And then I promised them that they will go back because we have them sign contracts. So there will be no competition here. They will be trained, they will return to Liberia. I will make sure of that. I've done that so many times. They will go back and transfer the knowledge and skills. And of course, I know you're concerned. You know the union, you don't play with them. When they talk about fair wages, livable wages, we want to promise you that we'll do our best, that they will be able to get the fair wages that they deserve based on the training that they receive. Thank you so much.
So what we are all observing now to the left is the signing of the MOU.
Minister of Agriculture, come right here. Minister.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, please, and you join to the left. Thank you. Stand is, and this is a trademark beginning initiative that's going to promote training Liberians. Let's give a round of applause.
Closing remarks? Say,
I'm fine.
Well, I would like to say something.
Sure.
Hello. First of all, let me say thank you so much for this opportunity for our people. You know, there's one thing about having a job, but not knowing how to do the job. You know, you're just there for the money.
always good to be trained, to be able to pass that training over to others. What we need in Liberia is to catch up with our sister republic of Ghana. In 1957, when Asajufo Kwame Nkrumah became the first prime minister of that country, he concentrated on training institutes of all trades: plumbers, electrical engineering, carpenters, even people, masoners. And he made sure they didn't just leave the classroom. He made sure they were experts and masters in what they're doing. So this opportunity that is being given to our young people coming from Liberia, I want to tell them, show a lot of them are all happy and looking forward to this. This is an opportunity given to you once in a lifetime. You need to come and use it, use your talent, and make sure you return back to Liberia and share this God-given talent and make things better. Being a carpenter is not just holding a hammer. You must know that at the end of your job, it must be satisfied to whoever you're doing that job for. Being a plumber, making sure that the toilet does not get hooked up to the face basin. Okay. Be a master in what you're doing. So once again, on behalf of President Boykai, who always stressed the importance of being good in your areas, we want to say thank you so much. And we look forward, and Ambassador, please, let us encourage our people when they come to this beautiful city of Philadelphia. It's not for them to come to stay. Okay? Return home. They can come back later. All right? But I'm speaking from my experience. I know, we've sent people here and they just disappear. There's something about Liberia in America. Okay, so we look forward to it, and we'll say thank you again.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Snyder. Now, we have an arrest agenda for the Republic of Liberia. At this point, the lead on the arrest agenda is the Minister himself of Agriculture. The A first represents agriculture, so he's the lead on the agenda. May we give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you. I didn't know I would have been speaking on this arrest agenda here in the U.S. But let me just give a brief history about what you see today, arrest. When President Boakai aspired for the presidency in first started 2023 or 22, he actually came over for work called ART. It was agriculture, road, tourism, and sanitation. He's somebody who is very passionate about agriculture, so he tried to find a way to make sure that the people get the message that we are. He asked her to chair the platform committee, and some of our colleagues had issues. They said, well, the education. You cannot develop agriculture when your people are not educated. So, well, then I went around and said, arrest. It was a single A, a single R in there, representing road, agriculture, road, education, sanitation, and tourism. A couple of interviews he sat on, people were saying, well, when are we going to have the second R so we can arrest the people who are stealing from our country? And we said, well, we were a little bit hesitant to have it there. But along the way, it became compelling to have a second R that stood for rule of law. Because it is believed that there is no way you're going to develop that country when our people are not guided by the rule of law. There were incidences of corruption in the country. We wanted to make sure that those who misapply the resources are held accountable. That's how we see today we got a double arrow in the arrest. But it was originally single arrow, and I stood with a single arrow because I didn't want to look alignment. But it became compelling that we have it today, so the reflection of the president's vision can be seen by everybody. We want to make sure, honor his leadership, the rule of law is strong. And you can see what's happening today. In our country today, people are being suspended from position because of allegation of corruption. Once it is alleged that you are involved with some financial misapplication, he's taking decision before you get persecuted. So when you are vindicated, then of course he will see what to do. But he's very firm on ensuring that every area who is entrusted with public position is held accountable for his role. So the arrest you see there, agriculture, is where we find ourselves. Usually my friends who call me the arrest man, or the A in the arrest agenda. I like to be called that name because you see what? Agriculture in our country is the single largest sector that has the potential to get us out of where we are today. Liberians are rice-eating people. But it will interest you, in spite of what we have, our natural resource endowment, our access to abundant water resources, the arable land that we have, we are still importing over 70% of the rice that we eat. Well, we have the potential to change that. And this is why we are here. We want to be able to highlight the possibilities in agriculture, to motivate you to go to Liberia, invest in the agriculture sector, so you will not just be transforming life there, to meet the needs of your investors. So arrests are waiting for you in Liberia. We want to see you in Liberia to invest in every aspect of that agenda. The rule of law is going to be there. It's our responsibility as a government to ensure that your investments are protected. But there are also challenges with infrastructure that was highlighted here. Some of our road conditions are bad, most of the production areas. We want to see how we can pool public resources, private sector investment being supported. I was excited when I heard the DFC speak about that. In fact, the DFC was the first institution that I engaged when we were appointed as minister. We tried to see how we leverage some of the financing to support access to finance for those who are into agriculture value chain. We are still looking forward to that. But we'll be looking up to you, our investors, or those of us in the diaspora who have the connection, to leverage those connections for the implementation of the arrest. Tourism still has great potential there. That's one of the areas we want to see our diaspora and foreign investors coming in there to put some resources. We have ecotourism around. We want people to come and expand on that, create the awareness out there so our friends in the diaspora and our foreign friends can move to Liberia and enjoy life. President Braga always says, through tourism, Liberia could actually be the destination. Because he mentioned Ghana. Ghana was say, well, Ghana says they are the gateway to Africa. But President Braga says Liberia can be the destination. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. So quite well, the whole agenda and the very benchmark is all of what's happening here. If we don't train our folks from Liberia, we don't train trainers, anything on the agenda. This is just one hallmark signing this morning. Let's give a round of applause to the city. So at this time, we will break. We'll break at this point, and there are refreshments, and there are also stand. We're taking 5-10 minutes break. Maybe 10 minutes, but again, we will break and then resume the program. For those of us who are joining us again, it's the trade conference, and we've just signed the MOU with the Republic of Liberia, and this is going to help. This is going to help train the folks back home in various sectors of our economy. Agriculture, as one of the signees had mentioned, the ambassador did mention that we need to train carpenters, Listeners, agriculturalists, we need to just do the hands-on piece of it. And this is monumental for the signing. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you, Edison.
I love watching the pictures of your kids. It's incredible.
In our community, we help each other. But when it comes to prescription pain medication, such as opioids, sharing isn't helping, it's harming. What works for you could be dangerous, even deadly for somebody else. Opioids. Instead, help by guiding your family, friends, and neighbors to a doctor. Real help saves lives. This message is brought to you by the Multicultural Community Family Services in partnership with LRTN. Did you know 1 in 4 patients who take opioids long-term become addicted? Opioids are strong pain medications like oxycodone, hydrocodone, or morphine. They can help with pain, but they can also lead to addiction and overdose. Take the medication only the way your doctor tells you to take it. And never share them with your family, friends, or neighbors. Know the risks. Stay safe. This message is brought to you by the Multicultural Community Family Services in partnership with LRTN.
Father, of course, he passed away. He was such a gentleman. I would go visit Katamon and have my son with me. Took us out to dinner. And it was a great man.
It doesn't match, but. I have a check behind these curtains. Check behind those curtains too.
Attention all organizations, NGOs, and social clubs in and out of Liberia. Are you tired of relying solely on social media to run your operations? An effective web platform is your most important marketing tool, and that's where Tiamat.com comes in. Hello, my Liberian people. My name is Sophia, and I want you to consider this. 53% of consumers do online research about an organization before talking to someone from that institution. That means not having a website could be costing you opportunities. Step up your game and establish a professional online presence. Introducing our web platform, designed specifically for 501c organizations, small businesses, and political organizations, social clubs, etc. At Tiamat.com, we understand how important it is to make a great digital first impression, which is why we offer you all the help needed to develop, maintain, and host NGOs and small and big organization websites by giving you a full suite of services that includes automatic billing for members, membership and visitor portals, first-class design and functionality, and much more. The best part is, it only costs $20 per month. Upgrade your image today with our customized web design services. Visit www.tiamat.com to get started. This is a Liberian-owned business.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's resume our seats. We can now resume our seats. So we're just about seated now, so we have about an hour left before we break for lunch. Thank you. Thank you for resuming your seats. Stand with you, right? It's going great. Better than I expected. So when I am done just telling you we're starting again, then you would just, I wouldn't even call you, would just come after. Okay. Yes. So for those of us in the back, sorry, Stan. For those of us in the back waiting to be seated, we're just about started after the break. For us in the back, if we please take our seats in the back so we can just get started.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the back of the room, please. In the back of the room, please. The back of the room, we want to get started. Could you please end the conversations in the back of the room?
Our ladies in the back, if we can just come up, there are empty seats. And just a quick programming note, LRTN is in fact broadcasting live. The CEO, Mr. Anderson, we're happy to have you with us. You know, as a programming note, for those of you back home, Liberia who are joining us and Liberians in the diaspora, this conference coincides with the visit of His Excellency, President Joseph Nyuma Boakai, who's in Washington, and now we have with us a MOU that was just signed with the state and the city of Philadelphia, a training program. And again, we're resuming the program. As a programming note, you are welcome to the business conference on Liberia.
Thank you, Dean. Before I go to the next speaker, I want to recognize a few people that have come. Of course, Dr. Jamie Green from the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. We also have Mr. Bofi Jabate and Dr. Gaston Momalu from Bofokana and our Africatown team. If I missed you, please, or we'll catch up. But we also have some very dynamic speakers. Of course, Mr. David Brown is here, for the Deputy Secretary for the Office, Pennsylvania Office of International Business Development, and some others as we come forward. But the next thing I want to do is make a transition to one of the most dynamic elected officials in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And not only do we have the honor to call him a good friend, but he's also a great leader and has been demonstrated such since he's been in the Senate for the 3rd Senatorial District of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you. Please give him a big hand. The Honorable Senator Sharif Street.
Thank you. I want to, welcome all of you to the city of Philadelphia, to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Of course, for those who are traveling internationally, welcome to our great country in the United States of America. We appreciate your presence. We thank you for your leadership in all of your respective roles, whether you're a businessman, a diplomat, an elected official like me, or a citizen who is concerned with greater relationships and more positive relationships between our two great cities, states, and countries. I want to acknowledge first the work of Stan Straughter, who has been a stalwart in this space for as long as I can remember, because Stan was doing this work when my father was mayor of Philadelphia and before that. And so we thank him for the work that he is doing. I want to acknowledge and thank Tony Lewis, who is here. And I know he put together and signed earlier today a train the trainer program. And I want you to know that I was one of the trainers people in the Tony Lewis program. I worked younger on a program that was about getting more diverse folks into the building trades. And I will tell you, the experience of working to get people who have not been in the skilled trades into the trades was a great one. But the experience of working for Tony Lewis was a life-altering one, and I'm a better person for it. I want to acknowledge my leader, one of the vice presidents of the International Laborers International Union of North America, the great Sam Staton Jr. I know his father years ago. He's Tony's nephew. His father and my father were close, and Mr. Staton is a great leader. I don't know. I want to acknowledge him as well. I know David Brill is here representing the Department of Commerce and Economic Development, our great governor, Josh Shapiro. And I don't know if anyone is here representing our mayor. She had some other business to attend to, and I think was up all night dealing with it. But I do want to acknowledge the person I think is the greatest mayor in America, our mayor, Sherelle Parker, for the work she does. And then Thomas Young, thank you for the trade centers are doing. Thank you for the work that you continually do in that space. Now, I could go on acknowledging folks, but I have some official acknowledgments to do from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But before I do them, I want to say this. The partnership around training folks, the partnership between Liberia and Philadelphia is one that has deep roots, as there were folks from Philadelphia involved in some of the very early governments of Liberia as it became independent. We want to, but beyond that, many of us who are here probably can trace our ancestral lineage back to Liberia. And so we want to acknowledge that this partnership is meaningful both in terms of business, but also in terms of, for many of us who are African Americans, reestablishing our cultural ties. You know, the Irish always can harken back to Ireland, the Germans to Germany, Chinese to China, Polish to Poland, but for African Americans, because of the unfortunate way that we arrived on these great shores and the storied history that came in between, we only know regions of where we came from. And the nations that exist now are very different than what existed at that time. But we do know that we have cultural ties to people in West Africa. We do know that Liberia is one of those countries. And Liberia was the first nation to acknowledge a right of African connection between us. And so that is important on this day for us to acknowledge. And so this partnership is that much more special. Going back to Marcus Garvey and the work he did in acknowledging those connections. So there is still in my neighborhood, in my district, a Marcus Garvey UNIE Center commemorating the work that he did. And Liberia is the sum total of so many hopes and dreams. And so we thank you for being here, and we thank you for what you are doing on the continent. I want you to know that we want to continue to be sincere partners in that regard. I guess I will read them and present them. Congratulations. Whereas the Senate of Pennsylvania takes great pride in recognizing outstanding leaders whose dedication and achievements contribute to progress and unity of communities both locally and globally. And whereas currently he is the Deputy Minister of Industry at Liberia's Minister of Commerce and Industry, mainly responsible to develop policy interventions aimed at driving industrial development. And whereas Andrew G. Pagar Flangy Sr. has background in finance and marketing and over 20 years of public financial management and fiscal administration experience. He worked in Liberia's Ministry of Finance from May 2006 to January 2012 as Assistant Minister for Revenue, where he helped reviewed and reformed Liberia's fiscal tax regimes to enhance efficient tax administration. In early 2013, he worked as a revenue consultant at the formation of the Office of Liberia Revenue Authority and helped organizational work that led to the establishment of the LRA in late 2013. He holds 2 Masters of Business Administration degrees, one in finance and the other in marketing from the St. Thomas and Baltimore, respectively, and in the U.S. And whereas in February 2012, he worked at the National Bureau of Concessions as Deputy Director General for Administration, responsible to monitor and ensure concessions compliance in the concession sector. In this role, he led a 3-man concession review committee which produced the first ever concessions compliance report from January to April 2026. Mr. Pagar Flangia as an adjunct faculty at the Rasmussen Community College, Minnesota, USA, where he taught Introduction to Business. He also worked as adjunct faculty at the University of Liberia, teaching courses in small business development, retail management, international marketing. From January 2015 to January 2018, he serves as the first Deputy Minister of Small Business Administration, SBA, at the Liberia's Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Now, therefore, the Senate of Pennsylvania proudly honors him for his public financial management, business development, policy advocacy, and strategic policy development. We extend sincere congratulations and wish best wishes for continued success in future endeavors. It bears the seal of the Senate. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. I'm sure those of you met her, but I want to acknowledge Aisha Richardson, my Deputy Chief of Staff, who does so much of the work that we do in this space. Senate of Pennsylvania, congratulations. Whereas the Senate of Pennsylvania takes great pride in recognizing individuals, outstanding leaders whose dedication and achievements contribute to the progress and unity of communities both locally and globally. Whereas the Honorable Melvin Sheriff is a seasoned public servant and investment professional with over 22 years of cumulative experience spanning both the private and public sectors. He currently serves as the Executive Director of the National of Liberia, where he leads national efforts to attract, retain, and expand investment through public-private partnerships, concession, development, and strategic policy reform. Whereas before assuming the role of director, he held key leadership positions at the NIC, including Director of Concessions in the PPP, Head of Secretariat for the International Ministry Concession Committee. His public service career was preceded by 9 years in the private sector, where he developed strong financial and administrative competencies as an accountant and administrator. He holds a master's degree in economics from the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics in China, and a bachelor's in science in management accounting from AME Zion University College, Liberia. And whereas over the years he has represented Liberia at several international conferences and workshops, including University of Michigan, the African Union, the World Bank engagements, and regional investment forums, his leadership continues to shape Liberia's drive toward sustainable, inclusive economic growth through strategic investments and responsible resource governance. And now for the Senate of Pennsylvania, honors Mr. Melvin Sheriff for his strategic policy, facilitation, concession developments, restructuring. We extend sincere congratulations and wish best wishes for continued success in future endeavors. whereas the Senate of Pennsylvania takes great pride in recognizing outstanding leaders whose dedication and achievements contribute to the progress and unity of communities both locally and globally, and whereas Charles A. Snetter serves as president and CEO of Snetter Enterprises, a Monrovia-based consulting company specializing in public relations for radio and television broadcasting, and ambassador at large at the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs since 2024. Since 2010, he has directed operations and guided strategy implementation for key clients, including Buchanan Renewable Energies, Golden Verolium, Liberia Ltd, APM Terminals Ltd, Liberia, and whereas Mr. Snetter holds an associate's degree in commercial arts and graphic design from the Maryland College of Arts and Design and in business administration from Strayer College. With over 4 decades of experience, he has held senior leadership roles across government, private sectors, including Director General of Liberia Broadcasting System, Public Affairs Director of the National Port Authority, Director of Visual Arts Ministry and Information. He also served as Special Insurance Representative in the U.S. and has led the Snetter Enterprises, his media consulting firm, for multiple decades, pioneering radio broadcasting and communication in Liberia. And whereas Mr. Snetter planned and implemented Star Radio, an independent shortwave news program coordinating with international donors such as the Swiss Organization Foundation, Hirondelle, and USAID. He secured the radio licenses for Star Radio, served on its board of directors, and played a key role in recruiting and staff training. Additionally, he was part of the team that established Star Radio's training staff. Additionally, he was part of the team that established Star Radio Stringer base in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Mr. Snetter also negotiated with the United Nations to distribute 5,000 revolutionary battery-free radios to Liberia's rural population, and designed and built FM and owned and operated by Stella Maris Polytech. And now, therefore, the Senate of Pennsylvania proudly honors Charles A. Snetter for his skills in communications and ability to work effectively with people from diverse cultures. We extend our sincere congratulations and wish best and extend best wishes for all his future endeavors. Senate of Pennsylvania, congratulations. The Senate of Pennsylvania takes great pride in recognizing outstanding leaders whose dedication and achievements contribute to the progress and unity of communities, both locally and globally. And whereas the Honorable Sekou A.M. Dukuli, as the Managing Director of the National Port Authority, is a highly experienced senior business executive with over 15 years of business development, mergers and acquisitions, audit and financial management in the United States and Liberia. A multifaceted leader with proven ability to re-energize and restructure organizations, develop strategic initiatives, and capture emerging business opportunities. And whereas Sekou M. Dukuli holds an MBA with an emphasis in entrepreneurship from Augsburg University in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and a BS in accounting from the University of North Dakota in Grand Forks, North Dakota. His career includes an extensive experience in asset management where he successfully built and managed portfolios exceeding $20 million annually with investments such as the Wells Fargo State, the Minnesota State, and other wealth management firms. From January 2014 to April 2016, he worked as a tax examiner at the Williams Consulting in Fargo, North Dakota. From May 2016 to present, Mr. Dukuli has served as the owner and founder of and executive director of Golden Touch Healthcare LLC, located in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. He supervises and directs reports including administrators, directors of nursing, program managers, house managers, and direct caregivers. And whereas he has demonstrated a proven track record in an accounting system development, client financial consulting, and relationship management, his in-depth knowledge of federal tax laws, accounting principles, banking procedures, and statistical mathematical applications supports his ability to deliver accurate, results-driven financial services. He is especially recognized for his ability to forge strong relationships with partners, vendors, and clients, and for successfully turning around struggling companies to achieve sustainable growth through proactive problem solving, cost control, and multi-million-dollar profit increases. And now for the Senate of Pennsylvania proudly honors Sekou A.M. Dukuli for his well-rounded skill set that includes strategic financial planning, program monitoring and evaluation, leadership, team building, profitability improvement, and productivity enhancement. We extend sincere congratulations for his continued success in all future endeavors.
I received it on his behalf.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Two more, folks, two more. Whereas the Senate of Pennsylvania takes great pride in recognizing outstanding leaders whose dedication and achievements contribute to the progress and unity of communities both locally and globally. And whereas Dr. J. Alexander Nuta, an agricultural economist with more than 20 years of professional work experience working with the Ministries of Agriculture and Finance and Development Planning of the Republic of Liberia and multilateral institutions such as the Internationally Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the United Nations World Food Program. He is an academic holding the rank of Assistant Professor of Agricultural Economics at the University of Liberia and served as a part-time lecturer at the Alexander B. Cummings School of Graduate Studies at the African Methodist Episcopal University in Liberia. Most recently, he served as the national consultant for the World Bank to develop Liberia's food security crisis preparedness plan. And whereas Dr. Nuta began his professional career planning as a planning officer at the Ministry of Agriculture in 2003 before returning to the People's Republic of China for graduate and postgraduate studies between 2005 and 2011. Upon his return to Liberia, he served as senior economist responsible for macroeconomic analysis and forecasting, and then Ministry of Finance for Liberia before being promoted to the position of Assistant Minister for Economic and Financial Sector Policy at the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. He moved to the IMF in 2015, where he served as an economist. He holds a master's degree, PhD degrees, respectively, in regional economics and agricultural economics from the China Agriculture University in Beijing, China, and after earning a bachelor's of science degree in general agriculture from the University of Liberia. And whereas prior to joining the World Bank as a consultant, he served in the capacity of value chain food system expert, as well as a program policy officer at the World Food Program Liberia Country Office before moving to the WFP Uganda office as a value chain food system consultant. He also served as a consultant for the African Development Bank in project proposal development and continued an assessment in public policy and agricultural development and in Liberia, funded by the Chinese government through the Embassy of Liberia. Dr. Nuta as a national consultant for the ZOA Liberia project evaluation and as the ECOWAS Commission for Development of Liberia's Food Security Storage Strategy. And now, therefore, the Senate of Pennsylvania proudly honors Dr. Alexander Nuta for his academic teaching, research, contributions, and peer-reviewed publications and program policy evaluation skills. We extend congratulations and wish continued success in all his future endeavors. Senate of Pennsylvania, congratulations. Whereas the Senate of Pennsylvania takes great pride in recognizing outstanding leaders whose dedication and achievements contribute to the progress of unity of communities both locally and globally. Whereas Emmanuel D. Abalo is an international journalist and author of over 15 books. He is widely recognized for his contributions to journalism, literature, and advocacy for democratic values and press freedom. And whereas Abalo holds a master's degree as well as a graduate certificate in leadership, he served as acting president for the Press Union of Liberia from 1990 to 1992, during which time he led significant efforts to reunify the fractured Liberian Journalists Union amid the country's civil war. And now, therefore, the Senate of Pennsylvania proudly honors Emmanuel Abolo for his leadership during the turbulent period marked a pivotal moment in history of the Liberian press. We extend our sincere congratulations and wish best wishes for his continued success in all future endeavors. So with that, listen, I want to thank you all. I want to thank each and every one of you with a level of sincerity. The work of building, whether physical or metaphorical, across the great is an important one. I will point out that the first edification in this country of the transatlantic slave brought about some of the worst atrocities in the history of the world. But the potential for transatlantic trade between Liberia and Pennsylvania, as Philadelphia and this great country, has the potential to bring great prosperity to people of all backgrounds, both here and in Liberia. We thank you for your continued work. We understand that all things that are hard are not easy. And all things that are worth it, rather, all things that are worth achieving are usually not easy but hard. But the hard work is rewarded in the great fruits that come from those efforts. Thank you for your continued effort. Please know that we here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the city of Philadelphia, the foundation just one block away of the United States of America, welcome you, thank you, and wish to work with you and forward in the spirit of cooperation, trade, commerce, in a mutually beneficial way to all. I am humbled by your presence, impressed by your resumes, and inspired by the opportunities that lie before us. Thank you so much. God bless.
And again, we want to say a special thank you to Senator Street, who's done very phenomenally well. He is reading, right, so quite a little bit. We appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. The next person really needs no introduction. Thomas Young is the president and CEO of the World Trade Center of Greater Philadelphia. This gentleman has been with us every step along the way. And Stan Strider, before he comes up, maybe you want to put a little bit of polish on it, but he needs no introduction at all.
Put some polish on it.
Yes, we're very happy to have him here with us. Very, very happy. So we give a round of applause.
Okay. Dean, thank you very much. I do want to put some polish on it because you can see this old gray-haired man here and you see this dynamic young guy. Our future is in good hands. I just want to show you that. And this is a ascendancy to the presidency of the World Trade Center Greater Philadelphia. So we not only have his youth, but his dynamic leadership and intellect. Thomas Young, please come forward.
Thank you for that warm introduction. I just want to give a special acknowledgement to Senator Street for all the great work that he does on a day-to-day basis. I've been working with Senator Street for almost a decade now, and his commitment is second to none when it comes to building relationships in Africa. So thank you, Senator Street, for all that you do, and I look forward to calling you Congressman one day and working with you in D.C. as well. Also want to give a special acknowledgement to Stan Strider and the rest of the team for all the great work that they do. They've opened their arms to me when I became the president and CEO of the World Trade Center Greater Philadelphia, and we continue to do some great work. So I look forward to continuing our relationship with Stan, with Dr. Gaston, with Wolfie, and the rest of the team. And I want to just acknowledge, and I just bunch it all together, all the acknowledgments that Senator Street gave, that Stan gave, for all the folks from the state that are here, from David Brill to Dr. Jamie Green, and everyone else that are here. So thank you for that as well. And thank you all for being here and for the opportunity to have me speak today. It's truly an honor to stand alongside our Liberian brothers and sisters, but as believers in a shared prosperity through global trade and sustainability. As President and CEO of the World Trade Center Greater Philadelphia, our mission is simple: help businesses grow by connecting them to global markets and vice versa. The President's Arrest agenda isn't just about policy. It's a blueprint and transformation opportunities. Agriculture, roads, education, sanitation, and tourism. These priorities align naturally with private sector innovation and investment. Why Liberia matters. Liberia is shaping an environment where business can thrive. For Philadelphia and Pennsylvania companies, especially our small and minority-owned firms, this is an opportunity to view Liberia as a distant, not as a distant market, but as a strategic partner. Liberia brings land, labor, and leadership. We bring capital, logistics, and global reach. The World Trade Center Greater Philadelphia is here to connect the dots. We facilitate trade missions, broker relationships, and ensure businesses understand the market they're entering. It's the reason why we created an initiative called PACE, our Pan-African and Caribbean Exchange. With this initiative, we are connecting some of our most prominent members who are looking for opportunities in different parts of Africa to different opportunities in different sectors. We're committed to strengthening ties between Philadelphia and Liberia, especially in logistics, infrastructure, agriculture, and workforce development. So let's not let today just be about a powerful moment with great speeches and an MOU signing. Let's build something. Pipelines for capital, talent, and opportunity. Whether it's Liberian companies entering the U.S. market or Philly firms expanding into Liberia, we are here to help make it real. And we don't need to wait for opportunity. We can build this together. The President's vision reflects our own: inclusive growth backed by action. So Liberia is ready, and so are we. And I look forward to visiting Liberia in the very near future. Stan, let's make sure that we can have this conversation so that we can get a trade mission together to go over to Liberia. So thank you all for having me, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Again, just a program note for those of us who are joining us in the diaspora and back home. This is the trade conference that coincides with the visit of His Excellency Joseph Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia. We are in the city of brotherly love. Stan Strada, are you with me? Come on up, sir. And we are happy all to be here. Thanks again for joining us live. And I just wanted to make a special note on behalf of our officials who are here from back home. You will all understand from this program that we are really, really given an opportunity for us who are Liberians to focus, in fact, in those areas. Say Monrovia, for example, those areas, we all know the minister, Negro Town, Jala Town, West Point, those areas that are most needed. This is an excellent opportunity to have trainers come in from Liberia. Our own folks come in, get trained here, and take the expertise back to train our folks. And this is very laudable. We want to say thank you. Thank you so much to Ambassador Short and everyone.
Thank you very much, Dean. Let me just say briefly, as I transition to our next speaker, the opportunity is very beneficial to us too. Exactly. In addition to this trade, we have thousands of Liberians living and working in the greater Philadelphia area. They work, they pay taxes, the children go to the same school they do, and their trash is probably packed up at their house like everybody else's trash in the city of Philadelphia. So it's a great time. I think the opportunity is mutually beneficial as we continue to move forward. And I want to continue to ask all of you to be involved. As I said, I was proud of Thomas and Gurley, a lot of these young people to pick up the mantle and move it forward. Let me just tell you this, okay? I'm 83. Nobody's coming to save you. If you don't do it, it ain't gonna get done. So we have to continue, not only this dialogue, as the ambassador said, it's on us. It's on us. If it don't get done, we didn't do it, or we failed in our own efforts. So I want to encourage all of you, no matter what you're doing, be involved, be engaged in what's happening, especially in Liberia, of course, in Philadelphia. And the opportunity for us, life to get better is for us to make it better. So let me now introduce you to one of our good friends and great supporters. I will say this to you before Senator Street and before this next generation. We have a lot of Africa in the government, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and you heard what I said to Karen Fagley, the Commerce Director of Philadelphia. Just a lot of people are not involved. They say, they go to France and Germany, when the minister from Africa or the ambassador come, they say, who they do? They don't even show up. But I want to thank Mr. David Brown, who's the Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Office of International Business here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, not only for his contribution and consistent participation, but more importantly, the advocating on behalf of many African countries. He hasn't been to Liberia yet, but he's just got back from Mali and a few countries going on. So I'm honored to have David here in a leadership position in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That makes a difference, because when I'm not in the room raising hell as to why you need to be involved in Africa, David could say, Stan doesn't go like that. You know what I mean? So God bless David Brown. Thank you.
Take this off, make it easier. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning. I'm David Briels. I'm with Business Pennsylvania, which is the business outreach agency that Governor Shapiro created to promote Pennsylvania internationally, to make ties with from Africa to Europe to Asia. And first of all, I'd like to, on behalf of Governor Shapiro, I would like to thank and welcome the group, the dignitaries who are here from Liberia. So we welcome you to Pennsylvania. I'd also like to thank the ambassador for the invitation to speak today. And then I'd also like to, of course, recognize the great Stan Strader, who's here, and the rest of the ACBC team. I see Hamidou over here, Gaston's here, so Gaston's right here. So we have the whole team. Who am I missing here? Yeah. I know there's some others around. And now, hey, Michael, presentation, we're good? Oh, we are, okay. There we go. Good timing. Perfect. So, if you go to the next slide, please. So our office is there to work in two different directions. We are there to help Pennsylvania companies export products, services, technologies around the world. And here in Greater Philadelphia, we work closely with the World Trade Center of Greater Philadelphia to work with companies and to help them get their products into markets, and for them to help grow the economic pie here through the sale of technologies, services, and products. Okay? We also work to promote Pennsylvania as an investment opportunity. About 200 companies a year. We're looking to come into North America, and our goal is to attract them to Pennsylvania, build a facility, open an office, to make sure that they are here in Pennsylvania to grow their business here in the U.S. Okay. So, how we work with companies, who's Michael? You're controlling? Yes. Okay. So thank you. Okay. So we are one of the largest. Thanks to the support of Governor Shapiro, we are one of the largest programs in the country in our depth of ability to help companies internationally connect with opportunities. So we work across the state. I was actually in Pittsburgh yesterday with a Japanese group. So we're working statewide to make sure these connections are made. And certainly we are increasingly focused on Africa as well to get statewide connections to help, in the growing markets around Africa. We are there to make connections statewide. And I do want to mention, actually, today I invited a company here. I see Michael back here, who is here with a company, Aerostar, who's doing amazing work. Recently is producing drones here in Pennsylvania for the African market, and certainly somebody you wanted to talk to. And he also is doing training of drone operators here in Pennsylvania to work primarily in the agriculture markets of Africa, in Africa, exactly. So somebody you definitely want to meet is Michael over here. He's very active in Cote d'Ivoire, but he's around West Africa, a lot of connections there that he has already made and looks forward to making more, certainly. Okay, so he's an example of a company we want to help grow internationally. Okay, view the next one, please. So one way, I think, for some African countries to access markets here in Pennsylvania is through something we have, a joint venture program. Now, this is to connect, for companies that don't have, yes, we work with some larger companies who do have X amount of capital to, put a facility somewhere in Pennsylvania, a few $1 million or whatever, or more. And that certainly is something we work with continually. But we also have programs for smaller companies internationally to find a partner here who could do contract manufacturing, who I think as a company coming from Liberia, one, they want to access your market, you look to access their market. This may be an opportunity for smaller companies to find that partner to grow on the ground here in the U.S. market. So if you're interested, please let me know. We can certainly talk more about this, and I can connect you with the coordinator of that program. I think it's a great opportunity for you to for a Liberian company to grow its market here in the U.S. And we also have a little bit later, you'll hear from Jamie, Dr. Green's here somewhere. I don't know where she is, but over back out there. But, to talk about specific opportunities, joint ventures in the ag market as well. So we have a network, and this map's a bit deceiving. We have a network of contractors around the world who are there to help Pennsylvania companies sell products. They are in our major markets currently for trade and investment, which tends to be Europe and Asia, frankly, right now. Now, we do have some programs we'll talk a little bit later, which are aimed specifically at Africa and some other markets who aren't represented on this map. Okay? So one way for companies to access, for Pennsylvania companies to do more in Africa is a program which we have budget to help companies access primarily Africa, this is used for. Something through the Great Lakes governors, we have companies can receive money for consulting costs to go to Africa, to learn about the market, to do market research. This is a tremendous opportunity for Pennsylvania companies to learn about how they can sell in new markets. Again, if you're a Pennsylvania company and want to do that, and you want to go to Liberia, this would be a program that we, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, have put money aside with the Great Lakes governors, which does have offices throughout Africa, to actually make sales and to make connections. So this is something that if you're a PA company, this is a tremendous opportunity to make physical connections on the ground and get financial support. And then the next one, here we go. So we also have something, this is federal money that we use annually. This is something with the Global Access Program. So through the Small Business Administration, and this will be reoccurring. We've checked, and even amidst the federal cuts, this will be coming back. We found out recently that we can support companies up to $10,000 to support their international activities. Say you wanted to find out market research in Liberia, or actually go there and meet potential buyers, or find partners on the ground. This program, which again is a federal grant that we use the money for this purpose, can help Pennsylvania companies make that connectivity throughout the world. So just again, if you're a PA company, I think this is a great program to take part in. You have to move quickly because there's a lot of demand on these dollars. when they come. So we get it October 1st. So you want to get, if you're here in Greater Philadelphia, you would work through the World Trade Center. But again, you have to really first attack. Keep moving. That's my advice on that one. Because we get the money and it really goes quite quickly. So just a little bit of background now on Pennsylvania's trade relationship with sub-Saharan Africa. You can see our total trade as of 2024 is a little bit over $5 billion. Okay, that's our total trade. Now on the export side, you can see it's about 534 million, which might seem like a lot. Now, Pennsylvania's total exports in any given year, last year was 59 billion. So we have a lot of work to do here, obviously. It's small, growing, but as part of the total pie, we have a lot of work to continue to make that number grow. And it certainly will grow given the demographics of Africa. But it's still, we need to put more effort into it, obviously. Maybe the next one, Ibrahim. Just give some select countries. Certainly, Nigeria, South Africa. We have the Liberian numbers up there too. Somewhere we skipped over it. I think we skipped that slide actually. Sorry about that. So what does Pennsylvania have to offer for Liberian companies? So for those of you here from Liberia, what do we have? What does the governor prioritize? So the major 5 industries of Pennsylvania are agriculture, all things agriculture, from food to hardwoods to technology going into agriculture. That's certainly a big piece. Pennsylvania is also, of the 50 American states, is the second largest energy producer. So that's a huge piece. I mean, Pennsylvania obviously has, a large amount of natural gas, which we also the major for nuclear technology. We're actually the top state, given the presence of Westinghouse in Pennsylvania, another company called Holtec, which produces by Pittsburgh. So we're quite large in the nuclear space. And certainly alternative renewable energies are growing, and we look to learn more about those technologies and implement them more. But our energy profile is quite strong. We are actually, of the 50 American states, we're the second largest producer, but actually the largest net exporter of energy of all 50 states. So, again, our energy profile is quite strong. Life sciences, certainly around Greater Philadelphia, this industry is huge and growing, is the pharmaceutical manufacturing, all things biotech, the research into cell and gene therapy. These healthcare pieces of the Pennsylvania economy are big and growing for African countries with enormously young and growing populations. These could be good connectivity points as well. Okay? Pennsylvania is also a huge manufacturer. We are one of the largest states for manufacturing of the 50 American states. Again, we're top 10 in our manufactured goods. We certainly have a long history of steel and chemicals. From the agriculture side, exactly. We're a huge food processor. And finally, something in Pennsylvania, innovation, particularly robotics, is something that's very strong here. That as more companies put automation and robotics into their facilities, Pennsylvania is a huge player in that space, mostly brought on by the exceptionally good academic institutions that are here in Pennsylvania. Certainly University of Pennsylvania, Drexel, Temple in Philadelphia, University of Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh. And many of these universities now are looking for connections in Africa. That's that piece. Carnegie Mellon recently put a new $150 million campus into Kigali, Rwanda. The idea is, since Africa is such a young population, they want to offer top-flight education. And I think the only degrees they offer there are software engineering, artificial intelligence, robotics. There's 4, and I'm skipping one. But that kind of education, that Africa needs to help its development, its growth, at an African price. I think that's a tremendous opportunity for countries in Africa to look at are these connectivities with American educational institutions. Because they are going to need more and more younger, as we in the West, certainly Europe and the traditional markets of East Asia, North America and Europe age, Africa is the perfect market for them to make this connectivity for growth. It's something that's going to have to happen for their well-being. Right? So I think that's something we should talk about more, is that connectivity on the academic side and the businesses there that will help to connect. And finally, we do trade missions every year around the world. We certainly would look to do more in Africa in the future. The things we have coming up, we just did the Paris Air Show. We took, with the World Trade Center, we took some companies to look at selling into the aerospace markets. We just did a food packaging show in Mexico. It'd be great to learn about more what's available in Africa and these trade programs to actually take companies to. So I look forward to learning more from you today about what these opportunities are. And finally, we do have something. We have all our representatives in Pennsylvania coming here in September. We're going to do programs again with the World Trade Center and our other regional expert partners from around the state. We will have programs here. It'll be at Pennovation on September 8th, and then at Immaculata on September 9th, exactly. So if you're interested in learning that and meeting some of our reps, please connect with us. Myself, Denzel, Thomas, we can talk more about that. So thank you very much for listening today, and we look forward to working with you.
I'm gonna let David remain with us because we're getting in the gut of what this conference is, and honestly, our small country, Liberia, David, has to do a currency. We're about the only in Africa that uses the US dollar. And when we look at those grants you're talking about, when we look at those businesses we have in other countries, the robotic experience and all the other experience, the agriculture sector and what have you, we will be counting on you. Okay. That's what our president wants us to do. That's what these ministers we will be talking.
And guess what? You learned all that information and we didn't even charge you for it.
Exactly.
Leave a contribution at the door, okay? But that's important, how to get there. You can't, it's going to be difficult to do business if you don't get on a plane and get there.
Yes.
David described as an opportunity for us that are engaged.
And he will be coming on the next trade visit.
Right.
We're bringing you, David.
Okay. So this is an opportunity for you to do that. Let me recognize, I forgot about it, let me recognize the president of the African Caribbean Business Council of Greater Philadelphia, Mr. Hamadou Traore here. There. I wanted to, as we are transitioning and hearing from the state presenters, as David pointed out, I want to ask Dr. Amy Green to come forward to speak. She is the director at the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, and she worked with us very closely at the African Caribbean Business Council. Before she went there, she was a professor of engineering at Temple University, and we have the benefit of a great genius like we have with Thomas and other young people. So without any further ado, let me introduce Dr. Jamie Green.
You see, I was just saying from myself. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. I don't hear you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. All right, let's wake it up. I am Dr. Green by name. I am the director of the Eastern Region. Welcome to the Eastern Region of the Department of Agriculture, home of the largest GDP section of agriculture in the state. We have the majority of the food processing, 2,500 companies as it currently stands, and we feed more than half of the state's folks in the Eastern Region. So welcome to my region. I am looking for the clicker.
Okay. Clicker, is it right here? Is something, Jamie?
Is this?
Yes,
here. David, you were special.
Is this you, David?
While David comes to get his, I certainly want to bring greetings on behalf of Governor Shapiro. I want to certainly thank Ambassador Gurley, Honorable Stan Strider, who has been a mentor for years. And I also want to say that I'm representing the Pennsylvania Secretary, Russell Redding. We are certainly honored to be here. I'm especially bringing warm welcomes to my colleagues in Ag and Commerce, and that would be Dr. Nute, Mr. Pegar Flangaya, did I pronounce correctly? Close enough? Forgive me, because you know I'm trying. Ambassador Snetter, and all members of the Liberian delegation representing President Boakai. It's an exciting day to witness Liberia in Philadelphia, a very exciting day. So in my other world, I'm a trained cognitive psychologist who does engineering to teach children how to enter the fields of food, water, energy, and waste management. I am an urban farmer, USDA recognized, all right? And so many, many generations of that. But I also want to welcome you to the birthplace of American democracy in Philadelphia, right? The city of brotherly love and sisterly leadership, ably led by our mayor, Sherelle Parker. So for all the women in the room, can I please have you stand up? I want to especially call out we understand that globally agriculture is led by women around the world. So while I love all of my brothers in the room, let's understand that the development opportunities by Liberia and other parts of the world are firmly housed in the relationship of how we treat our women and prepare our women. All right, so I just want to make that clear. I'm particularly pleased to address Liberia because one of my personal heroes, Dr. Asa Hilliard, served as the superintendent for education in 2003. Did you all know that? One of the greatest psychologists to ever come out of the United States. I am also pleased because another hero, Booker T. Washington of the famous Tuskegee Institute, home of the greatest American scientist of the 20th century, Dr. George Washington Carver, is memorialized in the name of Booker Washington Institute outside of Monrovia. See, I do my homework. I'm not coming to you playing around. So in that vein of standing on the shoulders of ancestors and the fact that we've had this beautiful connection, I just want to make it clear that in Pennsylvania, while I'm going to talk a little bit about what our priorities are, education is our top priority. Education is our top priority. So agriculture education is what we're going to focus on after this discussion. I have to go pretty fast because Stan only gave me 15 minutes, so I'm talking fast. So today I just want you to know that my name is Dr. Opportunity, Dr. Green, but you remember me as Dr. Opportunity. So let me flex a little bit about Pennsylvania agriculture. I don't know how many of you are familiar with how amazing agriculture is in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Show of hands, how many of you have ever heard anything about what we do? Besides you guys. All right, so a little bit of a flex. We are the #1 state in the United States for the number of farms that we have here. Young farmers, farmland that we've preserved so that nobody can do anything but farm on it, right? And we have 3 ports that link us to different markets. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, what's the third one, David? Erie. And Erie, right? We are the #1 state in many ways for organic sales. Livestock and poultry, organic mushrooms, #8 for organic milk. Now I'm going to talk about that because globally people are looking for clean food, organic food. And if you can introduce people to sustainable farming practices that increase organic, you're increasing health exponentially because we're minimizing impact on the soil and impact for the body condition. We're globally recognized for food, plant safety, food safety, animal health labs. Again, David mentioned our extraordinary university partnerships here. I'm going to share with you all that I've only seen 2 relationships between Liberia and at least Pennsylvania, and most of those are related to leadership and health. Nothing so far. So opportunity #1 is we need to establish some MOUs between universities. I brought 11 Nigerian engineering schools to Philadelphia to sign an agreement for Temple University, less than a decade ago, to work on joint technology transfer. So that relationship can certainly be built, focused on agriculture in this case. Agriculture trade program is run by our director, Christina Watson, who interacts very closely with David. And we educate the heck out of our kids, but we need to do more, all right? So one of the things I want to share in terms of the business at hand, we all understand we're in a very dynamic global geopolitical transition. Can the church say amen? So we, by whatever name you call the Most High, you cannot deny that we are in a dynamic, changing environment right now. But out of chaos, right, is opportunity. What did I say? I'm Dr. Opportunity. And so I want to share with you that in the last 4 years, there's been an 80% decrease in export of food from the United States to Liberia. 0% came out of Pennsylvania last year. When I tell you it's small, it's small. When I tell you that it means the opportunity is large, the opportunity is large. Here's a strategic PA Liberia trade opportunities. Again, this is very abbreviated. I'm happy to be available for additional conversation as we go along. Our number one products in the Commonwealth are dairy. You're going to look at them: dairy, poultry, cattle, organic, and PA preferred commodities. When we talk about PA preferred commodities that we want to export, again, 0% of our commodities in agriculture went to Liberia last year. The drop-off, even at 100%, it was not a large amount of exports. And David was sharing with you where the majority, if we're sending out a lot of money, we're spending a lot of money. This time is strategic now for us to engage in this discussion about how to set up relationships. How much of you know about hardwoods, forestry? Is that a big commodity market in Liberia? We are exporting extraordinary amounts of hardwoods, mostly to China. All right, so we have a huge market, but it's also an education opportunity for agroforestry and product development using hardwoods, et cetera. So that's the kind of partnership that we should be discussing. Ag tech innovations, I said I'm a hydroponic farmer. My team trains people in technical equipment for monitoring controlled environment agriculture indoors as the climate shifts. So from an engineering standpoint, we have to figure out how to be prepared as the globe changes in ways that we do not control. Understood? So that's a very big thing. The other is waste to energy conversion, biodigesters, anaerobic digesters. Are anybody familiar with those? It is the use of, for those of you who are not, it is the use of manure, right, to convert to energy that can be used to power cold storage, right, rural cold storage, rural pumps, et cetera, for processing down the future. So waste to energy conversion is going to be huge over the next 10 years. Now's the time to start training young people on what does that mean. Agriculture education, again, we've referenced that, and ag research partnerships, again. The technology transfer coming out of Pennsylvania, I think Senator Street said it so ably, this is a place where creative people come to thrive. And it's through our research partnerships we can make that happen. I did my homework, and I divided Liberia into 4 regions. Forgive me if I messed up a little, but for the sake of this discussion today, I divided northern, eastern, western, and central, and I hope I have the counties listed correctly in blue. I looked up your top companies right now, just as building on what David was talking about, and I wanted to come after him because I didn't want to lose the momentum of what he's talking about. These are joint venture opportunities. Cocoa, agro, rubber industries, do these look like familiar names to you all? Yeah. So the match is the potential joint venture partners that are based here in Pennsylvania already. These are large-scale providers who would need large aggregated amounts of goods, right, and commodities. But they do serve as a model if we follow up on what Thomas talked about and establish MOUs. There's an opportunity to aggregate crops, to sell at a larger level, and to ensure quality control that meets the standards of these folks, so they will establish joint ventures. And again, this is top tier. You start talking about a Cargill, you start talking about Hershey's, we're talking about a different level. We're talking about $500,000 deals, et cetera. But if we want to talk about 300 women in a farming cooperative who aggregate their crops and move it towards value addition, then we're talking about middle sector, smaller sector. And we use agriculture technologies to make that happen. If you have no energy though, if we don't do waste to energy conversion, if we don't do solar, and I'm talking about lifted solar. I don't like solar on the ground. We'll talk about that later. But I think that if we do lifted solar, we can power up the facilities to keep first level processing going. So NIMBA, I see where the cocoa is, and I saw the raw materials that Liberia produces. People ask me often, well, what is it that Pennsylvania needs? There are 5 crops. We import a lot. We import $400 million worth of lettuce. We don't need lettuce. And we import our lettuce from California. We have domestic import-export relationships. What we don't produce in Pennsylvania, we don't make coffee, we don't grow bananas, We don't grow oranges. What else don't we make? Rice. So when people talk about those commodities, those are things we don't do, but we also need other commodities. We'll talk about that again. Eastern, Western, Central, any questions about any of these in terms of where they are in the ecosystem and how we can position everyone to get to that level? All right.
I'm interested in this conversation.
All right. I'll make myself available through Brother Stan.
Yes.
All right. So next one. These are my two colleagues who are really your points of contact for the access to global markets. Heidi Secord is our Deputy Secretary. Christina Watson is in charge of our agriculture trade program. I'll introduce you to those two. I will say that I'm probably the most, I'm unapologetic, probably the most culturally confident person inside the Department of Ag. But my job is to lift up their knowledge so that if I'm not there, they can continue forward, right? Each one teach one, or many. So I'm looking forward to continuing. I will state this for the record. Your relationships in terms of global trade really should be going through David Breel's team. And it is a big deal that he is here. I don't want to misunderstand the fact that David Breel is in this room. So what would happen is a state to national MOU relationship would go through David Breel. We would become the subject matter experts to any initiatives that are agreed upon. Do you understand the structure of this?
Yes, yes.
Make peace, make friends with David Breel. You want to know how to make it go fast, you call Dr. Opportunity.
Thank you all. Thank you. So again, for those joining us again, this is the business meeting, the conference. For those in Liberia, those in the diaspora, this conference coincides with the visit of His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai. If you heard earlier from David Breel that there's some 500 billion, if I'm correct, David, or 50 or 500 into the world. I mean, in terms of trade, 500, right? So 500 billion. So it just, everything is tied into agriculture, Mr. Minister. At this time, without further ado, CEO Michael Coyle, can you please come up in terms of time? Let's give him a round of applause. Someone else we need to be looking at very closely on the spectrum. I guess it's a pleasure.
Let me just ask for 1 second. Someone lost their bag with their ID and checks and everything.
It's a bag that, just an interjection, there's a bag that's missing. If you find anything with an ID and other things in it, it may just be lying somewhere around. Let's just look around us and see if we can find it, okay? So for that little interruption, Michael here has been waiting. He has other engagements this afternoon. But if you heard David mention earlier about this wonderful CEO, it's a pleasure to have him join us here at the conference. And the last thing I'll say before he comes on is, this conference is practical. It's the first of a kind. We want to hear, we want realities, not theories. We want real practical experiences. Without further ado, Michael Brewer, please welcome him.
Thank you. Thank you to the Liberia delegation that is here. I will try to keep this short. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, David Breel, for the opportunities. And I'm going to talk about those here in just a moment. And Dr. Opportunity for representing some of the things that are happening here in Pennsylvania. It is with a pleasure to discuss our experiences working in Africa. We have started with going to Côte d'Ivoire thanks to the promotions group in Côte d'Ivoire. They had seeked us out, and unbeknown that as a American company that there's this opportunity that exists in Africa. And I was hesitant at first to engage to go to Africa because, well, it's not right down the street. It's not a short flight. There's a lot that you have to step through. And while there was some difficulty in thinking about how far away this is and making the travel happen, I have to say it was probably the most eye-opening opportunity that I have ever seen. It's amazing. If you haven't been there, you need to get there now. So with that opportunity, we decided to not just come into Cote d'Ivoire and go to Abidjan. We decided to travel the entire countryside and to understand the culture at every step, traveling the roads, going off grid, in comparison to where we're at here. There's roads that need to be installed, and we're on that road. And we had to learn about how people are farming. And within the farming areas, one of the things that we saw immediately as a company is that there's people in there they have a backpack on, they're walking and they're spraying. They're spraying the trees, whether it's a cashew tree or it's a field of corn. First thing I thought about was the fertilizer that they're spraying is a chemical. It is cancer causing. If nobody knows that, we need education to start with. The education process is available out there. And within the education, it can come through train-the-trainer programs that were mentioned here today, the MOU that was signed. We signed an MOU. These types of programs, we're sitting there saying, hey, don't even breathe the chemicals in, make sure you're wearing masks, things of this nature. So it crosses over into healthcare as well, right? There's opportunities here within the agricultural space to women and men. So when you're hearing about labor is changing, it's shifting. Robotics are coming into place, and you need to educate yourself on those opportunities. And if you have a lower level education where you just come out of high school, there's opportunities. If you have a trade degree, a PhD level, there's opportunities for analysis and so forth. So there's varying levels of opportunity that I see available in Africa through the use of sensors, through drone technology, through robotics. And there's schools and universities here in Pennsylvania. There's companies like ours that are also providing these types of programs. So the opportunity is there. You need to take the time, engage with Pennsylvania, talk to David Briel, Dr. Opportunity, herself, Dr. Green, and learn what is available. It's there. And so the opportunity is bidirectional. It doesn't matter your gender. It doesn't matter your political beliefs. It's bipartisan. It's available for everybody. The opportunity is now. In Liberia, I see major opportunities. The opportunities there, again, are in agriculture, as we've seen. There's opportunities in surveying. We see opportunities in port security. There are so many opportunities from our perspective as a drone company, and I don't want to just push on that. That's why I mentioned all these other items that are out there. There's opportunities, whatever field you're in, and it's important to engage with the state. It's important to engage with the delegation and to make sure you get involved. And it's the persistence. You have to be there. If you're not there, if you don't ask for the visa necessarily, then nothing will happen. You can't send one email. You need to engage and consistently show your proposal and show the opportunity that you provide. So I would like to notify anybody in here that's a small business, a medium-sized business, that you need to be involved. And I hope that you would get involved with Liberia as a Pennsylvania startup company or a mid-sized company. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. And he's going to be a little engaged in the afternoon. But just keep in mind a few things here in the agricultural sector. We talk about that grant before, that 10 that has a deadline in October. It has to go through David Briel's office. And small, medium enterprises, talking about drones, sectorial work. We're going to need you there in that discussion as well. The ideal thing here is that now we are really making things practical where we are connecting with this first of a kind conference we're having. It's less talk, more implementation. Everyone who's here, everything has been tied to agriculture. Before David Coyle, before you leave us, we want to make sure we have that representation with the Minister of Agriculture through the Minister himself here, the Small Medium Enterprise, the Executive Director of the National Investment Commission. Again, it's a great opportunity today that you're here. We're going to make sure on the next trade mission to Liberia, which is coming up, marking this administration's initiative, you are going to be on that trip. The word trade, David, the other David, and through our ambassador, Madam Schwartz, let's give her a round of applause again. We're going to be going to Liberia and practicalizing what we are learning from this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. So we are approaching lunchtime, and I know you are very tired. Everyone needs to take a break, and we need to eat something. So we're going to speed it up real quick. So it's good listening to Michael and David and Grain. We thank you for your interest and this opportunity. We thank you. So the fact that you mentioned all of the opportunities in the private sector, I just want you to know one thing. President Boyka has always been keen on the private sector. He has always had interest in growing the private sector because the private sector is the engine of growth. There's no way a country will grow without the private sector. So I think this is something we need to jump on. The private sector, we need more U.S. businesses. Now I'm telling you to say that with all of the investments that the U.S. put into Liberia, sometimes I wonder, why would you put so much money in a country when your folks are not benefiting? You invest in Liberia, but we see others from different countries go into the country to benefit from what we have. You talk about countries having resources. You talk about Ukraine having resources. Liberia has double. When it rains, you find gold on the ground. Kids are picking up gold and diamond all over the place. And you look in other countries, and you put so much money in Liberia, I think that U.S. investors begin to benefit from the resources that they put into our country. I see there's a lonely U.S. investor in Liberia. He's my good friend, Steve Cashin. We've been knowing each other for a very long time when I first took office. Steve Cashin is in Liberia, and I meet him every time I go there. We happen to be sometimes in the same hotel. And I see this guy just walking around, a lonely guy, no one to keep his company. You know who he hangs out with? The U.S. ambassador. I said, man, you can do better than that. And he said he was supposed to come here today to talk to you about joining him. So I'm asking you to come and join and benefit from the resources that we have. We're talking about mutual benefit. You put so much in our country, I think you need to benefit also, like other countries are doing. So we thank you, and we are at the point of launching. I think you see on your agenda, you will find that we were talking about launching the investment magazine. Welcome, Councilwoman Blackwell. It's a pleasure having you. She's a bridge builder. She's so wonderful. She's the person I was just speaking about just not too long, about how she brings that, not just Liberians and the Liberian community, but the rest of the African Caribbean community together. And so we are happy to have you. Welcome. So we will just talk briefly about this magazine that we're launching. This is the investment magazine. We have reached out to businesses to showcase your business magazine. This magazine is about showcasing Liberia's opportunities. We will then begin to send these around the world in every mission, at every business conference that we can reach from Washington, D.C. to London, to the rest of Europe and Africa. So you have the opportunity to showcase your business in this magazine. I have a young man here, Michelle Griswold. He's working on it. You can contact him. He will give you more details on what you need to do. Michelle, do you want to speak a little bit about it?
How you guys doing? Well, I'm Michelle Bracewell. I'm one of the, this magazine. Like she said, this magazine is basically like the greatest thing, library, the mic, okay. Can you guys hear me? Perfect. Okay. Again, Michelle Bracewell. Like, Ambassador just give you a little bit of insight. This magazine basically is like the greatest thing Liberia, can never really put together right now. I'll tell you, this magazine consists of so much good information for investors, not just the creativity, but just the whole combinations, for investors that's coming in and investors that's already on ground. So, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of, heads up. Also, this magazines, we're going to be launching this also online, so that's something will be coming up soon. When I say the greatest, that's Liberia have right now, we are going to be showing this magazine on the Apple Store, things like that. You probably never heard that from any other magazine in Liberia, and I'm saying that, But yes, so Apple Store, this magazine is going to be featured there. If you have a Google form, so also that will be there. And, we just want you guys to really just take a clear view of, she's going to click through it, so just a click.
Okay.
There we go. So you could just browse to it. Just click. Yeah, there we go. Very rich information, images, everything great. I'm giving you guys some silence just to focus.
A lot of pages, huh?
We're almost there. Here we go.
I think that's it.
That's it. Well, thank you guys.
So again, it's about touching lives. Those beautiful pictures can only happen when we connect the U.S. to Liberia. And I think one of the things that come to mind is the mentor, the mentee aspect of it, where businesses here that are succeeding can bring those little businesses small and medium in Liberia. Not only the trade mission and what have you, but we're looking into how we can, in fact, harmonize that relationship. So it's something the trade office will be doing as well. Now, at this time, there's no Philadelphia without this next personality. Stan Strutter will bear with me. And Senator Street, who left here, will also bear with me. I know you've had some contact as well. It behooves me, and it's actually, an honor to have been in Philadelphia for some 40 years, and this name has always come to bounce back at us. And the good thing about this individual I want to say more is every program we have, that's Liberia, everything that connects with the city. This is our matriarch, this is our pioneer, and it gives me great honor to introduce to you Madam Jenny Blackwell. Later on, yes. We just want you to welcome us, and then we'll do the citation later.
Thank you.
I mean, just her entering the room, I had to acknowledge that. So
Thank
she's just going to greet us a little bit. There's going to be citations later on. But again, let's give her a round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. And my brother Stan, who does so much for so many, who's been with us, who's part of the first head of the Mayor's Commission on African and Caribbean Immigrant Affairs, and so many other organizations that we do, and now Africa Town, and so much. We want to say thank you to him and to all of you. I don't know if Wolfie's here or Gaston, but it is a pleasure to be here with all of you. Let me say a special welcome, a special thank you for being committed enough to be here to contribute, to try to help each other, to try to give out information and bring your special talents to improve the lives of everyone, to help us all. So on behalf of the Mayor's Commission on African and Caribbean, that I represent, where I'm first vice chair, I say welcome to all of you. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you and God bless.
Just for me, please. Give her another big hand, please, okay? She deserves it. She deserves it. We have, Sam Gibson? Sam is around? We have a reception this evening at the African American Museum of Philadelphia, starting at 5:30 or so. It's 701 Arch Street. Our sponsors are here. The World Trade Center, Greater Philadelphia, Dave Grohl's office, of course, the Chamber, the U.S. Liberian Chamber of Commerce. Come on up, Sam. I wanted you to mention that and just to talk to everybody so we can then go to lunch and eat and marry and have some more fun. Sam Gibson.
Thank you, Stan. My name is Frederick Sam Gibson. This evening, the Chamber, U.S. Liberia Chamber of Commerce, will be hosting you to a reception. We deemed this necessary as our tradition when you 701 Arch Street, as our tradition when we are or you are invited to visit with us. It's customary that we treat you. So this evening, the Chamber will be able to host you at a reception at 701 Arch Street. Thank you.
So Gurley, we are ready to break for lunch. During lunch, we invited the Honorable Christopher Chaplin, the Honor Council of Jamaica, to give a few brief remarks. We also have with us the former president and currently the secretary of the Philadelphia Society for the Promotion of Agriculture here to bring greetings during lunch also. So let me first of all, His Excellencies, the guests, all of you want to thank you, and please give the Honorable Ambassador Gurley T. Gibson Schwartz a big hand. And okay, we're going to reconvene about at 45 minutes after lunch and continue with the rest of the program, okay? Thank you, everyone. So, David.
all organizations, NGOs, and social clubs in and out of Liberia. Are you tired of relying solely on social media to run your operations? An effective web platform is your most important marketing tool, and that's where Tiamet.com comes in. Hello, my Liberian people. My name is Sophia, and I want you to consider this. 53% of consumers do online research about an organization before talking to someone from that institution. That means not having a website could be costing you opportunities. Step up your game and establish a professional online presence. Introducing our web platform, designed specifically for 501c organizations, small businesses, and political organizations, social clubs, etc. At Tiamet.com, we understand how important it is to make a great digital first impression, which is why we offer you all the help needed to develop, maintain, and host NGOs and small and big organization websites by giving you a full suite of services that includes automatic billing for members, membership and visitor portals, first-class design and functionality, and much more. The best part is, it only costs $20 per month. Upgrade your image today with our customized web design services. Visit www.tiamet.com to get started. This is a Liberian-owned business.
In our community, we help each other. But when it comes to prescription pain medication, such as opioids, sharing isn't helping, it's harming. What works for you could be dangerous, even deadly for somebody else. Don't share your opioids. Instead, help by guiding your family, friends, and neighbors to a
Hi, my name is Theophilus Julipan Nelson I. I am the founder and CEO of Lift Africa LLC. Lift Africa started as an employment agency that sought the employment of immigrants coming to the U.S. and finding ways and means to go to start life in this great country. Now we have added airport pickups and drop, car rental, or rental. As you see, we have a new business location. Started with just a little office part, but today we have a whole complex that we can do a lot of stuff with.
Hello everyone, my name is Geneva Kreitz. I'm the Executive Administrator of Uplift Africa. We have an excellent employment rate at our company. We work with and for you regardless of your situation. If you've ever been in prison, maybe your background isn't great, do not worry. We have a place for you here. We believe in equal opportunity for everyone, especially you. So sign up today and begin earning.
My name is Emmanuel B. Horton, Operational Director for Live Africa. Live Africa is the place to be.
Again, we'd like to welcome Liberia's Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Nuta, to Philadelphia. He's in Philadelphia for the launch of the Liberia Business Conference. And we also have Mr. Dean Wilson, who is moderating and co-anchoring the conference here in Philadelphia. I want to thank you both. And Mr. Minister, it's very important that we throw some enlightenment on why this conference is important. Secondly, we've heard numerous speakers allude to agriculture being the mainstay of how we leapfrog the Liberian economy. Can you throw some light on what the government is doing, what the Ministry of Agriculture is doing to leapfrog and to attract direct foreign investment to help regenerate the Liberian economy?
Thank you. Look, agriculture remains the key sector of our economy. And as a government, since the inception of the Industrial Human Broadband Administration, what we first tried to do as a government was to clearly define the path we want to take agriculture to. By that, we were able to launch first the National Agricultural Development Plan that clearly articulates what we want to achieve over the next 5 years. In that plan, we try to identify key value chains that we think developing will lead to not just food security, but poverty alleviation among our people. We are trying to see, first of all, how we can look at the food security related crops. We want to be able to scale up rice production because rice is a critical commodity. Those of you who are associated with Liberia, you know the 1980s, everything that happened in Liberia was because of rice. So what we've tried to do is to set a target where we reduce our dependence on the importation of rice. Because it has been one of the key areas that we've had issues, not just for political reasons, but even the fiscal space. We spend over $200 million annually to import rice. So the president is committed to ensuring that we reduce our dependence by scaling up rice production. So over the last year, we were able to increase production of rice because we set a target of doing 50,000 hectares of lowland for 5 years. So last year and this year, we'll be doing about 10,000 hectares on a production. We still have 4,000 hectares, 40,000 hectares left. Right? To be able to do that, we've also been able to see how we scale up our irrigation possibilities. We have now trying to establish mechanization service centers where we bring in machinery to support land preparation for our farmers, to also support post-harvest handling. So by the end of the year, we have had already 8 mechanization centers in the predominantly rice production regions of the country. Besides rice, we are also looking at cassava, which is one of the most important economic products out there, both for income generation and food security. We are trying to move beyond subsistence production method into mechanized systems. So we put the farmers into groups of 50 and place them on 200 acres. Government is investing in land preparation for them. We pay for the machines because we don't have some of our own. We hire the private sector actors who do land preparation for them for the first year. We gave them improved cassava cuttings to support food production. In order to create market opportunity for them, we are also supporting the private sector to build a starch production factory. That construction is ongoing. By the end of the year, we are hopeful that we will have the equipment and the factory in place so that those who are producing cassava will have market for them. Besides cassava, we also are trying now to expand the production of maize to support our corporate industry.
Excellent. Okay. Mr. Minister, let me just jump right in because one of the other concerns is that a lot of what our people do agriculturally is they in fact still do seasonal planting and growing. One of the challenges has been storage in terms of bananas, the crops to grow, how we're storing. Any plans whatsoever to incorporate even the rice production with the cassava plant? How much are we doing? And I follow you very closely. You've been very impacted in terms of hands-on and grounds-on. That disconnect with moving things from the market or production areas to a storage center, is the government looking into some of those areas?
In fact, one of the things the government did was to develop what we call a zero post-harvest loss strategy.
Right.
You know, one of the challenges we had, like the director said, is how do we manage from production to preservation into the market?
Right.
There have been this gap. We have developed a strategy that will now allow us to build post-harvest handling facilities like storage across some of the regions where production is taking place. And in fact, this is so critical that the president himself, I remember last year, I took him to one of our production fields where we have 1,000 hectares rice production taking place. The first question was, do we have in place storage facility for this?
Right.
So what we did immediately was to bring in some emergency or short-term measures, brought in mobile storage facility to be able to store the crop.
Excellent. Excellent.
What we intend to do we have not started, earnestly, we've not started that. We want to be able to introduce post-harvest handling equipment that will allow the farmers who are producing get their crop in a safe place before the marketing. So we are looking at some mobile,
short-term storage facility. Right.
For the vegetables and perishable commodities. We have been trying to do some cold storage facility produced for them. Most of our projects right now, if you are supporting women to grow vegetables, they should be aligned with cold storage facilities. So when they produce the fresh vegetable, they have it somewhere ready for the market.
The other question, and then Sam will come in, is this. If we followed the president very well from his days at LPMC, which now, in fact, you're reintroducing commodities around the country, storages, and what have you. One of the things that we've learned from this conference that is impacting has highlighted cooperatives. Every word that has been mentioned from the beginning of the conference so far has been agriculture, even robotics, even the guy who spoke projects in the Ivory Coast about, in fact, insecticides. One of the concerns is that how we mentor small agro projects here connecting to farmers, you forming cooperatives, that is the direction we see this trade conference is going. And Mr. Minister, there's no better time to have you with us at an opportune time when the president is visiting, first of his kind. My question then is, are we ready to sometimes connect some of the information here directly, because everybody wants to talk to you. How are you going to be connecting the experiences from the business conference to some of those sectors, and where do you think you can get help the most from this conference?
Yesterday, before we even came, we've been having conversation with the Liberia Cooperative Society. We call it the Liberia Farmer Cooperative here in Philadelphia. We want to be able to use the diaspora experience and mingle it with what is happening locally. We are encouraging these cooperatives who are based in the U.S. to go back to Liberia and work for smallholder farmers. So we are having the meeting with them today. Excellent. They sent me a concept note that I've looked at. We have been engaged with them because you cannot succeed in agriculture depending on just the smallholders. Unless you organize them, you will not pull the resources together well. But when they are organized into production units in the form of cooperative, they are able to pool resources and scale up production. So yes, the meeting from here, information from here is going to be disseminated to our people, and we're going to be encouraging those of you who are here in the diaspora with the connection to organize and engage our farmers. We are prepared to work with you to make that happen. Excellent. We're going to do that.
Excellent. Now, I wanted to follow up on some of the challenges that would-be investors are having when they go to Liberia. There have been reports that they get the runaround. They're not able to meet decision makers. How is the Ministry of Agriculture structured now under your leadership to ensure that they're speeding up these investors who are coming, they're being more friendly to these investors and things like that? How is that working now?
Well, my personal experience is that sometimes some of those investors who gave the negative information are not giving the correct information. Personal experience, we have a duty waiver policy at the Ministry of Agriculture. When you are importing any agriculture-related equipment, once you request from the Ministry of Agriculture, we grant you this duty waiver. But there are people who are going to do investment in mining. They want to get duty waiver from the Ministry of Agriculture.
Abuses and wastages to the system. How are you regulating that, Mr.
Yes. And I've stood the ground.
Okay.
They've published against me that, I'm trying to deny specific investor who came with one, excavator. You are bringing excavator in the country, and you're telling me it's for agriculture. Excavator. You are bringing a bulldozer, one bulldozer. You say it's for agriculture purposes. And I asked, where is your farm? there is no evidence of your involvement in any mechanized farming. So then how am I sure that this bulldozer or the excavator is going to be used for agriculture?
Well, Mr. Minister, then I guess one will ask a question as to maybe some further digging into these packages that are coming in, because you may have something targeted for Kip Mount and it's found in River G, and there's abuses. So how are you getting support in making sure, and I think that would be the final question, in guarding your good effort into the wrong areas, where there's abuses?
This is what we are doing. We have a system in place. We have a division of coordination that makes sure that if you submitted a proposal that you want to do this, we've got to follow on it.
Great.
We have
know
our
what the site is.
Yeah, we're going to have our ME team in the field trying to verify. Because this is what has happened in the past. People use agriculture as the path to do too many things that are unrelated to agriculture. We discovered that before we even came to this position. So we try to ensure that what we think has been wrong with the system will not be repeated while we are there. But because you want to do the right thing, you will always have people criticize. And you will see some of the couple of publications. And I've told them, well, you can say whatever you want to say. As long as this is not what we think is right, we're not going to follow you.
Sam, I think it's been a breath of fresh air.
Thank you.
Because we're breaking, but we are very happy.
Thank you, Mr. Minister,
to hear some promising
for taking time to talk to us. And so on behalf of the LRTN, we thank you for joining us.
Excellent.
Thank you. I do appreciate it. We are here till tomorrow. We want to have more engagement, and I want to urge you to do your best to promote Liberia.
Thank you.
There is great potential in the sector, and we depend on you to make it happen.
And the good news is that LRTN, and I'll just share this, the platform we're on, is probably the leading, radio network that I can get access to Liberia anytime. So we're very happy, and I'm just a subsidiary to the supports to inform our people back home. I think we're more happy, and we're gratified to have you with us.
Good luck, Mr. Minister.
It's an honor to talk.
Thank you. Good luck.
Hi, my name is Theophilus Julipan Nelson I. I am the founder and CEO of Lift Africa LLC. Lift Africa started as an employment agency that sought the employment of immigrants coming to the U.S. and finding ways and means to go to start life in this great country. Now we have added airport pickups and drop, car rental, or rental. As you see, we have a new business location. Started with just a little office part, but today we have a whole complex that we can do a lot of stuff with.
Hello everyone, my name is Geneva Kreitz. I'm the Executive Administrator of Uplift Africa. We have an excellent employment rate at our company. We work with and for you regardless of your situation. If you've ever been in prison, maybe your background isn't great, do not worry. We have a place for you here. We believe in equal opportunity for everyone, especially you. So sign up today and begin earning.
My name is Emmanuel B. Horton, Operational Director for Live Africa. Live Africa is the place to be.
Welcome to LRTN, and we have with us Dr. Clarence Moniba, who is in the United States visiting and has taken up time to join us here at the Liberia Business Conference in Philadelphia. Dr. Moniba, welcome. And you've been listening to most of the speakers and some of the opportunities out here in the diaspora and how they can integrate some of that, some of those opportunities to help our people back home. The ordinary young person in Liberia, the market women, all of these people need to benefit from direct foreign investment. So far, what has been your assessment of this conference, and how can we use that to help the Liberian economy?
First of all, I'm extremely proud of the event today because I think these events is what will help to build and develop our nation. And it's not about any political party at this point. It's not about who supported who. It's about the development and transformation of our country. And so that's why I was so very happy to be a part of this, especially when you look at the high level of people engaged, not only from the Liberian side, but from the U.S. side as well, right? When we talk about the mayor's office of Philadelphia, we talk about the Commerce Ministry from their end as well. So I think first and foremost, it's very well put together. So of course, congratulations goes to Ambassador Curly Gibbons-Schwartz for being able to put together this and bring people like you all together to be able to promote one single agenda, which is the arrest agenda. When you talk about how it will affect the common person in Liberia, at the end of the day, we need foreign direct investment in our country to be able to develop our nation. We're not going to do it by ourselves, but what's important is that we have to be able to provide the opportunities to the common Liberian, right? When we talked about agriculture, there's a lady here from the U.S. who talked about, she's Dr. Opportunity. We have to be able to give the Liberian people the opportunity to succeed. And once we do that, we'll be able to develop and transform our country, not only from the highest level, but from the regular people who are the everyday Liberians, which is the goal.
One of the concerns that we had coming into the conference is how much different it will be. We heard about, in fact, the trainers training program with the workers union. We also are beginning to hear about the mentoring, the mentor-mentee program. I know you've been on the landscape for a while. Just add a little voice to how you think, contextualizing Liberia, the disconnects with businesses, especially the most needy areas. What would you suggest as possible linkages from these conferences we're hearing? The World Trade, we're hearing the state of Pennsylvania, the state of Philadelphia. How can you practicalize it that the common person in Liberia can access the resources?
What I like most about this conference is the fact that we were able to sign, the Liberian government was able to sign an MOU with the labor's union. Because that makes it, to your point, that makes it practical.
Where they can come here.
Where they can come to Liberia.
And get training here.
Exactly,
yes.
Liberians can leave Liberia, come to America, learn a trade, and most importantly, go back to Liberia.
And train other
people.
Excellent. Right.
And I think that's the most important. When we talk about trade, when we talk about development, that's the issue. It can't be abstract. It has to be felt by the common Liberian. And I think this MOU is part of it. And I think that's how we continue to push the line. But it can't only be this one thing. It has to be multiplied, not only here in America, not only here in Philadelphia, but on other continents. And so, as somebody who is outside of government, I think it's very important, if government really wants to be able to transform and bring development to the country, this cannot be a one-off. It has to be a regular thing.
So one of the conversations we had when you were in Namibia, for example, over the last week, I think the Trade Mission is consolidating visits to Liberia.
Yes.
They go annually.
Yes.
What other possibilities there would be to go to other countries, not just the U.S., but to get opportunities in South Africa, Namibia, where you were?
And to that point, we have to understand, and I know, we all of us from Liberia, and we always think that, America is the one-all. But we cannot continue that mindset if we want to develop our trade, our investments, our foreign direct investments. Europe is a huge market. We also have to start to focus on South investment as well. That has to be something that's so important. You mentioned, you were even talking about the MRU, the Mono River Union, and things of that nature. We have to be able to figure out how we can increase trade for Liberia in our region, in West African region, and then when you talk about the entire continent as well. So it's very important that this, like we've been saying, cannot be a one-off. This has to be one of many to be able to develop Liberia.
Dr. Monaba, I wanted to spend a moment and make sure that our people understand that as much as we have different approaches to political solutions and governance in Liberia, we have the opposition who is holding the government accountable. We have, private institutions that are trying. You have stepped up as a member of the opposition. It is a reality, but you have stepped up to be a part of the solution. And we want to let our people know that when Liberians step up, regardless of where they are on the political spectrum, it is not because they want a job. It is because they are Liberians first, and they want to be part of the solution. Can you speak a little bit about why you are involved in helping to find investors for Liberia?
Emmanuel, thank you so much for saying that, because I think we Liberians sometimes put politics over nation. I'm not in government, as you rightly said.
Right.
I'm in quote-unquote opposition. But you cannot be in opposition to the development of Liberia. If you're in opposition to the development of Liberia, you're not a true Liberian. So yes, I'm not part of this government. I'm not going to work for this government. But what I do want to see for the people of Liberia is transformation. I want to see better jobs coming to Liberia. I want to see better training and mentorship and everything else so that Liberia can be uplifted. Liberia should be, honestly, and all of us again are from Liberia, Liberia should be the best country in West Africa. We should be talking about Liberia should be the best country in Africa. But the only way to do that is when we put aside our political mindset, right? This isn't about you, this is about Liberia. This isn't about me running for president and not winning, and so I want the government to fail. No, it's about how can we ensure that the reason I'm here is to make sure that I can also suggest investors who want to come to Liberia. And that's what all Liberians should be doing if we truly want to develop and transform our country.
So, Sam, many have called him the young Obama of Liberia.
Yes.
It's an honor to have you.
Thank you so
it's a
much.
pleasure lending us your time.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
I appreciate it.
Sure.
Dr. Clarence Moniba, a Liberian who's attending the business conference. Thank you for joining us on behalf of LRTN. We thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
In our community, we help each other. But when it comes to prescription pain medication, such as opioids, sharing isn't helping, it's harming. What works for you could be dangerous, even deadly for somebody else. Don't share your opioids. Instead, help by guiding your family, friends, and neighbors to a doctor. Real help saves lives. This message is brought to you by the Multicultural Community Family Services in partnership with LRTN.
This is LRTN, and we have with us Ambassador Charles Snetter, who is representing the President of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph N. Boakai, who is also in Washington, D.C., meeting with the President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump, on invitation. And I also have with me Mr. Dean Wilson, who has joined me as we talk to Mr. Snetter. Mr. Snetter, you're here and you've listened to speakers and the opportunities that Liberia now has, especially from Philadelphia. One of the concerns that most investors have, and you did allude to it a little bit, was the rule of law and how this government of Mr. Boakai is working to ensure that investors can trust the rule of law as they bring their multi-million-dollar investment to Liberia. It will be protected. Speak a little bit about what government is doing to ensure that investors find a friendly climate.
You know, first of all, as you just said, Emmanuel, you have to have something to protect your investment. Okay, how do you carry an investment somewhere and overnight it is gone? No support from the government. Okay, you have to start from the top and come to the bottom. The actions that are being taken right now by this government is making sure that the future on investment security is assured. Okay, making sure that if you come there, you bring $100,000. You want to register your business, and somebody's giving you the runaround. That is not going to happen. Okay, you're going to go to the registry, and if you don't want to do that, go through a law firm, and they will handle that for you. Nobody's going to say, pay me first. If you come across that, there's a way of reporting it and making sure that it doesn't happen.
So, Ambassador Snetter, we're happy to have you join representing the President, His Excellency, Joseph Yoma Boakai. We understood from the inception, this conference was, as a matter of coincidence, with the visit of the President. It had been earlier planned. And no better person to speak on behalf of His Excellency than yourself. The Minister of Agriculture had mentioned some wastages people importing equipment and using it in other sectors under the name of, part of which is corruption, under the name of the Ministry of
And trying to
Agriculture.
get waivers.
Our president at LPMC at the time did a lot of great work in storages and whatever. The minister also spoke to that. I guess the best question is that how is the president feeling about this conference when in your conversations with him? This is the first time practical conference that is we're hitting the ground running. Did you have any sentiments from the president or any words from him?
First of all, the respect that he has for the ambassador, for Gurley. That's the first thing. He respects this lady so much. Okay, that's why, even when they offer her another post after she was at
the King of
and
in London.
She said, Mr. President, please, I want to go back to what I was doing.
Yeah.
And he respects that. And he had planned to be here, okay, but that backfired. Then he asked his Minister of State, Sylvester Grisby, to be here. But unfortunately, Mr. Grisby couldn't make it, so they looked at me and said, well, Charlie, you please go and represent us because you know you do your best for us. But because of his sole interest in agriculture, that's his number one love, he is interested in being here. Pennsylvania is a very interesting state.
Well, we'll tell you a story before we go further. LRTN, about 3 years ago, when the president was running for office, we had the opportunity to host him here in Philadelphia. We had the opportunity to host him at Pastor Single's church. And many pundits have mentioned that for 3 hours we had the president with us, and he formed a line and was answering questions. We want you to tell the president that LRTN, us in PA, we owes us a visit. We were the ones who, in fact, was one of the first states that and I happened to be moderating that 3-hour session.
I remember
So we are asking those good greetings to him, and we are happy to see that he's visiting the U.S. with President Trump. What are some of the anticipations in terms of what could benefit Liberia on the global stage, where 4 presidents have been invited to this meeting with President Trump? What do you envisage? What are some of your thinking, or what do you think could happen with this visit?
America is one of our biggest supporters from day one, as you know that. Okay, and America, I don't think would ever want Liberia to get out of their hands.
Right.
Other superpowers are in Liberia, you know that, and they are showing their might. And America needs to say, hey, that's my playground.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm expecting wonders from America. When I say wonders, I'm looking at technology. They had already started improving our electrical system. Okay, we had just won the Millennium Compact, and then all of this USAID thing just fell. They have to find another way to bring that back because it is needed. Okay, without energy, you cannot have big industry. There are 1 or 2 industries in Liberia right now, but they're running their own electrification system, which doesn't make any sense.
So you let the president know, LRTN, and let him know that we're waiting for a thank you visit to Pennsylvania.
You don't have,
we're waiting because we launched this program
you don't have
3 years ago.
You don't have to wait
extend
for him
our message
you don't have
to
wait
him.
for him to come.
You will bring him to us.
He can even do the interview from Monrovia.
No, but we want to visit to PA.
Very good.
And I think we stand to that. We really want you to plan that.
The UN.
You don't just come to us with the UN visit is coming.
The UN General Assembly.
He has to say a thank you visit to us.
Okay.
And on behalf of LRTN and my dear brother and friend Sam, it's a pleasure. Extend greetings to the president.
For so many
and Ms. Ambassador, just before we wrap up, I wanted to put in this question to you. Many Liberians who are watching this broadcast again are holding on to the view that, this is just another memorandum of understanding. The ordinary person in the street, those in the marketplaces, this is a big deal. This business conference is a big deal that the government has come to be a part of. You signed on behalf of the Liberian government along with other, ministers. What are you telling the young people in Liberia who have seen this? What are you telling them? Is this just another MOU? What are you saying to the young people?
Just a few months ago, when the military, the armed forces of Liberia, did an announcement that they're looking for young men and women, the BTC was bombarded.
Yes.
I expect when this announcement come up, wherever the office will be, that office is going to be bombarded. But my concern is to make sure that whoever is receiving this opportunity really comes and do the training and return and serve. How do you guarantee that? There's a situation right now with Liberians overstaying
their visas.
Okay, we have to find a solution for that.
Yes.
Okay, there is a committee that is working on that. Are we going to have the bond system? Are we going to have a system of guarantee? So all of these kind of things are being worked on right now.
Excellent.
Okay?
Excellent. Thank you.
So I'm going to make sure I signed the agreement on behalf of the government. I'm going to carry a copy to Minister Gracewell. I said, I signed on behalf of you guys. I want to be part of this thing to make sure that it is done properly. Because some of these guys will say, oh, this is my opportunity to go to America. You know it.
Yes.
Okay? So we are grateful for it, but it has to be organized properly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you again. And on behalf of LRTN, we thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Theophilus Julipan Nelson I. I am the founder and CEO of Lift Africa LLC. Lift Africa started as an employment agency that sought the employment of immigrants coming to the U.S. and finding ways and means to go to start life in this great country. Now we have added airport pickups and drop, car rental, hall rental. As you see, we have a new business location. Started with just a little office part, but today we have a whole complex that we can do a lot of stuff with.
Hello everyone, my name is Geneva Kreitz. I'm the Executive Administrator of Uplift Africa. We have an excellent employment rate at our company. We work with and for you regardless of your situation. If you've ever been in prison, maybe your background isn't great, do not worry. We have a place for you here. We believe in equal opportunity for everyone, especially you. So sign up today and begin earning.
My name is Emmanuel B. Horton, Operational Director for Live Africa. Live Africa is the place to be.
Welcome back to LRTN, and we are here at the Liberia Business Conference in Philadelphia, and we have with us Mr. Melvin Sheriff Sr., the Executive Director of the National Investment Commission, a key Liberian government entity that is positioned to work with direct investors who are interested in doing business in Liberia. Mr. Sheriff, thank you for joining us. You've been at the conference, you've observed everything that has been going on. How is the National Investment Commission positioned? What is your capacity level for welcoming new investors, direct foreign investment to Liberia this time? What systems do you have in place? Can you speak a little bit about that?
So as you may be aware, that the National Investment Commission is the premier agency that promotes investment opportunities in Liberia. And we welcome this, we truly welcome the fact that this conference is going on in the U.S. and we can have partners that can partner with NIC to actually promote Liberia as an investment destination. You know, this is something that we say we cannot be everywhere at the same time, and so, you know, having partners like the trade office, you know, we buy other Liberians as well, promoting Liberia, that's something we definitely You're quite aware of His Excellency agenda, which is the arrest agenda, promoting agriculture, roads, infrastructure. There are a lot of opportunities that Liberia actually provide. And as an investment agency, it's part of our role to promote every sector, especially the arrest agenda.
So, Director Sharif, it brings to mind, as we had an earlier conversation, I did work the Investment Commission in 81, 82 when I left the university. Everything that's happening here, you are the mitochondrion. You are, in fact, the framework that this collapses on. The question is, the Minister of Agriculture was just mentioning some wastages in terms of equipment being brought in the country, receiving investment incentives, and funding other sectors. They talk about a mentoring program, mentor-mentee program, trainer program. Everything collapses on you. What are the ways you think the Investment Commission can induce and support this thing that, like international companies going in, can have you as a one-stop hub, as a starter? Are you in the very phase in the beginning?
So you see, there's a challenge, and we're very glad that this is a good opportunity to train Liberians and give them the requisite skills. We've attracted a lot of investments in Liberia. You've heard about Liberia over the years have attracted over 16 billion in investments in mining, in infrastructure, in energy, and some other sectors. But some of the challenges that we continue to see, or some of the lapses, some of these multinationals, will come and say you don't have the skill set, or you don't have the capacity, quote unquote. Those are some of the words that we hear often. You don't have the capacity. So we think that the signing of the MOU will actually help a lot, because then it creates skills so that we are able to.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
The trainer
component from the investments that we attract.
The training aspect.
Exactly. Exactly. So, because a lot of the time, these are their needs for highly specialized skills. And sometimes we don't have the capacity, to provide those skills. We're glad to definitely be working, because we've done some studies along those lines to see what are some of the skill sets that are required by some of these multinationals.
That's what you will be connecting to the different sectors. Well, Mr. Sharif and my dear friend Sam, we are out of time. The conference is going to resume, but it's been a wonderful pleasure having you with us.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you coming.
I'm supposed to present.
Okay, come on forward, please. Chase it out of there and have a seat, okay? I want to, Dean, I just need you to summarize where we are before I introduce the next speakers, and remind people where we're on, and have the ambassador come back, and then I'll introduce the speakers and Mrs. Blackwell to do the citation, and then you can consider with the program. Okay? Thank you.
For those of us in the back, if we're still getting our lunch, if we can have some quiet in the back, please. We're just about to resume the afternoon section of the conference. Thank you so much. And for many of those who are joining us from Liberia, for many of us who are joining from Liberia, and those of us from other states, the diaspora, we say a big welcome back. This is the business conference. We just started this morning, and we just want to connect. For those just tuning in on the radio station back home, those that are surfing Facebook and other avenues, we just want to say a big thank you for tuning in. The business conference started this morning. It coincides with the visit of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Liberia, Joseph Yema Boakai, his visit to Washington with His Excellency Donald J. Trump, the President of the USA. So we are happy to be back. Most things that were covered this morning, we had information, very vital information, from the arrest agenda, which is the mantra of the Joseph Boakai administration, the investment agenda, and we were able to experience many opportunities. Officials from the state, the city, was signed earlier this morning, and we have seen a big difference with this conference. And then I will just let us move along. We've tried through Ambassador Schwartz to practicalize the conference, to make it more practical, more meaningful, so that it begins to, in fact, translate and touch the lives of many of our small and medium businesses in Liberia, the carpenters, the masoners. And the great news from the conference so far is folks from Liberia have an opportunity to come here in the U.S. and get trained as trainers and go back home to train our Liberian folks, small businesses in different sectors. So we want to give a round of applause to the team. I see also our matriarch, Blackwell and others, and we see many of the folks from here this morning are still here, and we say welcome back to the afternoon section. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean, for the summarizing and get this together. I want to do two quick things. The first one is to introduce brief remarks from the diplomatic corps. You heard from the president this morning. I want to introduce you to the Honorable Christopher Chaplin. He's the honorary counsel for Jamaica here in Pennsylvania. Chris?
Good afternoon, everyone. When in Jamaica, when somebody says good afternoon, we expect a good afternoon. But thank you. No, it's a pleasure to be here. As Stan mentioned, our president was here this morning. I'm actually the immediate past president. And I could not miss this investment forum. First of all, I have to say congratulations to the country of Liberia and your team for opening an office here in Philadelphia. Philadelphia is the place to be. We have great port, great international airport links, and you will not regret opening an office here. Things I always like to mention is sort of the brotherly and sisterly love we have from countries and our friends from Africa. I remember doing my DNA test and I came back, not Liberian, I apologize, but Nigerian. And so I always view any relationship that I can develop with countries in Africa as very positive. When I served as president of the Consular Corps, we tried to, and it's still a work in progress, to get more African diplomats stationed here in Philadelphia. Stan has been instrumental in getting a couple people involved. One of the things I will note is that in terms of investment, the African Export-Import Bank I'm a banker, 30 odd years, and so I look at the finance, I look at the effect of investment. And the Africa Export-Import Bank has committed $3 billion to the Caribbean for projects to be funded. And I think the last time that only allocated about $6 or $7 million US in the Caribbean. So there's funding there for projects in the Caribbean. Hopefully those projects are projects that you can work, the United States work Philadelphia into. So I'll just close by again congratulating Liberia and the team for opening here. If there's anything I can do to facilitate your entry, to facilitate anything you need, maybe introductions to other diplomats, thank you and have a good rest of our conference.
Thanks, Christopher. Next, I want to introduce you to the past president and currently the secretary of the Philadelphia Association for Promotion of Agriculture here. Scott has been very helpful in the kind of things we're doing and the expansion, along with David Webster, who is also a member, introduced me to the organization many years ago. Thank you for that. But also the opportunity to take the vast knowledge and wisdom and expertise of the association and help to take it to our African and Caribbean brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hi, everybody. Good to be with you today. and I bring you greetings from the Philadelphia Society for Promoting Agriculture. It is the oldest continuously operating agriculture society in the United States. Anybody take a guess on the date? 1785. So I've just spent the last couple of weeks working on a project. Many of you are aware we're celebrating our Declaration of Independence being 250 years old next year. And with that celebration, we have been encouraged to put together some kind of a project that shows the connection between our organization and and what's happening with the celebration. Hang with me to the point. I told Stan I'm not going to do the Methodist preacher thing and preach for 45 minutes. Sorry. But what we're doing is looking at people from the past who have had this connection from the agriculture society, but also were very involved in the public. And so over the last week, I've looked at the biography of a person who is a judge who actually got tired of people complaining about right down the road here, the bridge over the Schuylkill River not being there. And it takes 2 extra days to go to get their product to market. And so he led a company that put together a bridge proposal and built one of the first major bridges across the Schuylkill River. So there's that kind of thing. That's a judge. That's not a carpenter, that kind of thing. He was the guy that led everything. I also read about somebody who was a retired public official, and he retired to his farm, and he took up the study of all things. Anybody know what apiary is? Bees. So he became an expert in bees after he retired from public service, and moved out and became, a person who was approaching agriculture from a little bit different way. A story about a man who was of all things, an Indian agent, was actually appointed by George Washington to go out and help be a peacemaker among the folks who were moving out into the West, who actually was an expert in something that was a major invasive species in that time period, something called the Hessian fly. So the Hessian fly was attacking the wheat crop that was available, and this man, in the midst of all the other stuff that he was doing, got involved in research related to the Hessian fly. Now, the point of what I'm talking about is these were people who were not trained as agronomists or botanists or anything else like that. These are people who were learning by doing. They were the ones who were out there trying things and confronting problems that arose. And fortunately, what happened is they got together and they began to talk about these problems through the Society for Promoting Agriculture. And so in those early days, what this really struck me as is this is knowledge generation. This is people trying things and then communicating as far as what they found and transmitting that throughout the rest of their communities. So I think this whole thing of knowledge generation and knowledge communication is a really important issue in economic development. I talked about this a couple of months ago here, that there's something called industry clusters. And many people have said that, yes, clusters and it's all the kind of things that we're doing in economic development, but it's also knowledge clusters. It's the knowledge we get, which the scholars call tacit knowledge, because we try things and we do things. And I started thinking about all of the folks. I live in Lancaster County, which is not too far away from here, but I think about my friends in the Amish community. I know an Amishman who built his own version of a biodigester. It is using the electricity that he generates from that to power his farm. He did it all himself, all the engineering, all the mechanical work, and all the rest of it. I know of Amishmen who are involved. You wouldn't believe in the spring when you drive through Lancaster County, you see plastic all over the place. So what's plastic about? Plastic's about season extension. So you want to grow in their climate that they're working in, concerned with frost. And so they use plastic as a way of extending it. That's a low-tech form of knowledge, and they have been so much a part of that. Other people who have done work with growing plants through the hydroponic type systems have. These are kind of the next generation, or the generations that followed these early pioneers that were involved. So, I guess my plea to you is that as you begin thinking about economic development and all the rest of it, keep in mind that to support that, we need a knowledge generation and transmission system. If you call that, a Philadelphia Society for Promoting Agriculture, but you might call it a technical school, you might call it some kind of in-person or skill that is taught by the industry. I was telling some folks at lunch that in the poultry industry, most of the training is actually done by the industry. They have trainers that come in and help people get set up and actually do the work. So we have to have this form of and I think this is where the society has been very involved going on, and we need to make sure that we do that. I invite you to participate in our activities. We have Zoom lectures and conferences that we do constantly. We'd be happy to make a schedule of those things available to you. The problems that you're facing may be a little bit different, but in other ways they're probably the same. We believe in hospitality, and we would like to offer anything that we can do to support what you are doing, particularly along the knowledge generation end of things. We'd like to offer that to you. So once again, thanks for inviting me. Great for you to be here, and I wish you well in your efforts in Liberia, and hope to be involved in those going forward. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Scott, thank you very much. And as Scott pointed out, the state doesn't do any training, and his organizations, as I said, David, myself, are members. Gurley, his organization, the society. We're looking at how to do with the private sector the farmer-to-farmer program. Everybody talk about farmers, but the state doesn't ship them there. Private sector organizations do, and hopefully our collaboration with this organization, we can look at the Pennsylvania farmer-to-farmer program, and we've been able to talk to some. If you have more time, Ambassador, we'll take you to some of the farms that are members of this organization. It's huge. I didn't hear anybody say that in Pennsylvania, agriculture is a $127 billion industry, with a B, not mean with an industry. We're the 8th largest agricultural producer in the United States of America. I mean, you're in the right place if you can make the right connection, and that's what today is, the connection that you need, both for the training, as you saw earlier, sector access to this organization. By the way, I'm a teacher too, but worked at the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, the Penn State University, Philadelphia U.S. Department of Agriculture. So we have a lot of training people there, as David can witness. So we're trying to figure out how to develop the structure of the farmer-to-farmer initiative, and we've been talking for a while, so we'll keep everybody posted as we go forward. So let me stop there and transition, because my dear friend is here to recognize the diplomats and the ministers that came. Of course, you heard earlier, Mrs. Blackwell is the founder of the Mayor's Commission on African Caribbean Immigrant Affairs. She's also one of our leading organizations and one of our. And in that relationship, in her capacity as the chair of the Mayor's Commission on African Caribbean Immigrant Affairs, she wants to recognize our ambassadors and the ministers here. Please, JD, Please give a big hand again. It's your program. I'll do whatever you need me to help.
Stay right near me, because I do need it. So thank you all again for this wonderful opportunity. I'm sorry I'm just coming through in the middle. I know you have another reception tonight, and I'll try not to take too long. Let me recognize Stacy Cummings, a niece of mine, who's Stacy Cummings Williams, and thank you for mentioning her today. And I also mentioned Barbara A. Simmons, who's the chair of National Bar Association's International Section, as long as all the other guests and special people who've been mentioned. So I will try not to take very long. We will present these citations on behalf of the Mayor's Commission on African and Caribbean Immigrant Affairs. I will read the general. I'll only read 2 paragraphs from the general introduction. I will not read bios, as I understand my son, Senator Street, already did that. And so we won't take time to do that. I will say, and then I'll call on Stan to read everybody's name. So African and the Mayor's Commission on African and Caribbean Immigrant Affairs citation, and congratulating and commending. This one is to Emmanuel D. Read just once. The Mayor's Commission on African and Caribbean Immigrant Affairs is honored to commend Emmanuel D. Abalo. Whereas the business and community leaders economic growth of the sectors enterprises not only innovation and resilience. Efforts help build local capacity, reduce poverty, and attract investment, all of which are essential for the long-term stability and prosperity. In a nation's world, working to rebuild and strengthen its institutions, the contributions of the Liberian community, leaders, entrepreneurs, and business pioneers are indispensable. And whereas Emmanuel D. Abalo is one of special international journalists and author of over 15 books, and we are happy to recognize him. I will not read the details since you've heard them already, but let me say thank you, and congratulations from the Mayor's Commission on African and Caribbean Immigrant Affairs. Thank you. God bless and thank you.
Hold on. Jamie, get there in the middle with this guy.
Okay. Oops, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we will leave that aside. The next, Stan, you want to read the names?
This is Sam Gibson, President.
Andrew G. Pega Flanagan. Senior.
Congratulations. Thank you. Come over, everybody, for pictures. Stan, are you there too? Thank you and congratulations.
Next recipient is Sekou Dukley, who's not here, but the
You can say it. Say it.
Ambassador, the next recipient is Dukley. He's not here, but we ask that you receive it in his behalf. Siku Dukley.
Thank you very, very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No.
The next is the Executive Director, Melvin Sharif from the National Investment Commission.
Thank you very much and congratulations. Thank you. Come in for pictures, please. Thank you again. God bless.
Next is the representative of the President Joseph Nima Boakai, Ambassador Charles A. Sneddon.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you again.
And next is the Minister proper from the Ministry of Agriculture, who's taking time off his busy schedule, Dr. J. Alexander Newton.
Thank you very much for all you do. Thank you.
Yes.
Let me say to all the audience, it's been a great privilege and pleasure for me, on behalf of the Mayor's Commission on African and Caribbean Immigrant Affairs, to honor you, to let you know that we appreciate all your efforts, all your hard work, and it's just been wonderful sharing this time with you. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I want to believe as well that along with the matriarch herself, Sam, if you just wanted to say a word or two in conjunction, if you just wanted to. No, later on, but I'm saying in connection to the honorees, just a quick word or so.
Well, folks, we're very elated, happy that you showed up today upon our invitation to be a part of this history-making process. We look forward to you participating to help build Liberia. Thank you, and thanks for coming.
And oftentimes when the matriarch goes with us, and we always have a gentleman here who we will also call to make a remark or so. Voti Jabate, he's always been a pillar in the community. If you would just want to come up and just say a word or two to the honorees, we appreciate it. Let's give him a round of applause.
Yes, yes, yes.
I was trying to go by the protocol, and I wanted to know that because we have a desire to present our agriculture initiated project, which I'm on a program to do, but at the same time, it is a pleasure and honor of mine to welcome my brothers from Liberia, especially the Minister of Agriculture, of my very long time and close friend, Charles Sneddon, Ambassador Charles Sneddon. And I've met some of the gentlemen, some of them are much younger than some of us. And the guy from, I can't remember your name, what's your name, sir? Melvin Sharif, who is Executive Director of the National Investment Commission. And you all are all welcome to Philadelphia. What I want to impress upon you that Liberians have done very well in the state of Pennsylvania. You know, we work very well with the Honorable Jimmy Blackwell and Stan Strutter, and we created what is this memorable Mayor Commission on African and Caribbean Immigrant Affairs, which also went on to create Office of Immigrant Affairs. In short, almost 30 years ago, we didn't have this kind of opportunity in Philadelphia. So today, you must go home and tell your people that we, Liberians in the diaspora, especially in the city of Philadelphia, have done well to to represent you. So welcome to the city of Philadelphia as well.
There's another personality here who, besides the city of Philadelphia, we have someone who's been very visible in attending to every visit from Liberia. At this time, I wanted to welcome to the podium the president of the Liberian Association of Pennsylvania. She's attended every program. She's been very busy. Sister and friend, let's put a round of applause for Madam Sayandi Kofa. She is the president of the Liberian Association of Pennsylvania. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Jabate, just welcome you all. I would like to reiterate that and welcome you all to the state of Pennsylvania, members of the Liberian government officials that are here, and the business community, you know, members of the chambers of commerce, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have taken the time to come. I want to thank you all for coming, and especially to you, Mrs. Gertie Swartz, who have organized this program along with the Chamber of Commerce of Pennsylvania. And I want to thank you for making Philadelphia the epicenter of this forum. And I bring you greetings from ULA, the United Liberians Association in the Americas. The president brings greetings, and he wants to thank you all and welcome you all for this forum. And I also bring you greetings from the executives and board of directors of the Liberian Association of PA. We have been working hard to bring this together. I have been making my presence known, or our presence known, in every organization or every conference or convention, not only within the Liberian community, but with other communities also. And this is some of the results. I know you heard that last month, March, a few months ago, like March 8th, the vice president visited the state of PA and was able to give to our people a summary of the state of affairs of Liberia. This conference, I hope, is a continuation, I don't want to say a beginning, of growing our country's economy, you know, the infrastructure, the education system, the healthcare system, agriculture, and all that's been said here, and very important information. I will take that back to our community. But I ask you to please continue and do it in a way that is a sustainable one. And Mr. Minister and everybody else, Mr. Ambassador, thank you for the great message from our president. But our message to the president also is that we continue to do this. I'm asking on a yearly basis. And maybe in places where Liberians are more concentrated also, the places like Minnesota and other states. So more investors will go into our country. We are elated and excited about the fact that we are all coming together to develop our country in this way. And I want to say my last word to everybody from Liberia. You know, interest and profits is much, much better and take you a long way and sustain us much, much better than kickbacks. And I want you to take that message back to our people, and want to always have the hurdle of not reaching to where we want to go, but just having a conference and a meeting and talking. We want this to happen. I want to take this time in this moment to thank Mr. David Webster, who was a part of the association that came in, the Chamber of Commerce that came in to visit our vice president during the visit and have made strides. I learned he went back to Liberia and he met with and others and tried to move on with projects there. But thank you to the contribution of almost $260,000 worth of materials to the Grand Leader Community, the Grand Leader Community College. They receive it and they extend their thanks and appreciation. And I want to thank you all for coming again, and I hope we will continue this process in developing our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, Madam President. Now we get to, remember I said polish, I used the word polish, I asked Stan to polish a little. We're going to put some teeth now into some discussions, watch my words a little bit. And we're going to get a little deeper into this. This part of the program, if Emmanuel is here, now we're going to engage directly, sectorially, in each sector. Emmanuel will be engaging the Minister of Agriculture so that he tells us, he brings to us some enlightenment on what's unfolding in Liberia. So I believe that is the section we are on. Emmanuel, we have it right?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. This is one of the moderators. Emmanuel would take it from here.
Thank you very much. And we're moderating this session involving the Minister of Agriculture. And we want him to give us information, especially for would-be investors who might be interested in getting to know some first-hand information on how the Ministry of Information back in Liberia is prepared, what capacity it has, what sectors in the agriculture ministry need foremost direct investment. So, Mr. Minister, if you would, please step up. And I'd like to ask, okay. The Liberian Agriculture Minister, Dr. Alexander Nuta, we're grateful for your presence here today and to give us first-hand information on how your ministry is working to improve agriculture and what challenges and what opportunities there are that investors can exploit along those lines. And I'll turn this over to my brother here.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Nuta, good to meet you again. Yeah. I need help. Okay, good.
I think just want to turn it around. Oh, you want to?
Yes, okay. So, Dr. Nuta, good to meet you here. When you talk about the arrest agenda, you said it right. Everybody points to agriculture. But it's not only because President Boakai, served in the agriculture sector and he's passionate about it, but we who study and work in agriculture know that beyond just providing food, it creates jobs, it addresses the issue of malnutrition, it helps boost the economy. You've been working on mechanization, bringing in equipment to help boost production. I want us to pick up from there. How far are you with this big push for mechanization? How can participants here listening to you understand your approach to mechanization and what role they can play into that?
Thank you, Mame. Before I came, I looked at the program. We were discussing sustainable agriculture and mechanization. I'm glad now we are discussing mechanization because that's the key. When President Boakai appointed us to serve in this position, I think we got clear mandate from him that he wanted Liberia to reduce its reliance on importation of our critical food commodities. That he wanted the agricultural sector to be used as the engine for job creation. That he wanted agriculture to be the engine for indigenous wealth creation in our country. And to do that, we cannot remain doing agriculture as we've done it in the past, where our smallholder farmers rely on subsistence practices just to feed themselves. So one of the things that we thought to do was to embark on mechanization. Because with mechanization, you are going to scale up productivity. With mechanization, you are going to create opportunity for young people and women to participate in agriculture. So with that intention, we started to take other measures. The first thing we wrote some of our friends to help us with some equipment to be able to establish centers in the country where we make farm machines available for our farmers to access. In that same vein, we also, as a government, thought to say, okay, even though we do not have machines now, let's try to use what is available in the private sector to begin our mechanization drive. And we tackle two commodities, rice and cassava. For rice, we established our first large mechanized farm in Forma, where we were able to, in 2024, cultivate 980 hectares of lowland in the same spot, using farm machines hired from private sector actors. In the same vein, we did it in Bendi in Lima County, where we did 200 hectares on a production field for the cooperative there. We also went to Lofa County in Fangonda in Kolaho district and used machine to develop 200 hectares where we grew rice. In the Fangonda area, in order to scale up our mechanization support, we also built a dam there. The dam we built there is meant to support the irrigation facility that we intend to develop in the next year moving forward. But all that we try to do, we need to have a consistent supply of machinery power for farming. So the government right now, to directly answer your question, is building 8 mechanization service centers across 5 counties. That's Nimba, Bong, Lofa, Magibi, and Moserado counties. In Bong, Lofa, Nimba, we are building 2 centers in addition to 3 that we already had there. By the end of October, these centers will be equipped with machines that farmers will access. But these machines are not going to be operated by the government. We want the private sector to get involved. So we want to operate it on an own basis. Private sector actors who have the resources, we apply to the government and we'll give it to you at a subsidized price so that the income generated from your having access to it will be used to buy additional machines to enable us establish additional mechanization service centers across the country. So there the government is making effort. By the end of the year, we'll have about 13 mechanization service centers because 5 are already on construction and we're bringing on additional 8.
Thank you, Dr. Nutai. So when you talk about mechanization, trying to help farmer boost production, the next thing that runs to my mind is you increase production over time. But when you increase production, the goal is for production to get to market and the farmers to be able to sell, make some money, increase their income, and improve their life. Increase production without value addition, increase production without storage will lead the commodities to spoil, and the overall objective to get farmers sell and make money wouldn't be achieved. How are you blending the mechanization to increase production with value addition and capacity to store some of those production? What are the opportunities in storage and value addition cold chains the private sector will want to explore as you increase production with the mechanization?
That's a good question. You know, I think we were just discussing this after or during our lunch. Post-harvest management is critical for agriculture. We've had some weaknesses in those areas. But right now we are trying to put our acts together. While we are scaling up production, we are also paying keen attention to what happens after production, after post-harvest handling. Currently, we have some processing facilities in the country. Like in Nima County, we have two major processors there, one in Bindi, one in Kample. In Lofa, we have two major processors. One is in one is in Foya. But we also have some auto facilities in the southeast.
And that's where the question is. What are those auto facilities? What are the opportunities there? How can you sell those opportunities to people who want to invest into those auto facilities?
So, I think we've been making that call, placing our call. I remember one Reverend Tolleson from here called me, and we told them, look, we have 5 mills in the southeast. In Grand Gina County, we have a mill that has 14 metric ton capacity. In Maryland County, we have 2 of those there. In Grand Crew County, we have, not Grand Crew, but in River G County, we have 1. In Grand Crew County, we have machines that have not been installed. So what I have said and engaged the legislature and the superintendent is I'm moving that machine to Lima, because there the potential is there to scale out and grow more rice. So along our production clusters, we are going to make sure we have major milling facility to avoid production getting wasted.
Thank you. So we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. That I still have 1 question for you, but let it be interactive. If we got questions, somebody who have an interest in mechanization, somebody who have an interest in value addition, storage, can ask questions, or any other question you have, we can pick those questions and then we can wrap up with my last question. Any question from the audience? Yes.
The one we have in River G, we are looking for people who can use it. You know, the government has gone ahead and developed land. But let me tell you, I think those are all who come from Liberia. If I were minister at the time, I would never have carried the machines to River G County. I would never have carried it to Grand Crew County. Not because of any reason, but if you look at it from the competitive advantage perspective, their area is not rice production. The southeastern part has greater capacity to do other things that you could actually invest in and make it better for them. But if you go and establish a rice mill there, they are not growing rice, we're going to use it. All we need to do now, all we can do is encourage private sector investors who will go there and invest and bring labor from outside of Grand Crew or the southeastern county to open those places. We fought around it.
I agree, but I would disagree with you, sir.
Okay.
I'm from the
Okay.
And I can tell you, there is bigger farmland in River G that can produce rice. So you can't tell me that.
No, it's there, but they are not producing it.
That's the question.
Okay, I got your point. Your point is, your point is people of Grand Crew or River G, they got big farmland, they can produce rice. That's fact. What he's saying is, currently, he's in Liberia, they're not using the land to produce rice to the quantity needed to facilitate
So
the
let me just make a clarification. In August 2024, I went to Jacqueline. Jacqueline is where we have 14 metric ton mill and another 2 metric ton small mill there. We have gone there and invested in the development of 25 acres. They put irrigation there so the farmer told that those there can produce there. They were not producing it. The soil right by where the mill is in the bush. They have not cleared it. To even say, well, we got the milling facilities here, let's clear this place and grow rice. They're not doing it. We went to Forocan, before River G, Forocan around the road. We built a dam there, we built irrigation facility and developed, again, 50 acres. 50 acres. Lay it out. We pay engineers to do it for them. They're not doing it. So I think that investment was just not right. It's not where the tradition is. I bet you if you did that in Lofa County, it's a bonanza because they are not even investing in doing it by themselves. If you did that in Nima County or Bone County, perfect. But in the southeast, I went there, they got great potential. If you went and had coconut plantation, established coconut plantation in Grand Cru, in Sino, in Maryland, excellence. Because, in Riverside, because that's what they are already doing traditionally. That's how we call competitive advantage. We'll explore those ones.
Thank you, Dad. From the back. And then I will take 2 questions from here, and then we'll conclude so that the other panelists can come on.
Mr. Minister, one of the problems we had was the de-stoning of rice. If mills facilities, do they have de-stoning capacity? Because I mean, we know rice, once you harvest the rice and put it in the market, stones used to be in the rice. I one of the problems we have. So I wonder if you can comment on that.
Yeah, right now, all of the rice mills we have in the country come with de-stoner.
Thank you.
The one I'm talking about, these are industrial mills. 14 metric ton an hour is an industrial mill, so nothing about, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Thomas Burrell. I represent block farmers and agriculturalists here in the United States, and some of our members are interested in doing just that, coming to Liberia, particularly in the area of rice. The question that we have is, at least in the United States here, when we grow rice, water is an indispensable commodity, irrigation. And most of the irrigation done here, deep well, electrical, and or diesel engine. For the area that you're talking about, Ambassador, for growing and producing rice, what energy infrastructure exists now or currently that will allow these farmers to be able to irrigate the rice to the extent that it will increase, as you said, production?
Thank you. Well, the situation in Liberia is quite different from here. You may not have to use deep wells because we are endowed with more than 15 major rivers that provide water throughout the year. What we lack is the infrastructure. Energy is a challenge, we must admit. But the government is making frantic efforts to scale out our capacity to produce more energy for our people. If you came to Liberia, we have over 600,000 hectares of irrigable land. What we don't have is the irrigation infrastructure to make these fields productive. So we will be more than happy to have the black farmers of the United States coming to Liberia to partner with us to see how we can make it happen. We got the land, we have the water resources. We also have the labor to do the job. What we need is the technology, the financing, to be able to get the infrastructure that facilitate production at the larger scale. So we welcome it.
Can I follow up with one question?
Yes.
What is the rice consumption in Liberia now? In other words, if our farmers wanted to know how much potential rice is consumed?
2024, we consume 516,000 metric tons of polished rice.
Thank
Out of that, 70% of those were imported. So you see the market is there, the potential is there for us to grow more and live in the import market.
Yeah, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, just to add to some of the points that the minister raised. One of the things we do for private sector investors like you, we grant incentives. That's meant to actually lower your cost of investments. So there are incentives that range from 3 years, even up to 10 years, and a wide range of taxes that have waived because of some of the challenges that Kia has outlined.
Thank you. So, Dr. Nuta will ask you one more question. We have to get other people come on to, continue the presentation. For good reasons, most of the agricultural activities are done in rural places. Because of other reasons, there's this huge influx of labor migration from the rural places to the urban places. What are the business opportunities? What is the Ministry of Agriculture thinking in engaging into urban agriculture? So one of the presentations I saw here earlier on, she was talking about vertical farming, hydroponics, vertical farms, right in the city, somewhere on the road going to RIA, going to Kakata. In America, vertical farming is growing, it's huge. They're no longer growing in the bush. So while we pay attention to the bush, what are the opportunities for vertical farming in Monrovia? Off-grid vertical farming.
Okay, so the United States is a great country. We are in the 21st or 22nd century? 2026 in the United States. Let's assume we run by 100 years from now. What was the United States? That's how Liberia is today. Hydroponic farming is a great thing. It's good for the United States because of the cost of investment. I did an assessment to just do hydroponic farming using one greenhouse. To do hydroponic farming, you need not less than $35,000. From what I've assessed, $35,000 to build the greenhouse, put in everything that is needed for hydroponic farming. When we have open land space in the country still. So, in as much as we will encourage, urban farming, we gotta also consider the cost. We backed on, this para-urban farming. Last year, we were giving people vegetable seeds and seeding in their backyard garden to support themselves. That's something we can do, but the idea of hydroponic farming, in as much as it sounds sexy, it comes to cost. We must be realistic about it. Yes. We are producing in Moserado County, Monrovia. We want to develop the lowlands in Monrovia, so the city can be beautified through agriculture. We want to do that. But we don't have the cost. We don't have the resources to say, well, we encourage you. But the private sector can do that. Private investors who have some resources can actually invest in that, because if you do that, you produce more. If you build a greenhouse and you want to do hydroponic farming, you can grow very good tomatoes and other lettuce that you can sell to the high income earner. So we are not saying don't do it. It's just that government will not be able to invest in that now because we do not have the resources. But we encourage our private sector investors to go and take advantage of the great market that exists for vegetable, fresh vegetable. Go to our supermarkets, you will not find a lot of them. And sometimes some are imported. So if you can invest, say, $105,000 and do 3 hydroponic, open 3 greenhouses to do hydroponic farming, you can actually get that money. Because there's a Liberia guy whose farm I went to, he has just 1 greenhouse. He tells me he spent $40,000. But you know what? He makes more money annually because he's able to cultivate continuously. That's where I saw, real agriculture. But
Thank you.
government cannot do that.
Thank you. So basically, you're saying there is investment opportunities. There is profitable opportunities to invest in hydroponics in Liberia.
Yes.
But government will not do it directly, but private sector actors, there is an opportunity for hydroponics. If you have interest, you can do it.
But, Mr. Minister, just hearing you, we have 16 subdivisions. We have cooperatives, and I want you to really highlight what you're doing with cooperatives, like people who plant cassava as a team or group, people who plant rice, people who plant other staples. What is the ministry doing to encourage or monitor the production, putting our farmers together with different crops, funding it on a small or individual level? Have you done such work in the counties where you can spur more production and then add to that storage, which is what your President Boyka, did well when he was at LPMC?
Thank you. So while you do that, Adanuta, just conclude when you addressing this question. I mean, you can keep Adanuta here for the next 1 hour. He will talk about agriculture. Unfortunately, we got other panelists that will need to talk. So while you address this question, just conclude, and the next question you'll be hearing will be the next presentation.
One of the things the president is actually passionate about is this cooperative style of farming. He doesn't believe individuals, smallholders will make the impact that is needed. He feels when we organize our farmers into this group, it's easier to transmit to them technology that they can easily access, you can easily train them, and you can easily find support for them. So we talked about those before he became president. So when he made us to be who we are today, our first thing was to look at our critical commodities and support cooperative activities in those areas. Now we got cocoa cooperatives in the country, we got rice production or producer cooperatives, and we got cassava producer cooperatives that we organize into smaller production units. For cassava, what we've been doing since last year is to organize the farmers into smaller production units of 50, 25, 50. 25, we place you on 100 acres of land, carry on land preparation for you. In the first year, we carry machine because our goal is to scale up. So we are interested in doing more mechanization. We do not want our farmers to continue to do shifting cultivation. That's why we are bringing them into sedentary farming, where they stay in the same spot continuously. So, group of 50 farmers, smallholder, will put you together on the 200 acres, carry the machine, do land preparation for you, and place you there. And then give you the improved cotton. We are doing the same thing with rice in the 3 major counties. We have tried, like I said, about the processing facilities, we have them there. But we also have a strategy that we intend to use to ensure that our farmers who will be producing in the field will avoid post-harvest losses or will minimize post-harvest losses, because this is critical. So for the cassava producers, what we are doing right now is we are working with a private sector investor who is building a factory in Margibi County to be able to be the aggregator or to be the off-taker for all those who are growing cassava and those whom we are supposed to grow cassava. He will buy from them, process it for export. Of course, with that, there will be ready market for those who are producing fresh cassava rolls, thereby reducing their post-harvest losses. And we are going to be doing that for rice and other commodities. So thank you. We stay around, you can ask me.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Musa, for the presentation. Basically, he says investment opportunities in Liberia. They bring in machineries. You can acquire some of those machineries and operate them.
And let me just say this, for our farm machines, I know I spoke with the Liberia Farmer Cooperatives. The opportunity is there for us to collaborate. The bid will be coming out next month for management of those machinery centers. You can apply to be one of those to manage it and work with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr.
stay right here. So next we will have, again, the Executive Director of the National Investment Commission will be the next in line. Dr. Sharif.
Yes, I was hoping to do a presentation, but if you wanted this, no problem.
Let's get the presentation.
My presentation is here. I could run through that. Yeah, because at least I can highlight a lot of questions. Yeah, then you can ask.
Do you have this grant?
No, I sent it to you.
If we don't have it, then we get started.
Okay, then
Let's jump right
we can wait for it. No, I mean, I have it on my laptop. But if you want
You can connect it?
No, I mean, I can put it on the
So we will, I believe, Mami will, in fact, will drift a little bit, make some changes. He will wait, and we will move on to another piece.
Yeah, he wants to do a nice presentation for the investment commission. We think it's important that he presents that. So while we're working to get it on, we try to play a video from the back end. So if the video is ready, just play. Ambassador, is the video ready? If the video is ready, you can shoot it on the screen while we work to get this presentation set up.
Boasting 45% of West Africa's last remaining virgin rainforest, against 360 miles of pristine, unbroken Atlantic coastline, lies Africa's oldest independent nation, poised for an agro-industrial revolution. 631 hectares of green field in historic and coastal Buchanan-Randassa County is home to Liberia's first special economic zone. Within the Buchanan SEZ is the 200-hectare master plan Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone, the SAPZ, and Phase 1 development of the Buchanan SEZ. The Liberia SEZs will drive investments and a broad-based economy, create jobs, and transform all segments of the Liberian society. The SAPZ is an ecosystem of 6 industrial processing zones: fruits, vegetables, and tubers, cereals, pulses, and oilseeds, livestock and fish, cocoa and coffee, plantation crops, and dairy, honey, and other agroforestry. Fostering innovation and world-class processing, other zones within the SAPZ are a center of excellence: specialized infrastructure and amenity zone, utility zone, agri-logistics zone, and demo farms. 3 agricultural transformation centers, or ATCs, in Nemba, Bong, and Grand Cape Mount counties form the link from farms to the SAPZ. Farm produce will be collected and stored at the ATCs, then transported to the SAPZ for production into processed goods, then distributed across Liberia and exported onto international markets. Farmers will come together at 6 aggregation centers to sell their products. The SAPZ offers exciting opportunities and possibilities for developers, investors, and entrepreneurs. Ample green fields and wide open spaces, beautiful beaches and riverfronts make Buchanan the prime destination for innovation and expansion, business and leisure. High-valued, organically grown crops in Liberia's rich soil, backed by high rainfall in West Africa's last remaining virgin rainforest, means factories for manufacturing the highest quality products. Boasting the world's largest maritime ship registry, the SAPZ is only 3 miles from Liberia's second deepest seaport, the Buchanan Port, 33 miles from Roberts International Airport, and 70 miles from Liberia's capital city, Monrovia, and Freeport, placing the SAPZ at the heart of Liberia's business and industry. Easy access to major international markets is why steel giants as ArcelorMittal Liberia calls Buchanan home, plus access to ECOWAS' 350 million consumers, and a trade regime backed by the region's tax breaks and duty-free across all 15 countries. Liberia's young, vibrant population, hard-working farmers are reasons why Liberia is a prime agro-processing destination. A developer will engineer Liberia's new emerging agro-industrialization. Operators stand to benefit from an unsaturated marketplace. The SAPZ is a game changer for farmers, market women, the youth, and Liberian business owners and entrepreneurs. The SAPZ project is a smart, sustainable industrial park designed to take agriculture to unprecedented levels. Smart ICT solutions guide mixed uses, open spaces, urban planning, utilities, and more. Renewable energy powered by wind, biomass, non-fossil fuels, solar, and biogas. Planned spaces include residential, healthcare, and recreational spaces. Environmental infrastructure for rainwater harvesting, sewage treatment, composting, and recycling. Industrial infrastructure features research and development, innovation, training, laboratories, and testing. Physical infrastructure as roads and pavement, pedestrian-friendly walkways, water storage facilities, public open spaces, and treatment plants. The government of Liberia is committed to establishing a strong SEZ regime for economic development to expand and diversify the country's export market. A dual currency, Liberia is positioned to lead in manufacturing and agro-processing. The Liberia SAPZ, adding value to Liberian produce.
Thank you. I think we should clap for this. Excellent good documentary of the country's potential.
I just wanted to mention, while we're still dealing with agriculture, there was a piece, an introductory piece. Vofi Jamata is here, and I wanted just to tie in, since we did agriculture and we did this clip. He's going to bring that, which is more, is capturing, because I was just looking at it. It'll be great if we just present it so that we can tie it all.
Where is it?
It's right up there, and the gentleman right there is going to bring it up. So we can also have you sing on the ground when I asked the minister about the chain of activities from the 16 political subdivisions, and he was going right at it in terms of storage, production, incentivizing cooperatives. We wanted to show you a diagram or, in fact, a pathway on how that was working. I think we had a meeting last night, Mr. Minister, with the LCS folks. We just wanted to see how we synchronize it and make it futuristic, and we can appreciate it more. So I believe the gentleman who was doing the presentation, he's here, so that what the minister was saying and what you've been talking about, we can all bring it together, you know, in the closing piece. Kofi, there he is.
Yes.
Well, this framework is the work of the Liberia Farmers Collaborative Cooperative. And this framework breaks down the structure of how Liberia would move from the current situation or the current structure to a structure that works. We divided into county, region, and then the national framework, which is the LFC control structure. The LFC is Liberia Farmers Cooperative. It will be composed of the entire farming community in Liberia. And what that means is that we divide it to Zone 1, Region 1, which is Moserado County, and 3 other counties that will be working together, Moserado being the, look, if you want me to do 5 minutes, it's okay. And I can, I'm done.
Please do 5 minutes. Please do 5 minutes.
But what I'm trying to do is more than just 5 minutes.
Yeah, we just want you to
But if you want it to be 5 minutes, then let somebody else do it. I don't know how to do it.
So, no, we're going in with the concept that we're tying in what we've been talking in terms of agriculture. Every presenter has had agriculture as the focus.
As an overarching team of this.
But before you go forward, is this a model that, and the minister is here, I want to be sure.
I met with the minister has been We've been giving the minister a feedback. The minister, we even met with him last night, and we all are in agreement.
Now this framework will go to
how
Liberia.
we will implement this framework if the proper funding is
Excellent.
put in place.
So just go ahead.
So this is where we are.
Sure.
And for the folks sitting around here, they have not seen this framework.
Right.
And if I just show you, okay, Mosrado County, southeastern reach, or northeastern data, all of that will take time.
So we'll get right into it. You can just make
So in short, this is the framework we have designed that take into consideration the 15 counties of Liberia. And we have registered LFC in the United States. It's a nonprofit in the United States. It's an organization that has been registered in Liberia and is going to be able to address the farming need in the entire 15 counties, from county to district level, to all of the farmers in Liberia. So in short, this is what we designed. But the document, the framework, the strategy on how to do it, all of this has been reduced, and the minister has given almost total asset in working with him, and he has some concern last night that we will be working on to give him a follow-up document.
So, but stay with us a little bit, because we're lost. All I heard here, and I beg you, Mami, let him stay with us. You sectionalize the country into 5 regions, and then you have the national LFC. The funding for such project, Mr. Jabate, this is in fact one of the veterans we have in our community. One-time Liberia Association president, and if you believe it or not, when they talked this morning about a $100 million project called the African Town, is being spearheaded by the Akana Center. So he's one of our folks who've been working very dutifully. And the idea is that we get funding, we get monies that can transcend back home. So my question to you is this framework which interlaps with the Ministry of Agriculture, are we saying that this is an initiative that's going to be driven from here, collapsing in Liberia? And what are the opportunities for fundraising, or how soon can we see this collapsing on the ground?
Our request to the Republic of Liberia is to have a memorandum of understanding. Currently, we have opened an office in Monrovia. The LFC has opened its operational office in Monrovia. And that operational office, we hope, will be able to lead, the leadership in Liberia will lead the signing of the MOU with the Ministry of Agriculture, something that we have been talking about. We on this end, who will be members of the diaspora, who will be working to raise the money, will be working with the group in Liberia to raise funds through whatever means we have already learned in the diaspora. So the short of the long is that if you look at the far end of this chart, you will see global institutions. We will engage global institutions, government agencies in Liberia on how they will be able to work along with us. All of that is in the document. The minister has read it, and he told me last night he liked what he sees. But I did not come here to, they said that we'll be having 5 minutes. If we have 5 minutes, we could have designed what we say we want to present in 5 minutes and present it and get off stage.
I think we've passed the 5 minute threshold.
So the thing here is, we also know the agencies, university research, and that we know, or University of Pennsylvania, we know exactly what we're doing. We're trying to raise the first $1 million to implement this thing in Liberia. And it's, all of that is, I want to share it not in hurry or somebody trying to tell you, oh, you got 5 minutes to get it out.
Yeah, we passed the threshold already. And again, let's give a round of applause. And let's be honest about this. All we've heard today is international investors. We've heard about the world trade. We've heard about state officials, the city, to have a Liberian. And I know Vofi, he's building the African town. This is a project that the first 10 million was dished out. They've cleared about 5 blocks in predominantly the Liberian community, Southwest Philadelphia. I know of it because I've attended his conferences. It's a $100 million project that is 10 million has been put into it.
Oh, not even 10.
How many now, sir?
50 million.
50 million has been put in. Real money. So to have a Liberian to connect with our ministry, where he has got 100 million, Mr. Minister, he has 50 million. We're waiting for that 1 million with the office. I know the minister wants to, but if you have money, come on up. Come on up. You gotta hear it. This man can raise money. No, Mr. Minister, I know what I'm saying. Yeah, you gotta talk, yes.
No, I saw the plan.
Great.
I'm excited about it.
Great.
The only single most important question I asked was, where do we get the resources? Once you tell me we are going to bring you 500 million from the United States, you got my signature on anything. Yeah, anything. You got my signature on.
No, but the 1 million made you jump, though.
The 1 million was talking about.
Yeah, not the team. Yeah,
yeah, but look, this is great, right? We have 5 agricultural regions, and I see we got 5 regions here. Excellent. 4 in line with our own plan. All I talked to them about was, okay, how can we look at our national plan and look at the value chains that we are tackling and say, okay, given your competitive advantage, this region will do X, Y, Z value chain, and then we support them to do it. That way we will have more impact. It will be focused. The diagram here, I know we are going to be working with all these partners, and the impact will be, and the production and value addition. So,
Thank you, Mr. Jabate.
Thank you, Mr. Jabate. We appreciate. And for me, the thing I took from there is looking forward to signing an MOU. I know what it means to have these institutions sign MOU, government institutions. It helps facilitate whatever they're doing to be able to respond. So you need to look into that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Once you give me a clearly defined blueprint, I will sign an MOU.
Thank you.
Excellent. Just want to see how you align with my plan.
Thank you. So we'll move to the National Investment Commission. You will do a presentation. I beg you please do it in time, and then we'll take questions and answers based on the presentation you saw. So please put up the presentation from the National Investment Commission.
You give me 5 minutes as well?
No, you're on the schedule now for 5 minutes.
For how many?
Please, how many minutes you have?
And Mommy, you gotta bear with me. We want to make this as interactive.
Yeah.
And I beg you, 1 second. I have a lot of passion with what the executive director is going to do because I did work as a cadet. I told you, Mr. Director. In 81, 82, I worked at the National Investment Commission, where his downfalls. I mean, we saw how we struggled with incentives. We saw how we struggled with giving investment incentives to corporations that were coming in, were abused and used in other sectors. So I just wanted us to be mindful of that and how this trade connects to opportunities, because you are on the receiving end. Besides telling us, connect what you're doing to the conference itself. That was the key point.
Mr. Sharif, thank you. As per the agenda, you have 30 minutes to do your presentation and take questions and answers. So you can do it over 30 minutes, and then you take the remaining questions.
So it's not 5 minutes.
It's not 5 minutes. And it's on the schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And good afternoon to the audience here. Okay, so I'd like to extend greetings on behalf of the chairman, Chairman Jeff Legal, who would very much love to be here. But again, he's in DC, along with His Excellency, the President. We also want to extend on behalf of the National Investment Commission to our partner. I will refer to her, the trade office here, as a partner. You know, many times people say, you know, we see other people doing investments. We say yes. I mean, we can be everywhere at the same time. And so if we have partners that are actually promoting the country, we dearly hold it to heart. And so we're very much appreciative, you know, of the ambassador's office that is doing so much to promote Liberia. You know, the landmark MOU that was signed here today is something that we hail. Let me let you know, even though investment is an opportunity, there's a downside to investment, in which many people don't know and many people don't highlight. You know, you can attract investment, and the investors begin to invest, and sometimes you wonder the benefits that come with it, you may not benefit from it. Why? Because there are issues with supplies, there need for capacity, some skill sets. And that's why we hail the MOU that has been signed. Today, I mean, the past, under previous president, it said the Liberia government attracted over $16 billion. And many times when we say, you know, with our partners, that figure is always highlighted. $16 billion. You look back at Liberia, you wonder, where are we? I've sat with World Bank, you know, IMF, and then they truly asked me and said, well, can you give me the list? And I will give them the list of those investments. And say, well, we're not seeing that much impact. Again, boils down to some of the things that we're trying to resolve here with your office. Capacity. Capacity. When investors actually come to invest in your country, they bring all the skill sets from outside. You know, and when preparedness don't meet opportunity, you know what happens. So it's always good for us to be prepared so that these opportunities, when we attract them, we can definitely benefit from it immensely. One of our partners in the room, Madam Dawn, I'd like to recognize you. Yeah, okay, you just want to show, raise your hands, or you want to stand up so people see you? Okay, good. She's doing a great work, great job. She, along with a group called NOVA, they are also promoting Liberia. Just in a few weeks, we'll be having an investment forum in Liberia. So you're invited. Our brother, you know, who was just here and looking into investing in Liberia, definitely you are invited to come to Liberia. So I think she's here. If you want to know more about that conference, the upcoming conference, please reach out to her. There's a website. I think they already have a website that you can go in there and register and have a lot of information about what they're doing and some of the sectors that they're promoting. Okay, so I'll be going through this presentation. It will be good to sit by and like we all said, we hope that it can be more interactive. I will highlight most of the opportunities that Liberia's offer. Okay, I think our minister already spoke about the arrest agenda. You see that here. The ambassador also threw a little bit of light on why invest in Liberia. So we're all sitting here today. We have investors in the room. We have policy makers. We have people from diverse backgrounds. And we wonder, why do I need to go to Liberia? And these are some reasons. You know, there's one particular reason here that I didn't really recognize until when I sat with an investor a few weeks ago. And he said, you know, there's something unique about your country. And I said, what is that? He said, you're the only country among, 50 some more countries in Africa that have dual currency regime. I said, wow, you know. And for us that are economists, you can know how it actually impacts your investment, especially when it comes to exchange rate issues. And so Liberia, you can take US dollars and take it in the market and definitely use it. So there are other labor costs. Access to regional markets. I was sharing that with a participant. We have signed up to several regional treaties, and even that with the U.S., AGUA, which we're not really making use of. We are able to import goods in the U.S. here due to free privileges, which some of our neighbors don't have access to. They're not enjoying such privilege. So we're looking forward to the investment our brothers are doing, the LFC. And so when you get established in Liberia, not just domestic market, but you have access to regional markets and the U.S. market. Like we're seeing the state of Philadelphia trading with other African countries, and where they're not getting export or imports from Liberia. So we're looking forward to these forms of investments. Yes, so I just mentioned ECOWAS, EU, the U.S. In fact, 3 trade and investment agreements with the United States. And I think when the minister was presenting, I had earlier on mentioned some of the support that we give. One of our focus as an investment promotion agency is actually to drive private sector investments. And so we know that we have challenges as a country. And so when investors go, some of the challenges they have to undertake, infrastructure development, they have to physically be able to invest in some key areas to actually support their business. And so as a result of that, we will grant incentives. There are what's called a short-term incentive and a long-term incentives that are provided to the investors, especially for investors that invest in excess of $10 million. So again, these are discussions. If you have interest in investing, I'm here. I'll share with you my card, my information. We can go in details on some of these that we definitely offer as a country. So I just like to highlight sectors. One of the things we're doing, so I saw a magazine promoting Liberia. I hope that in most of those magazines that you just, take us as a partner, NIC. Yeah, so somewhere highlight the National Investment Commission. Because again, we're the premier agency. Madam Ambassador.
It's in there.
Okay, good. And our contact information. Because what happens is, we're home for investors. So when investors go into the country, we're expected to invite them. We do issue visa on arrival, free, at no cost to the investor. We facilitate their meetings. The minister here will tell you, we're always, sometimes he doesn't even have the time. I said, Minister, you have to give time. We've got investors here, they want to speak to you. And he's always willing to talk to investors. So it's not an easy task. I'm having multiple inquiries coming from everywhere, every part of the world. And some are just inquiring. Some truly may not invest or may have the appetite to invest. But again, you talk to this investor and 2-3 weeks or a month, nothing happens. And then again, the NIC is bringing another investor. So we don't get tired knocking at his door. So these are sectors like manufacturing. It's one key sectors. So you may have seen the arrest agenda, but again, these are all different sectors we're promoting. We're currently developing what's called a sector profile. So it's also important that as you develop magazines and as you promote the country, you can also be in touch because informations are updating from time to time. So we're working with World Bank. We have consultants right now developing for us what's called a sector profile, actually giving you right information relating to each sector, what's happening in that sector, the opportunities that are within those sectors, and how you can go about investing into that sector. So it's good that we are a team. Textiles and clothing, rubber and plastic products, wood products. These are all areas that one can promote in. I know more of agriculture has been highlighted, but again, there are lots and lots of areas that you can actually invest in Liberia. Infrastructure, we have 2 airports, Roberts International Airport, and we have one in the city. Currently, we're going through a competitive bid process to put up Broward International Airport. We want to modernize it. We're contracting a consultant that is going to develop for our term of reference and bid documentation. That is ongoing. We have an opportunity to develop Springs, that's right in the city, for regional airports or even in-country travels. That opportunity is there. Don't forget we have procurement laws, but if we actually have investors, serious investors, the president will always say, there's a word that he always referred to when we talk to him about investments. He said, you don't bring me NATO investors. So he said, Chief, what is NATO? He said, no action, talking only. No action, talking only. So it's like what we do every time we bring these investors, they just talk and talk and talk. We want to invest, we want to invest. So sometimes he tells us, look, no action, talking only investors, don't bring so there are a lot of opportunities. So we want to develop Springs. You can do that. You can use that for regional travels. Even in country. We have seaports. I'm glad that I will be visiting the port here. The port MD should have been here. I work closely with him, and I work closely with almost every sector of our economy, all ministers. The port is a very good partner. We have Buchanan Port. We have 4 major ports. Apart from those 4 major ports, we've just been able to identify one key port in our western area. We call that countries, maybe the Mano River Union. That's an opportunity. Let's talk about if you got interest in investing in infrastructure, airports, seaports, and there's a lot we can talk about there. Industrial zone. You saw the display. Yeah, Hester Baker. We work closely with her. We work closely with the SEC. We have support currently from World Bank. I've been one proponent of even preparing investment opportunities. I have said, and I say this all the time, that just as we will spend more time developing what I called your annual budget, we should also spend that time actually laying out and preparing investment opportunities. We want investors that will come to Liberia and don't have to go and interact with multiple people before they can invest. We want to have a land ready, prepared, in a zone that they can just go in and set up the factory. We're working currently with the World Bank to identify over 600 acres of land in Buchanan. 200 is under development. We just concluded the tender for fencing and electricity transmission process in Buchanan. Right now, just last week, we're working with a team of consultants that are going in there and trying to do what's called a RAP assessment and determine a RAP cost. And so very soon, we'll launch the procurement for that site. The video that just played, that's a big opportunity. We'll be looking out there for investors that will want to develop the entire SEC. That's another opportunity. Skilled workforce, yes, we just mentioned, and we're very much glad that we can sign an MOU that will see most of our young people trained. There are skill sets, and I would definitely like to work with you, Madam Ambassador. We've done some studies, especially on skill sets that some of the concessionaires are looking out for. We have, in fact, I think we had an MOU signed with a group from here, a university, trying to get the name, was that Michigan or one other university, that have gone and actually met with some of the large investors and came up with, gaps in capacity. So it'd be good to share that with you so you can see some of the skill sets that I have. We've also been trying to work with the University of Liberia to highlight some of these things and see, specific skill sets that they can provide so that when investors come, when it's set up, they can easily have, those skills in the country. These are all statistics. Warehouse manager, truck drivers. It amazes you to know that
as common as you think a driver, I mean, trucks now are much more modernized. A lot of electronics, and sometimes our people back home may not have the skill set, computer skill set to be able to move. So you see B Mountain, there's a lot of talk about if you follow Liberia investment landscape or politics. Some of the concession is bring people from our neighboring countries to come and drive trucks. So that's something tourism, we do a lot. Ecotourism is one area that we're very much looking into developing and promoting. We think we can do a lot, especially in this sector, and so there are a lot of opportunities. There are key areas that we've been able to identify that are, very, very good. Great sites, that can be very much attractive to a lot of people who are visiting the country. There are incentives that we provide for that. Okay, so I think we're in here. Very good. We're in here. Think Liberia, love Liberia, and build Liberia. I'd like to give the opportunity to, at this time, for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. Good presentation. We will take questions. Right after saying everything you said, I'm talking to the audience. We'll get somebody to come and explain their own story about all what you saw happening here. Come explain how he went to Liberia, the investment opportunities, real life story. But before that, let's take questions from the audience. Question number one.
Well, here again, Thomas Burrell, kind of a follow-up with regard to the rights question. You talked about labor skill sets within the country. A lot of the farmers here in the United States, we also use what we call H-2A workers from particularly South America or Mexico who come here and work on farms for perhaps 11 months. Is that program also, because I see a dual opportunity, in addition to our farmers being there to train individuals, and you mentioned truck drivers. The tractors that we use in this country are infinitely so sophisticated now. They have GPS systems. My grandfather couldn't drive one of the tractors, as the Haynes know, because they're all computerized and GPS. The question again, and I'm repeating myself, is that opportunity available for, in addition to black farmers coming there and utilizing help? Is help now currently through the H-2A program, I think it's called, where you would then send young men here and we could partner them with our existing farmers who are growing rice, who are growing corn and so forth and so on and so on too. Do you know if that program is available?
We may not, again, I'll give the opportunity to the minister probably, but we don't, we may not have the type of program that you're speaking about, but just as the ambassador's office, where I just signed an MOU with the labor union. Okay, so I think similarly, you could execute such an MOU where we can have, especially focus in the agriculture sector, we can have, and especially in light of what you're intending to do to invest in Liberia. And that's something that we can work out. Minister, you want to just throw a light on that?
I think this would be a good program, not just for the ordinary farmers.
Yeah.
Even those of our students who are graduating from college do not have practical experience, and agriculture is about practice. So if we can have some memorandums of understanding where we partner with you to bring some smallholder farmers and bring some of our young graduates who have done agriculture but have no practical experience, they can come and work on these farms. Build the skills and go back to support our system. That would be excellent for us. We can support that.
Any other question? If there's no question, there's a question for me.
Sure.
So,
it's not difficult.
no, it's not. It's not. It's basically intended to address concerns that people have around investment incentives.
Okay.
Sometimes you say investment incentives, I mean, really investor will know it, but I really want you to explain how does the incentive help the investor? Just expand on it a little bit.
So what is an incentive? More or less, in a layman word, is a tax break or tax waiver. So all companies incorporated in Liberia, when you operate or in any jurisdiction, you need to pay taxes. But in the case of Liberia, we know you're just starting when you go to invest, and we know the rules around investment. It takes time to actually recoup or have a return on your investment. That's another word that we use in finance, return on your investment. So what it means, when you invest, say $1 million, 10 billion, 10 million, or $1 billion, sometimes it will take you 15 years, 20 years to actually get back that money. And then compounded with, you're just starting, and it will have to take you, when you run your model, it's going to take you 15 years to recoup your investment. Then you begin to start paying taxes, right, at year one. That even extends the life of your return on your investment. So what we're saying, we give you tax break, you won't pay any tax at all, so that even to some extent will shorten, because if you have to pay at year one on the tax rules or the tax law, maybe you've invested $1 million, your taxes is almost $100,000 or $50,000. If we waive that for 3 years, that even shorten the time it would take you to actually pay back on your loan or on your investment. Is that quite understandable?
Yes, I think so. Thank you very much.
So just before you leave, I just want you to speak to this question of investors going to the country and wanting to get into real estate, or someone who wants to build housing. And they're looking for land. So the issue of land tenure and the struggle that they face, what are the benefits, and what do you have in place for someone who's going to the country and want to construct homes, but then there's an issue with the land, where they say, okay, people have ownership, and then government can provide some sort of land for them to invest.
Okay. So there are two ways to approach this. In the past, if you want to go into a mortgage system or do a low-cost housing, you may go out, work with a government entity that's called the Land Authority. So normally that's what we do. We always facilitate a discussion between you and the Land Authority, because the Land Authority is our legal arm of government that knows about the land tenure system. We encourage investors, don't just go out there on your own. Come to the NIC so that we place you in the hands of the Land Authority, and we can follow up and make sure that the Land Authority guides you and in securing the land that you want. Today, we've been able to cultivate a very strong relationship with the National Housing Authority, very strong and vibrant lady. What she has done, she's been very proactive. She's now moving, and I've gotten government land. She's secured land already, the head of the National Housing Authority, and she's looking for partners. So she has worked, so the time is going to take you to go to Land Authority. We have something in land tenure system that is called FPIC, because then you have to go and get the consent of the community, if it's government land or a community land. She's done all of that, so she'll be able to identify land in key areas, and she's gotten the title. So all she's now looking for is partner to develop those land. And so you can either partner with the National Housing Authority, or you work with the Land Authority to go through a land tenure system and be able to secure your own land. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharif, for your presentation. We appreciate your time with us.
Thank you all. We know that we're winding down. We have a few more speakers. We want to mix it up. We want to have like government officials present, and then we bring in, folks from here, so we listen to them. So at this time, I'm going to introduce David Webster. David is CEO of Webster Marketing International. David is a U.S. investor that I traveled with to Liberia in March. He read about companies in Liberia. David came back and he has been trying to inform. So David, he is someone who will follow up. The other way around, we were the ones following up, but David is always calling. I need this. I need this bankable project. I need your case study. I need feasibility study. I need what I call investment-ready projects. So like I say to my colleagues in government, have your projects ready so that when investors come, you can hand those projects to them. Because business people, business executives, they don't have time to waste. They don't have the go and come back tomorrow time. So I'm appealing to our folks, have those projects on your decks. Please tell them how much you're looking to invest. Please provide the data so that they can have it and get started. Some people don't have the time to waste. When we don't respond, they go to our neighbors. So please, let us do things a little bit quicker. And so it is my pleasure to welcome David, who will give his personal story about his stay in Liberia.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. Again, my name is David Webster. My company is Webster Marketing International. We represent companies in the U.S. and abroad in the areas of solar energy, lithium battery backup systems, waste-to-energy, agricultural technologies and inputs, housing, military and security equipment, and even container port operations. Today I come before you not just as a business advocate, but as someone who sees tremendous opportunity where others might see untapped terrain. That terrain is Liberia, a country of resilience, vast potential, and strategic importance on the African continent. Before I go into this, I'd just like to make a few comments that most of the people here are from Liberia. But if I were to ask someone that's not from Liberia, have you been to Liberia? Probably very few people would say they were. If I said, have you been to Africa? Again, probably very few people would say they have been. And why is that? Well, most US companies do not invest in Africa. Unless they're a Fortune 500 or a Fortune 100 or a major corporation, most small, mid-sized, and a little bit larger companies don't invest in Africa. And why is that? Because they know very little about Africa. You saw a little while ago a presentation about the agricultural programs that they're going to have. Have you ever seen any of that on the news? Have you ever seen CNN or any other news agency give a positive story about Africa? I haven't. What do they show? They show destruction, devastation, coups, everything negative. Years ago when we went to South Africa on a trade mission, we had a lot of African Americans with us from Philadelphia. We got off the plane in Johannesburg. If anybody's been to Johannesburg, that's like King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. They get off the plane, they're looking around, they go, where's wild animals? Where's the mud huts? That was their impression of Africa. And it's a shame. It is really a shame. We need to do better. We need to educate. I'm probably one of the biggest proponents of Africa. I've been to 43 countries in my career. 8 of them were African countries. I've been to some of these countries many times. I would tell my colleagues once in a while that I'm going to Liberia, or I've been to Liberia, or I've been to Zambia, or South Africa, or Cote d'Ivoire, or Ghana. And they say, oh my gosh, weren't you afraid? I go, what do you mean? What do you mean? Well, isn't it dangerous? Isn't there all kind of crime? And I said, if anyone in those countries read a Philadelphia newspaper, nobody would come to Philadelphia. I said, every country has areas that are crime-ridden. That doesn't mean the whole country is crime-ridden. And again, it's very difficult to try to convince these people, but that's what we have to do. You know, I recently went to Liberia with Ambassador Gibson Shorts. For anybody that wants to do anything in Liberia, contact her. If she doesn't personally go with you, she has a staff in Liberia that will make sure you're taken care of. And I want to thank you again, Ambassador. Liberia's current U.S. Trade Investment Representative, we have meetings with literally almost every minister in Liberia, including the Chief of Staff of the Vice President. And we did discuss a number of potential projects. You know, Liberia is looking for investors and partners. Liberia is a beautiful country with many natural resources. The city of Monrovia is a modern city with large office buildings, nice hotels, and most of the conveniences you would find here in the United States. However, the country needs many things. Liberia went through a very difficult period of civil wars. You know, wars that started in 1989 and did not officially end until 2003. Now, if you're from the United States, think of that. Could you imagine going through 15 years of civil war? What would your country look like? Even though it's been 22 years since it ended, Liberia still needs a lot. I don't look at the needs of Liberia as a deterrent. I look at it as an opportunity for many companies to find projects and partners to help grow the economic engines of Liberia. Liberia is open for business. You know, and it's time for U.S. businesses to take a bold and visionary step forward. You know, why Liberia? Well, strategic access. Liberia's coastline offers direct access to West Africa's and global markets. Its proximity to key shipping routes positions it as a natural hub for many trade and logistics. Natural resources, you know, from gold, iron ore, diamonds, rich in agriculture. Liberia is home to abundant resources waiting to be responsibly developed. Young and ambitious workforce. With more than 60% of the population under 25 years old, Liberia presents an opportunity to harness energy, skills, and innovation. Improved business climate. There are reforms are underway, infrastructure projects. It's a transparent process in business. The government incentives are making investment smoother and safer than ever before. You know, I think it's a call for action for U.S. businesses. Liberia is not just a place to invest. It is a partner for growth. U.S. companies bring expertise, capital, and global vision. Liberia offers strategic access, market potential, and meaningful returns, not just financial, but also social and humanitarian. Liberia supports sustainable development, creating jobs, empowering local communities, strengthening U.S.-Africa relations through innovations and enterprises. Let me be clear. To those who enter early, not just witness change, they help shape it. Personal commitment. At Webster Marketing International, we believe in building bridges, not just between markets, but between people and possibilities. We work alongside officials, supported charitable causes, and cultivated partnerships to promote stability and long-term development. I started a nonprofit a little over a year ago called Classroom Donations International. In the U.S., we have closed schools that close, merge, or remodel all of the time. This equipment has very little value here in the United States, and in many cases, it's sent to a landfill. I'm talking about great equipment. I'm talking about desks, chairs, black and white boards, books, bookcases, teaching aids, really good equipment. Some of the books we recently got are brand new books. They've never been used. They've changed the curriculum in certain schools. So we've got boxes of brand new children's workbooks. We've collected this equipment and sent it to schools overseas. In the last few months, we've sent three full 40-foot containers of classroom equipment to Liberia. We've also sent containers of classroom equipment to Ghana and Ethiopia as well. I'd like to thank the Liberian diaspora because we can collect the goods, but we do need support in shipping the goods. And so the Liberian diaspora has been excellent in helping raise funds for the shipping. You know, our advocacy isn't theoretical. It's practical, it's heartfelt, and ongoing. Solutions to rural education, we see investment not as a transaction, but as a transformation. You know, again, Liberia offers a diverse range of sectors ripe for investment, especially for U.S. businesses seeking strategic entry into West Africa. And here's some of the most promising. We talked about agriculture, you know, cultivation of rubber, rice, cocoa, cassava, palm oil, quite frankly, even onions. There are so many things needed in Liberia. The majority of the foods are imported. And it's a shame because you have the natural resources. What you need, as you mentioned, Minister, is you need technical information, you need support, you need equipment, but that's available, and I believe that we can find people to help you. You know, in agro-processing, there are so many things processed in Liberia, not just for Liberia, but for West Africa. And that's what I try to emphasize to other businesses, is that don't think of Liberia just as Liberia. It's the gateway to other West African countries. You know, mining and natural resources, you know, rich deposits, again, of iron ore, gold, and diamonds. Potential for sustainable extraction, processing. And that's one of the things that's hurt Africa in general, not just Liberia, this value-added term. If you can just add a little value to a raw material, you can double or triple the price that you're getting as a commodity. So it's something to certainly take a look at. Energy and renewable resources. You know, there's a high need for power generation in Liberia, particularly in rural areas. You know, solar, battery backup systems, investment in grid is also very important. You know, infrastructure and logistics, roads, bridges, ports, airport storage, we named them all. Again, it's a strategic regional trade hub. Telecommunications, there's growing demand for better internet access, mobile services, and digital infrastructure. Opportunities in e-governance and tech startups. Tourism and hospitality. Again, we stayed at a beautiful hotel in Monrovia. You have tremendous opportunity for ecotourism, for developing more of the beach areas. You know, health and education. You know, there should be reasons to invest in private clinics, medical supply chains, telemedicines. When I was in Monrovia and I went to the free trade zone, you have a hospital, quite frankly, right next to it. And it's not being used right now. It was used during the HIV crisis. And I'm saying, why don't you open that again? Make it a private clinic. I mean, it's there. You don't have to really invest a lot to do that. And I'm sure that it could sustain itself. You know, we talked again about agriculture, energy resources. You know, the GDP of growth in Liberia was 4.7% in 2023. And it was over in 2024. You know, government incentives, you just heard about many of the tax breaks. You have a huge market just in Liberia in general for many of these items. You know, some considerations though, and again, I have to be honest, infrastructure gaps, unreliable electricity, reforms in international support are improving the landscape. And I'll give you a prime example in West Africa. I've been to Cote d'Ivoire. Their supermarkets in Cote d'Ivoire and Abidjan are better than the supermarkets here in Philadelphia. They just developed a new highway from the southern part of Cote d'Ivoire all the way to the north. Very well, the infrastructure is really well in place. Ghana, pretty close to Cote d'Ivoire, still behind what Cote d'Ivoire is. Liberia, you guys are a little bit further behind than Ghana. Again, I look at that as an opportunity, not as a deterrent. That means that anyone willing to come down to invest is going to be a major player in any of these developments. You know, again, I urge you and anyone else here that's from the United States, you know, leaders of vision, entrepreneurs, you know, have the courage to invest in the impact. You know, let's not just invest in the market. Let's invest in the nation's future. I believe in Liberia. I hope to go back soon. The ambassador is correct. We have people interested in investing in Liberia, both in solar and battery backup systems. Waste to energy. We have a company that can take your municipal waste and turn it into energy. It solves two problems. Gets rid of your landfills and also provides an unlimited source of energy. But it's difficult sometimes getting replies back to the questions. You can't get investors to invest. They can't get their their questions answered. So that's what we hope to continue to work. As the ambassador said, I don't give up. So I continue to hound her and some of the other people we met. But I want to thank you today. Like I said, I believe in Liberia. And if you have any questions or if there's anything I can do, please let me know. Thank you again.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me just come in. So thank you,
just like to, this is an old age challenge when it comes to
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I want to thank you for, again, taking Liberia as a partner and promoting the country. I know not only you, we're having challenge with what is called feasibility studies, pre-feasibility studies, or gathering information. One of the ways we try to go around that, because again, sometimes when we as a government develop a feasibility studies, it means those projects have to be tendered. So one of the ways we go around that is to sign an MOU to allow you to conduct a feasibility studies. And when you conduct a feasibility studies, you have what's called first right of refusal to develop that project. So I'll share with you my card.
Well, let me address that, because I appreciate that.
Yeah.
When we say feasibility study, sometimes we're not looking for a 20-page report. What we're looking for is like on waste energy. We sent out some simple questions. How much waste do you have? What is your electric rate? Is your waste collected by the municipality or is it private? Basic questions.
I agree.
And it's like pulling teeth.
I agree.
So, also, I want to bring up a good point, tenders. Many of the companies I represent will not be interested in a tender. And I have to say this, and I'm not saying it's Liberia, but I'm telling you from experience. By the time a tender is printed in the newspaper, that deal's been done. That's a formality. That deal's already been given to somebody. So I appreciate what you're saying about signing an MOU, letting us do some of the work ourselves. And we can do a lot of that work, our clients and all. But they still need cooperation from the Liberian government side. When I was there, and again, I'm not trying to be negative, I'm just saying that we heard so many things that are needed by the different ministers. And we're saying, great, Minister of Defense, but we need energy for our bases. Boy, we need equipment. We need this, we need that. Great. Haven't heard a word yet. Some of the other ministers, yeah, we need this, we need that. And again, when I come to Liberia, let me explain. When I come to Liberia, I'm not going there for vacation. I'm already representing companies that are saying, Dave, find out what they need, what they want. Does it make sense? Some of them are willing to invest. Some of them just want to sell their goods. But we have to work as a team. But I truly admire what you're saying about the MOUs. I think that's the way to do it. Sorry, any other questions?
No, David, what did you get out of the Minister of Agriculture?
I'm glad you're here, Minister. I've been asked over the years to give the speech on.
What was his experience?
Yeah. His experience.
Again, my experience in Liberia in agriculture, we did visit Ambassador, I forgot the gentleman's name, he's a young man, and he's got a farm that he's growing specialty crops. He's growing avocados and but he knows himself, this is a 5-year term for him. And like I'm telling him, that's great, but why don't you grow now? The gentleman that exports cocoa beans that I met with, he is buying 5 containers of onions a week from China. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
What I mean, I know you said your experience with other institutions.
Right.
Giving you questionnaire
and respond.
So what are you have similar interaction with all? Because we are desperate for the investors. What is it that we need to do to get
I can tell you, Minister, one of the biggest things when it comes to African cooperatives, again, I've been asked to speak to a number of different African leaders about how U.S. cooperatives differ from African cooperatives. In Africa, most of your cooperatives might be 1,000 farmers. They're all relatively small farmers. The government usually gives them a discount on fertilizer and seed. They all grow basically the same crop. They all go to the market at the same time. They don't have packaging. They don't have refrigeration. So they basically make barely a living. In the United States, 2 of the biggest food companies that you may be familiar with, Sunkist and Ocean Spray. If anyone here is familiar with those 2 brands, each individually company does over $1 billion a year in sales. Now, they're 100% owned by farmers. They're cooperatives. Now, how do they do that? They let the farmers farm. They give the farmer everything he needs to farm, and that's all they want him to do. You farm. Then they have another division that does the food processing, the food packaging, the food storage. They're all part of the cooperative, though, so that's another division. Then they have another division that does the sales and marketing, and maybe product development. Collectively, all of the farmers make a heck of a lot more money than they do as individual farmers. And I keep saying, if some African country will work with us to start a cooperative like that, and you had one brand, I'm telling you, you have one brand for Liberia. So, you know, if I pick a commodity, you know, in the United States, well, anything, let's say you want a car, most people say, oh, Mercedes, you know. And then again, I've done advertising marketing work for some very large growers here in the United States. And they will spend millions of dollars to go from seed to package, and then they don't want to spend a penny. And I said, well, why is that? And they go, well, the quality of my goods. And I said, okay. I said, because of Mother Nature, on any given day, don't 5 other growers have the same quality as you do? Well, yeah, probably. Why do you wear a Rolex watch? Why do you drive a Mercedes-Benz? Oh, because it's the best. Why is it the best? They tell us, you know. In the diamond business, anyone that's aware of that knows that discolored diamonds, darker diamonds, are always used for industrial purposes, you know, for drill bits, for saws, things like that. So what did De Beers do a few years ago? He came out with a whole line called chocolate diamonds. Buy your wife or your girlfriend a chocolate diamond bracelet. That's an industrial diamond that had this value, now at this value, because of how they presented it and marketed it. So that's what we talk about value added. There are many things I think Liberia has, but it has to be promoted as the best. Find 1 or 2 commodities, but make the world know it's the best.
Thank you, David.
We'll talk afterwards. Now this conversation lasts. You can take just one commodity, and that's what we are trying to do now. We are looking at the Liberica coffee. That is unique to Liberia. We want to look at that and promote it.
So let me just say that real quick. You talk about coffee. most people in the United States that say, oh, I think that's from Jamaica. The best coffee in the world is Jamaica Blue Mountain coffee. Is it? I don't know. It's promoted as the best, so people assume it's the best.
You see, for Liberica, in fact, Liberica coffee won a prize here. It didn't seem to that year. In 1876, at a show here, Liberica coffee.
But how many people know that?
No, not many. That's why I'm agreeing with you. We need to market it. And I hope we can work together on that. There are a couple of things.
Absolutely.
Okay, so at this point, I want to call on a young adult, young gentleman. You know, my career working in the state of Pennsylvania, Liberia, I've learned to work with the young people. I learned to have the young people around me, and that's how I grow. I developed this strategy of feeding off the young people's energy, learning from them. And so I get excited when I see the young people because I know so much they can do. When I visited Liberia and I saw the young, knowledgeable, trained Liberians, I felt good that the future of Liberia would be good. And so I have the pleasure of welcoming to the stage a young man, 18 years old, you will not believe it, Michael Moraki, born in the state of Minnesota with Kenyan parents. I met Michael through David Brill from the PA Department of Economic Development. And I was impressed with this young man. In fact, I invited him to be an intern at the trade office. I also told Michael about a young man that we met, David, when we were on the trade mission. He mentioned Steffi Che, and saw what he was doing. A young man engaged in farming. And I said, wow. We were so impressed. We asked him, can you multiply motivate other young people to do what you're doing. So Steffi runs a farm. I think he has about 800 acres of land in Bond County. And then on the airport road, he has nurseries just spreading across a couple of acres of land. And then I asked him, I said, would you want to come to the conference and talk to the young people in the U.S. so that they see what you're doing? Unfortunately, Michael could not come, or Stephen could not come. But I have asked Michael to partner with him and get some of his pictures to show today while he himself talk about what he's doing. He's an executive of a coffee company in Kenya. How many generations? And he's taking over now from his father. So I'm so proud and I'm so pleased to welcome Michael to the stage and to have you listen to him. Thank you, Michael, for doing this.
Thank you for the kind words, Ambassador. It really means a lot. My name is Michael Murioki. I'm an 18-year-old freshman at Temple University, and I'm honored to be here speaking today at the Trade and Investment Office conference. Agriculture has been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. I come from a long line of coffee farmers. Our family business, Javan's Coffee, has been passed down not one, not two, but 4 generations, from my great-grandfather to my grandfather, then to my father, and now to me. We specialize in the supply of raw coffee beans worldwide. And through this work, I've had the opportunity to understand not just the technical side of farming, but the passion, patience, and resilience it requires. Being a young person in agriculture has given me a unique perspective. I've seen the challenges, but I've also seen the potential. One story that really stood out to me is that of a man named Steffi Che, as the ambassador mentioned. A young Liberian I met who started his own farm from the ground up himself. His determination, resourcefulness, and commitment to the land are nothing short of inspiring. I'd like to take a moment to share a video from Steffi from Liberia about the work that he's been doing. Kindly.
We have like 120 acres in Tubuta County, where we are. Our purpose of making this video is to show out there to the world of people who believe that Liberians cannot do agriculture on a commercial scale. We want to prove that they are wrong. Liberia is a country that came from war, and because of those problems and challenges, today we are back home and most of us want to contribute. So our own way of contributing to our economy is by going into agriculture. And personally, I chose to food farming. One of the reasons I decided to do food farming, I observed our market. We export a lot of food from Morocco, Guinea, and other neighboring countries around. So our way of contributing to build our economy is to promote food farming. So how we do it is qualitative seeds production, and then training of local farmers through then introducing the prospect of food farming into our community. So we decided to do this. So it's hard avocados, every other fruit tree, and taking a black. So we are maybe we are growing them on a large scale. All we are looking out there for is some possible partnership with having everywhere there's a market crisis, but we are looking forward to starting again, that he is hoping to to expand our project. We are looking for that kind of partnership.
These are some of the plants that he has been growing at his farm. I can tell you for a fact, any plant you can think of, this man has and can grow at a large scale. His story reminds us that agriculture isn't just a job, it's a calling. And it's one that we as a community need to encourage more young people to embrace. Because the truth is, without farmers, who will feed us? Please ask yourself that question. Who will feed us if not farmers? My hope today is to bring awareness to this issue and help shift the way we think about farming. It shouldn't be seen as a last resort, but rather as a future filled with opportunity, innovation, and impact. I want us to work together to support and empower the next generation of farmers, not just for today, but for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. That was great. So we'll now move on to the U.S. Liberia Chamber of Commerce Chair, Mr. Sam Gibson. While he's coming, I want to inform you that they have planned a reception this evening that should run from 6 to 8. And so after this event, you can please go on to the African American Museum and he will give you the details of that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Gibson. Good afternoon, everybody. I will greet you in our native vernacular. Babua. Good morning. Well, folks, I am Frederick Sam, the president of the U.S. Liberia Chamber of Commerce, and I'm also the acting chairman of the Coalition United for Progress. When I first got here this morning and listened to everybody, I was moved, thanks to the magic of smartphone, to write something. Even though I may be preaching to the choir, but those folks that I expected to have been here to listen to this, majority, they have already left. But however, restoring the broken bridge, a wake-up call to America, and a call to action for Liberia. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, government officials, business leaders, members of the diaspora, brothers and sisters across the globe. It is with a heavy heart, but with unshakable hope that I stand before you today, not only as chairman of the U.S. Liberia Chamber of Commerce, but as a son of Liberia, as a member of the global African family, and as a truth bearer. Today we gather to talk business, to chart pathways to economic growth, to create jobs and to build infrastructure. But let me be clear from the start, no amount of business can be done on a broken foundation. No amen. And that's what Liberia stands on today, fractured foundations laid by history, injustice, betrayal, and prolonged neglect. Let us reflect on the undeniable truth. Liberia was birthed by America, metaphorically and literally. America, with all her complications and contradictions, helped establish the Republic of Liberia in 1847 as a home for free black slaves. And yet today,
Nearly 2 centuries later, Liberia finds itself abandoned by her own founding partners. How do we explain this paradox? How do we justify the sadness? The United States of America, with whom Liberia shares blood, history, and geography, has poured billions upon billions of dollars to nations far removed from her soul. Israel receives $3.8 billion a year in military aid alone. Ukraine receives over $100 billion just in the blink of an eye. Just yet Liberia, a country where America's very fingerprints are etched in our flags. Our constitution, our capital city, stands economically in tatters. What crime did Liberia commit to be left so far behind is the question that I ask. Just like Haiti, our sister struggle in origin, Liberia has been pushed to the margins of the modern world. The two oldest black republics on earth, victims of colonial neglect, victims of racial politics, and victims of modern economic isolation. While other nations are building space programs, we in Liberia are still trying to build roads. We are still trying to get clean water in our schools. We are still trying to restore power grids, destroyed not by nature, but by geopolitics, because that the record shows that Liberia didn't just fall, she was pushed. America bears responsibility, and not only through absence, but through action. It was America that turned a blind eye as Liberia was thrown into chaos. It was America that failed to intervene as Charles Taylor, a fugitive of justice, was smuggled back into Liberia to unleash one of the darkest chapters of terror in West Africa history. We lost over 250,000 lives. We lost our homes, our families, our dignity. We fled, many of us, to these very shores and rebuilt from nothing, and still America turns its back. Today, I say enough. It is time to hold a mirror to history. I repeat, it is time to hold a mirror to history. It is time to say that what others want, Liberia does not need pity. We are not beggars. What we demand is partnership, a just, honest, and strategic partnership. To the American business community, don't miss this opportunity. Liberia is rising, slowly, painfully, but surely. Our people are ready. Our diaspora is engaged. We are building schools, hospitals, tech startups, farms, trade routes. We are fighting tooth and nail to build a middle class that has never truly existed in Liberia. We are the architects of a new Liberia, not as a welfare state or as a business state. We are offering investment, not dependency. We are offering partnership, not charity. We are offering access to untapped markets, natural resources, a strategic coastline, and the raw power of the people who simply want a fair chance to thrive. To the African American community, I'm sorry, a lot of you have met, but this message should resonate. You are our king. You are our mirror. If we cannot count on you, then who can we count on? Liberia is your ancestral home. Your story is etched in our soil. When you look at Liberia, you see what could have been the freedom and not been delayed. When we look at you, we see what hope can still be. We must reclaim this connection, not in theory, but in action. Invest in Liberia, black people. Invest in Liberia. Don't take your money elsewhere. If not Liberia, invest in Africa. Teach in Liberia. Build with Liberia. Fight for Liberia the way others fight for their own lands. The Jewish people fight for Israel. Ukraine fight for Ukrainians. Why aren't we fighting for your ancestral home? To the international community, let this conference be a beginning of a reckoning. Let it be a day that Liberia stands back into view. The day that we move from forgotten airlines to the front page of investments. The day we rewrite the road that not as victim but as visionaries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not asking for favors. We are asking for fair play. In this room are the people who can change Liberia's story. Let us not leave here with handshakes and photos. Let us leave here with deals signed and partnerships forged and commitment honored. The world owes Liberia more than just signs. It owes us respect, investment, and the dignity of true engagement. And we, the sons and daughters of Liberia, will not rest till we build a nation worthy of the sacrifices of our ancestors and the dreams of our children. To the Liberian diaspora, the time for waiting is over. A new day has dawned. Liberia is no longer idling in the shadows of conflict and crisis. We are moving forward with clarity, courage, and conviction. The Coalition United for Progress, CUP, is leading this charge, not as a political institution, but as a bold advocacy investment platform dedicated to transforming Liberia from the ground up. Our mission is simple, yet urgent, to build a just, inclusive, homogeneous society with a thriving middle class at its core. CUP's work is not theoretical. It is documented and advancing 4 fundamental books anchor this movement. First book, called The Blueprint of Liberia's Movement. It has up to 356 pages. This book outlines rather, the critical step that we can take to redevelop and regain our place. The next book, the next slide, please. The next book is the Vision 2040. Sorry, I say I know the people, I don't know where I look at me, but I'll know today. Vision 2040 is a roadmap. Our economy budget in Liberia is hovering around 600, 700 million. We are proposing that by 2040, based on the concept designed in this book, to move our budget to at least minimum 3 billion to 5 billion by 2040. The next book. No, but it's for a reason. The next book is Addiction. I heard a question to the minister about Grand Creek County. I worked here in the substance abuse field as a program specialist, and I ran that program. And I understand and know what it means when a nation is faced with the disease of addiction. As a minister, if I take you to Kensington here, and see what's happening like what you call Zobo, it's nothing in comparison. It's worse. It's not only unique to Liberia, but it's global. So this is a treatment guide to help those that are working in the field to be able to craft a treatment program to address that. And in this book, there's a plan where all of those young kids that are in the streets of Monrovia, youth agriculture minister, they still have they plant a refugee camp to be sitting there idle. There should be a plan to develop those places where these young kids can be able to come and get trained and be able to contribute to society in the agriculture sector. And when I told you yesterday, pepper, Mr. David, right? Just mentioned something about coffee. Pepper, we all know Liberia was once called Grain Coast. Because of what? They manipulated pepper. That should be our national product. Pepper is consumed everywhere in the world. We cannot compete with Ivory Coast, with Coca-Cola and coffee at this point. But we can develop a system, a concept that is also included in that first book to develop pepper as our national product. And that will bring up a lot more money in terms of foreign earnings. The last book has to do with criminal justice. It's not up here. And those 4 books will be released today. But according to Amazon, They will be live as of Friday. So you go to Amazon and select those books. Our goal is to sell minimum 1 million. It's not coming to my pocket. That 1 million will be used to build youth development education center throughout the 15 counties of Liberia, and if possible, in the 73 electoral districts in Liberia. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I do not wish to keep you sitting. I hope I didn't bore you. But again, on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, will you please join us this afternoon after this session at the African American Museum, where we all can sit together and break bread. Happy to say that. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gibson. At this point, we want to call on Mr. Emmanuel Abalo to the stage.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this forum, distinguished guests, investors, partners, and friends of Liberia. It is an honor to stand before you and speak about a topic which is critical to Liberia's development journey: how independent and free media backed by accountable governance is playing an active role in attracting and supporting direct foreign investment in our country. The Liberian media is utilizing this opportunity at this conference to leverage its capacity, its influence, and advocacy to attract development and direct investment for the benefit of our people. Liberia is open for partnership and mutual business ventures, and we believe that a free, responsible, and vibrant press working alongside reform-minded governments is one of the strongest signals that a nation is serious about transparency, growth, and creating a welcoming environment for investors. Let me begin with the role of the independent media as a catalyst for investment in Liberia. The media have evolved from being a mere observer to the key stakeholder in national development and the process. Today, the independent press is not just reporting news in Liberia, they are shaping national conversations, tracking public accountability, promoting civic engagement, and helping to ensure a level playing field for businesses. What does this matter to investors like you? Because access to reliable, factual, and timely information is the backbone of risk assessment and decision-making in any investment ecosystem. Independent media outlets in Liberia, such as Front Page Africa, The Data Observer, OKFM and Truth FM and others, routinely cover issues of policy, business, climate, and government reform. They investigate public corruption, analyze laws, and report on regulatory changes that directly affect foreign investors. For example, during the implementation of the Liberia Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, it was the media that helped demystify complex reports about revenue streams in the mining and logging sectors. And this gave both citizens and investors a clear view of the financial landscape in Liberia. Furthermore, Liberia has passed the Freedom of Information Act, one of the first of its kind in West Africa. And this law empowers journalists and citizens to request information from government agencies, ensuring transparency in procurement, contracts, and investment deals. Independent journalism thus acts as a confidence builder, demonstrating years, successful Liberian administrations have taken bold steps to strengthen governance and improve the investment climate. And I'd like to highlight a few of the critical achievements. The government introduced automated systems such as the Integrated Financial Management Information Systems, which allows real-time monitoring of government expenditures and revenues. And this boosts transparency and reduces leakages. Established in 2014, the Liberia Revenue Authority has streamlined tax collection and improved compliance. Today, revenue mobilization is more predictable and investor-friendly tax guidelines are being implemented. Liberia has made registering a business faster and more efficient nowadays. Through the Liberia Business Registry, you can now register a business in under 48 hours, a significant improvement from the bureaucratic delays of the past. Mr. Executive Director of the NIC, Dala. With support from partners like USAID and the World Bank, Liberia has invested in strengthening the rule of law and established commercial courts, which may be in the infancy stage, to handle business disputes differently and efficiently. Alternative dispute resolution mechanisms are also gaining traction. African Development Bank, and ECOWAS. Liberia is blessed with untapped, abundant resources, fertile land, youthful population, and access to key markets in West Africa and beyond. In agriculture, opportunities abound in rice, oil, palm, cocoa, and rubber. In energy, there are opportunities to expand renewable energy through hydro and solar investments. In tourism, Liberia's coastline, historical landmarks, and nature reserves remain largely untapped. In infrastructure, the need for roads, housing, and digital connectivity present massive potential. Through the Special Economic Zone and public-private partnership, the government is actively courting responsible investors. And guess what? You are not alone. Companies like ArcelorMittal, Firestone, Liberia, and Orange have already planted roots, expanding their footprint because they believe in Liberia's promise of partnership, opportunities, transparency, and business profit. Foreign investors looking to succeed in Liberia should recognize that the independent local media is more than just a watchdog. They are strategic tools for business intelligence, shareholder engagement, and brand building. And here is how. In market intelligence and sectoral insights, the Liberian media outlets regularly report on government tenders, emerging industries, community priorities, and policy changes. This gives investors early visibility into infrastructure projects being planned at county or national level. Regulatory reforms in sectors like agriculture, mining and information technology. Shifts in public opinion or community sentiment that affect investment acceptability, these are driven by reportage in the local media. For example, Orange Liberia, one of the leading telecom companies, used early media reports about Liberia's growing digital divide to tailor its mobile internet expansion strategy. Today, Orange Liberia has become a household name and a leader in mobile banking innovation in rural Liberia. Local media often profiles Liberian entrepreneurs, cooperatives, and small enterprises, SMEs, looking for growth capital or technical partnerships. And these stories help foreign investors identify credible partners who have already made roads and roots. When equatorial palm oil first entered Liberia, it used local media connections to engage stakeholders and explain its community development plans. And this transparency helped ease tensions and secure land rights under improved terms. By engaging with respected local journalists and radio networks, foreign investors can explain their mission and long-term vision. They can clarify environmental and social concerns. They can announce jobs, training, or community development initiatives. ArcelorMittal, for example, maintains regular communication through local radio about its mining operation and expansion, community investments, and scholarship programs. This proactive media engagement has helped build goodwill, even in areas with a history of corporate animus and mistrust. The local media also functions as an early warning system. Issues such as community dissatisfaction, land disputes, or political instability are often first reported by the local media. This gives investors time to engage and mitigate risk before they escalate. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in Liberia, we are building a future where the independent media holds power and large business institutions and individuals to account, where the rule of law is respected, and where good governance creates fertile ground for investment to grow. We are not perfect, but we are progressing, and we are inviting you to be a part of the transformation of Liberia. If you seek a country where your investment can generate both profit and purpose, look no further than Liberia. Come. With our entrepreneurs. Help us create jobs, transfer skills, and write a new chapter in Liberia's economic history. Let the world say that when others hesitated, you saw the opportunity and became a pioneer. Thank you, and the media looks forward to welcoming you to Liberia.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Emmanuel Abaro. That was a massive. I appreciate it. So at this time, I want to call Honorable Andrew Pega Flagian to the podium to do his presentation. And while he's coming up, I want to quickly announce that there's a Liberia Investment Conference between the 15th to the 18th of July that will be 2025, that will be held in Monrovia, Liberia. And the organizers are the NIC, our own National Investment Commission, and NOVA. So I encourage you to go to Liberia, try to survey the economy, look for ventures, look for projects, look for Liberians who have projects, look for investors, Liberian investors, form partnership, identify these enterprises that you can in conference, organize in partnership with NIC and NOVA, July 15 to the 18th. If you need further information,
Thank you very much. Gurley of the city government officials from
Let me begin
on behalf of the Minister of Commerce and Industry, Madam Madeline Dagoza, express to you her thanks and appreciation for organizing this event. And we appreciate the fact that you invited us as Ministry of Commerce to give you a sense of what we're doing. Thank you very much. My responsibility is to talk about improved policies and practices to facilitate private sector growth in Liberia. I think I want to start by talking about a short background perspective as far as investment is concerned. For years, Liberia has been in the forefront of promoting and adopting the policy of private sector-driven economy. This policy approach was complemented by the open door policy that was initiated in 1945. This broad policy framework resulted in massive influx of foreign direct investment because of our faith in the power of the private sector and our commitment to a free enterprise system, Liberia gained significant benefit in terms of private sector growth in the 1960s and the 1970s. Notwithstanding recent global economic downturns, Liberia remains committed to the promotion of a private sector-driven economy. This government still believes in the role of the private sector as the engine for sustainable economic growth, job creation, and poverty reduction. Accordingly, the administration of His Excellency President Joseph Yema Boakai has launched, and the Honorable Minister of Agriculture made reference to this, has launched an ambitious 5-year development strategy known as the Arrest Agenda, hereafter referred to as the AARD. Liberia's inclusive development through improved and well-coordinated policy reform initiatives aimed at addressing the perennial structural barriers in the Liberian economy. The Arrest Agenda stands for, as you well know, agriculture and food security, roads and infrastructure, rule of law and governance, education and human capital development, sanitation and health, last but not the least, tourism. As you may be aware, structural barriers generally impact key areas in an economy, including the policy framework, legal and regulatory infrastructure, which are essential for the ease of doing business. The lack of predictability and increased uncertainty generally results in high level of perceived risks. And therefore, please, to reaffirm the government's commitment to rationalizing framework and legal and regulatory infrastructure, which in turn should make Liberia an attractive destination for private sector investment. The pillars of this reform effort will include the effective use and local conservation of the country's natural resources, fair and equitable partnership, transparency, consistency, predictability, and the ease of doing business. In view update about a lot for this discussion. I will limit my focus to the following two areas: rationalization of policy framework, legal and regulatory infrastructure, and two, ease of doing business. The policy, legal, and regulatory infrastructure encompass government requirements, framework of laws, public pronouncement, etc., in removing or minimizing unnecessary costs, delays, confusion, or obstacles to doing business. The intent of this is to protect both the public interest and private sector. A robust or healthy regulatory environment facilitates innovation, creativity, encourages investment, foster economic prosperity, thereby eliminating regulatory arbitrage and corruption. In the arrest agenda, the government has given due recognition to the untapped potential of the private sector as the vehicle to leverage inclusive and stable economic growth for Liberia. To this end, the government has mandated its ministries and agencies to align their programs and policy intervention with the arrest agenda for inclusive development and put in place the appropriate regulatory environments in these critical areas of the economy to encourage the growth of local businesses and incentivize foreign direct investments. The President's agenda for private sector development. And it was officially launched, the AID, which is a platform that will operationalize the President's agenda for private sector development, was officially launched by the President in January 2025. The AID has 6 development pillars, one of which is economic transformation pillar, on which the Ministry of Commerce and Industry plays a critical role. In terms of economic transformation, we have trade and private sector development, which is the cornerstone for job creation, poverty reduction, sustainable and inclusive growth, industrial and technological advancement, and value addition. Consistent with our effort to drive trade and private sector development, the ministry is focused on improving the following. 1, regulatory requirement and compliance for doing business in Liberia. Streamlining and rationalizing the regulatory requirements is a critical first step to ensure a vibrant, business-friendly environment that will create jobs and unlock private sector growth. According to the 2019 World Bank Doing Business Report, countries with streamlined regulations and strong enforcement see high level of private investment, job creation, and innovation. To this end, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry has initiated significantly improved policy reform to streamline the regulatory environment and spur private sector growth along these lines. 1, reactivation and streamlining the business registration process, including the reestablishment of the one-stop shop at the Liberia Business Registry, the LBRO, in a fast-tracking business registration process. Digitization of the import permit declaration or export permit declaration process. The ministry is digitizing the current manual process of RPD or EPD processing to increase efficiency and reduce opportunities for rent seeking and other corruption. We reinstituted the promotion of public-private sector dialogue. The ministry has reactivated what we call the National Trade Facilitation Committee, a platform for private sector dialogue geared towards sharing information and international best practices. Establishing what we call the trade. This is an online portal that will bring trade-related information, laws, regulation, procedure forms, etc., in one place where businesses and prospective investors will have real-time demand access to information, enabling them to make immediate, informed business decisions. The initiative is being financed by the World Bank and the government of Liberia. The last but not the least, facilitating access to finance and credit for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Here, the ministry is improving financial inclusion and support to MSME through jointly implementing a US $40 million financing project under the Liberia Investment Finance Trade Lift project. This will expand access to affordable and concessional financing to the small business sector and facilitate inclusive private sector growth. Working with the World Bank, we've also concluded a 3-year capacity development project with Bridgewater, a consulting firm based in Ghana, to build the administrative and managerial capacities of growth SMEs. We have also concluded effort with the African Development Bank on its youth entrepreneurship to develop the technical capacity of young entrepreneurs and help them access financing. What are we doing under the ease of business in Liberia? The ease of doing business starts with the simplicity, consistency, and clarity of requirements necessary for small and medium-scale startups in Liberia. We're all being bogged down by excessive red tapes, unpredictable rules, or inconsistent enforcement. This is an area that remains a concern for policymakers, investors, and entrepreneurs. According to the World Bank 2020 annual rating on the ease of doing business, Liberia was ranked 175 out of 190 countries. This ranking underscores the structural and administrative challenges that continue to inhibit private sector development and economic diversification. Efforts are now underway by the ministry to address these challenges. For example, the ministry has streamlined the process for starting a business by significantly reducing the number of days required for business registration from 30 days to 2 days. We are exploring the possibility of reducing from 2 days to 24 hours without compromising any legal or regulatory requirements. The efforts we are making reflect the ministry's commitment to creating a conducive business environment that fosters ease of entry and private sector development. It must be stated, however, that there are significant infrastructure gaps. For example, unreliable and unaffordable electricity supply, poor roads, network, etc., especially in the Murray Industrial Park, and my colleague mentioned that, or called it MRP, which is home to 15 manufacturing companies operating in various sectors: flour milling, steel, zinc, nail, and biscuit. Although the objectives of the MRP remain unfulfilled, the government has initiated a two-pronged approach to address some of these challenges. One, collaborating with the current occupants to address where possible some of the shortcomings, and two, we made a formal request to GRZ to review and upgrade the industrial development policy in keeping with international best practices. Efforts are underway to provide a basic infrastructure named above and do a layout of the MRP and make it more conducive for current and would-be manufacturing industries. We need to continue to work on strengthening the enforcement of contracts, regulatory and legal environment, and investment protection mechanisms to build confidence among both domestic and international investors. Notwithstanding the above-mentioned challenges, Liberia will continue its effort to become a favorable destination for foreign direct investment. The ministry will continue to pursue policy initiatives to improve access to finance, streamline trade procedures, and enhance the regulatory environment to ensure growth of the private sector. Additionally, we will continue to pursue our strategy of regional integration and digital transformation to expand market access and create opportunities, including improved operational efficiency for the small business sector. Finally, while Liberia's current position on the global Doing Business Index highlights the need for continued reforms. The foundation for progress are already being laid. The ministry will sustain the momentum on regulatory and as a strategy to create the enabling environment for private sector growth. Allow me to conclude by letting you know that Liberia is ready for business and that there are incentives for investors in all sectors of the economy. I urge you to come and invest in Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minister. That was brilliant. Thank you, Mr. Minister. You covered, I think, most of the concerns we all had in this room. And even my question I had, you just covered it at the end. Because I wanted to know how long it took to open a business. And I usually tell people based on experience, it was 48 hours. I went to Liberia and I had with me few investors who went to register, and that the time was so short. I mean, it was amazing. So thank you so much for the reform that you have established at the institution. And I know also you've opened that one-stop shop, the Liberia Revenue Authority, that brought together the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Central Bank. It was a lot of hassle having to do 1 minute. But now everything is in one spot, and you go and you register your business, you have the paperwork ready, and you're ready to start. So that's good, and we are proud. Thank you for the hard work. At this point, we want to call on, they said to develop any country, you need a good health system. Our people need to be healthy. So I have been talking to doctors in the US, particularly Liberian doctors in the diaspora, to help take back their skills, their knowledge, and to train and to be there to provide the health care that we need, so that when we go to Liberia, we know where to go. And we're not looking to go anywhere else when someone falls sick. So I've been talking to the doctors, and I have with me today one of those Liberian doctors and his wife, who is also a nurse. So they're both in the health sector trying to engage other doctors to join them to go to Liberia and set up shop, open clinics, and have the right medication, the right equipment to do diagnostics and to be able to treat our people. So when they are not, when they don't have the finances to go somewhere else and get the treatment, they can do it there. When I go to Liberia, I want to be able to visit that clinic. So he's coming with good news. So I'm happy to introduce Dr. Cabo. Let me pronounce your name, I don't want to miss it up. Dr. Cabo Yankwe. So Dr. Cabo Yankwe, please. Come to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador and our important guests. I'm happy for this opportunity because most of the discussions center around the rest agenda. And there's no better time than this to elevate this agenda. So we're happy that we're here. But I'm from the health sector. And during the time I worked in Liberia, I suffered some of the most difficult times. Right, sleeping in the mud and all of that. So today, I've come with firstly a document and just a little document in which I want to engage primarily into inquiry, because one of the agenda, the rest agenda growth. And we believe that our experience dictates that we help to make fix the growth so that subsequent generations of doctors will not suffer while I suffer. So our health system has a lot of places for private investment. We have pharmaceutical, we have diagnostics, including radio diagnostics and laboratory. And we also have, for treatment facilities, for example, radiation oncology and the treatment of cancer. We don't have those in our country. And then we also talk about innovation. The technicians, we talk about how we have seamless coordination of information, intergovernmental institutions as well as with private institutions. Also, we talk about innovation. Regardless of how long, we do this road, we're not going to be finished with the road in the next 4 or 5 years. And there are very important places to reach. Now, which to the most counted, but I know the whole of them. And more than most people that county reach. And so because of that, we think that there should be innovative means of taking services to our people when they are unable to get services by coming to the facilities because of lack of roads. So those are the points for which I'm stressing, and there's no need to go further because they have said everything. Agriculture, public works are all tools of the healthcare, public health, or public health. If you don't grow food, we'll not be nutritious. If the public work doesn't build road, we'll have no road. So all of the things they talk about, agriculture and roads, I really appreciate that. And the opportunity for me to speak with the Investment Commission Chair, as well as the Commerce, Deputy Minister of Commerce. And I'm happy that the government of Liberia is taking this initiative to push Liberians to engage in their own economic activity. For some of us who believe that there is not an option, we cannot keep what we're supposed to do for the next generation to pick it up. That is not an option. And we say necessity is the mother of invention. And you know who's the father? Crisis. So Liberia has both parents alive. So it means that we have to jumpstart the entire process. So I thank you all. And when the minister, when you go back, please inform the president that added another arrow to the agenda, and that is reconciliation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You hit a very critical sector. I just wanted to just highlight this. We've been working with some of the health practitioners, especially from here, who are looking into investing. So one of the things we're doing, we got a lot of big companies in Liberia called concessionaires. They have obligation to build schools and build clinics. But sometimes this is not their primary goal to manage these health facilities. We work with fashion in that regard. So if you would want to invest in those sector, there are structures already there. What we're looking for is how you take that on a PPP model and manage it and run with it. In fact, with some of the concessionaires, they're willing to give their stock as the primary off-taker, where they can insure them on such things. So let's talk about that. Anyone is looking into managing large healthcare facilities. Fashion is looking at that. But they're willing to even finance the facilities. They do a lot of outsourcing. But some of the concession is as well. So
thank you so much. Thank you. So we can rest assured that we have you leading some doctors back to Liberia to not just transfer the skills and the knowledge, but to also be there and help treat our people. Thank you, Dad. At this point, I want to call the Acting Consul General of the Consulate General in New York, Mr. Honorable Rennie Thompson.
Thank you very much. Excellency, Madam officials of government here present, local and international partners, the media, the Liberian community in Philadelphia, and other parts of the United States. I would like to use this opportunity to thank Your Excellency. This is not a new initiative. I have been part of the Liberian Trade Investment Office that's here in Philadelphia, sometimes during the Johnson Study Administration. She was heading the trade office, and we got significant impact coming from the trade office affecting our economic climate. So this is not a new initiative. Just want to take you I also want to thank the Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Mutter. He made a brilliant presentation, and I would like to make some suggestions. Mr. Minister, I was with the Minister of Agriculture before. Probably know you from the Minister of Agriculture on that day you stole. You said there's this thing about productive agricultural infrastructure, farm to market roads, processing facilities, to help drive agriculture investment. I'd like to encourage you to please, push in that direction, because most of the time when you travel on the road to Bangor, you see our farmers and their wives, the children selling food along the roads. I think now we should begin to move into, facilities that will give them more comfort, and farmers can access, market. So we encourage you to move in the direction. I also like to send a message out to the Minister of Finance and Development Planning, Minister Gafron, that we should begin to move our budget from operational framework into sector development. All right, if we invest in power, if we invest in roads, connectivity, and productive agricultural infrastructure, I think the economy will do probably better. Investors will be attracted to come to our country. So now let's focus more. I just want to thank you for having this very brilliant initiative. Thank you.
So we are at that point where we are coming to the end of the day. I want to call Mr. Emmanuel here to do a recap of the day's activity, and then we will take it to thanking all of you for being here, and our great ministers for your presentation. We appreciate you. I believe today we heard a lot about agriculture minister. This minister makes himself so available you cannot even imagine. And anytime you call on him, he's available. So I'm happy about that. And we have a lot of farmers here in Pennsylvania who are looking to see how they could go to Liberia and invest. So Mr. Minister, it looks like your work have just started. So please expect more coming to your end. Also to the executive director for finding his way here. He's very busy, traveling all over the place, and when we call on him, he said, I'm coming. And we do appreciate you. We know how busy you are. Everyone is calling you and want to speak with you, and we know it's not an easy task. So thank you for making yourself available. Please extend our thanks and gratitude to your team back home. Of course, to the Ministry of Commerce, we appreciate you. We appreciate the fact that you could come. You were just getting back into the country from another trip, and then you came on this side. So we thank you when our implementers can come. We can tell all the stories here, we can say everything we want to say. But when you come, people know that when you say yes, it's yes, and when you say no, it's no. So we are just here facilitating. So it's good when you can come out and speak to the people and tell them this can happen and this cannot happen. So we do appreciate you. And everyone else that came from Liberia, thank you. And all of those who attended, we want to say thank you so much. Those potential investors, please reach out. We'll follow up with you. All of our moderators who participated, thank you. Stan, I want to appreciate you. He's our bridge builder. Stan, it's just, you just ask him and he will say, I'm there. We are so grateful, Stan. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Just make sure you come to the reception.
Yes, so please make sure you go to the reception at 6 o'clock where you can network, you can talk freely and have more time to discuss, future partnership. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. An ambassador, I'm privileged. I want to say thank you for allowing us the opportunity to give a brief synopsis of the entire event. We started at about 9 o'clock this morning, very hectic, but to God be the glory that now we are almost at the finishing touches. So quickly to train you through, we started this morning on our background. We also discussed the role of the trade office, which started with Ambassador of Excellency Kelly Gibson, her presentation that talks about the role of the trade office, Liberia preparedness or readiness in pushing President Joseph Newman-Waka's agenda, the U.S. agenda, inclusive development, ARD. We also witnessed Philadelphia authorities, federal Department of Philadelphia, government officials, the mayor of the city of Philadelphia, who came in with a welcome statement and statement of doing business with Liberia. Ambassador Schuer's statement also recognized the contribution of the Liberian government officials, the moderators, our conference delegates, and all who make it their duty to ensuring that the conference is a success. And she also underscored the need for the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, which is considered as the watershed movement of the Trade Office in the United States. So welcome statements. We have the DFC. They also gave their statement, highlighting the commitment in fostering collaboration and strengthening ties between Liberia and their cooperation, aiming at enhancing economic opportunities between Liberia and the cooperation. The Mayor of Philadelphia represented also underscored the need to reaffirm Philadelphia's unwavering commitment to Liberia's trade office and investment initiatives, emphasizing its significance in mutual growth and cooperation as well. Then we have our keynote speaker, Snell, Ambassador, also present for His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Newman-Waka, where the keynote address underscored the need for doing business in Liberia readiness, evidenced by the most recent inclusion on the United Nations non-permanent seat. The speech also discussed the establishment of rule of law, those mechanisms put in place that give us the preparedness for doing business and Liberia readiness, ongoing effort in strengthening Liberia judicial systems, the implementation framework of the arrest agenda, positioning Liberia as a favorable destination for doing business in West Africa. Fast forward, Ambassador Gibson again came out and provided an overview of the signing of the MOU, which tracing historical roots as far back as 2009, during her first appointment by Her Excellency, Madam President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. She emphasized the initiative, which also ensuring that she come back to complete what was uncompleted. And today it is now history. So, Madam Ambassador, we thank you for fulfilling that commitment. people of Liberia, and we in this all we are grateful. So the rest agenda, we also called on the Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Alexander Nuta, who gave the historicity of the rest agenda as far as 2022, when the now president, Joseph Yuma Baka, was vying for presidency. So he also said that the agenda is a lamentable tool that includes agriculture, rule of law, rural education, sanitation, tourism, and all walks of life coming together to form this initiative and fix the destination of doing business in Liberia. Not Ghana again, he said Liberia is the favorable destination. So we encourage everyone to do business in Liberia. Then we fast forward to lunch break. Thereafter, we also came back to presentation from various sectors. So sector presentation. For sector presentation, just to give a synopsis. Will help us. Thank you, Ambassador. So for presentation, we have we talk about the personal story of our friend, our brother, David Webster, who visited Liberia recently in March of 2025. Gave me a compelling story about Liberia as a favorable destination for doing business. Liberia readiness. Everyone talks about the readiness of Liberia. And we also witnessed various government officials that messages coincided with Liberia preparedness, especially rule of law, all of those framework, regulatory framework that are in place that all business or investors can see as an evidence or a testament to doing business in Liberia. And then we finally close with the statement from the Deputy Commerce Minister, who also laid down a clear print of how it is important that we do business in Liberia. And for 24 hours now, we are also moving to 24 hours from 1 week, 2 weeks of registration of businesses. Now investors can go to Liberia and do business because we are in readiness. We are prepared, in other words. Liberia is prepared. The president continues to underscore the readiness. So thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you to our evening lunch. So I'm pleased I have the proclivity, I have the honor to again welcome my ambassador, the Excellency, to come and seize the post. Thank you very much. Stand. Stand.
Stan takes over.
Stand.
Stan.
And then close the statement.
I think you're to conclude.
Please give him another big hand. As I wait for the ambassador to come forward, let me thank all of you again for being here. This is a very eventful day for all of us, certainly historic, and what we've been able to accomplish today. And I go back to the beginning saying, fundamentally, the importance of having a trade office in Philadelphia where all you people come to and speak to is extremely important. You know, lots of times, as I think the ambassador was saying this morning, people come and wrap the short point, and then they go. With the trade office here, we have an opportunity to follow up the discussions. People serious about connecting and getting involved and traveling to Liberia, investing in Liberia. She's here. You don't have to go find her. She's here. The telephone number's here, the address, the email. So let's work this together and make this happen. And I'm not going to promise you all to get rich, but everybody's making some money in Africa but me. I don't understand it. You know, it's that. Even the Chinese go to Africa to make a fortune. Even the Chinese. So we have to change this paradigm. It's up to us. I said that before, and I really meant it. And I want to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Liberia, for having the wisdom and vision to put somebody here day to day, that's her job. You know, so if she don't answer her phone, let me know. I'll call up. But God bless you all. Let me thank you again, and please give our honorable ambassador a wonderful hand for this. Don't forget to be second class and get through them things. 701 R Street is actually walking distance from here. This is 4th and Chestnut. Three blocks west and 2 blocks up. Arch 701 Arch. Thank you very much, all of you. God bless.
So before you all leave, I just don't want you to leave the room. I was hoping that the delegation would take a photo here with us, the organizers, and everyone. But I want to again express our thanks and appreciation to everyone who came together to make this happen. From our AV team, to our moderators, to the organizers, and the participants, and everyone involved. We just want to say thank you so much. And I'm sure we want to send a message back home to the people in Liberia that the people in the U.S. are looking forward to traveling to Liberia to work with you and to see how we can form some sort of partnership, advance in business relationship. That's the thing. Like I said to someone, we've moved away from the whole idea of aid. We want more trade, we want partnership, we want development. And so you come, you invest, we have mutual benefit, you have huge returns on your investment, you create jobs for our young population, and that's what it is. So I thank you all, and please, honorable ministers and executive director, please convey our